Well, here I go again, folks. Rather than me being content with having ranked and reviewed some 162 Souls bosses back in 2023, no, guess not, I'm back again. Because as my great-great-grandmother always used to say, why settle for ranking and reviewing 162 bosses from Demon Souls, the Dark Souls trilogy, Bloodborne, Sekiro Shadows Die Twice, Elden Ring Night Rain and all associated DLCs when you can rank 317 of them instead? My grandmother truly was a wise man. Firstly though, I'm going to spend the next bunch of minutes outlining some fairly important considerations for my big fun ranking video here. But if you just want to skip straight to the action, I get it, I respect it, and so feel free to jump to the timestamp shown on screen now. Folks, like I said, I already did a big hefty ranking video featuring a whole lot of bosses a couple years back, so why am I doing another one? Well, a few reasons. 1. Because I f***ing want to. No, I'm just kidding. 1. Since that first video, Elden Ring's Shadow of the Erdtree DLC came out, and also Elden Ring Night Rain and its own DLC, The Forsaken Hollows. 2. I didn't cover any of Bloodborne's Chalice dungeon bosses in that video. 3. I didn't cover any of Sekiro's mini-bosses or the 3 enhanced inner bosses added in the 1.05 update. And 4, most significantly, the only bosses I actually covered from Elden Ring in that video were the Remembrance ones. I didn't go near field bosses, dungeon bosses, Everjails, or even important encounters like Margit or the Godskin Duo. And of course, Shadow of the Erdtree itself has a whole load of new non-Remembrance bosses as well. Big reason I omitted all those aforementioned Elden Ring encounters is because, my god, there are a ridiculous number of them, many of which are just NPCs or regular enemies with boss health bars, and so back then, with that video already having ended up at 4.5 hours long, I said I will be a monkey's uncle, a chimpanzee's aunt, if you think I'm going to cover all that other shit too. This video's turned out long enough. Well, turns out I am a monkey's uncle, and a chimpanzee's aunt, and a silverback gorilla's wife, because this time round, that is what I'm doing. It's taken many months, but heck, I just want to do it bigger and better than I did it last time. Now, some things to clear up before starting with the ranking, just so we're all roughly on the same page as we embark on this magical journey together. 1. If an enemy does not have a boss health bar, it will not be getting featured in this video. Your Boletarian Drakes, Hydras, Dark Souls 3 Stray Demon, even Leda and allies, they ain't here. No insult to them, but that is a hard rule I'm choosing to impose. Is that a bit arbitrary of me? Yeah. 2. In the event that a particular boss appears multiple times in its respective game, unless that repeat boss encounter is sufficiently different, e.g. it has an additional phase, I won't be ranking each of its iterations separately. For example, you fight a bunch of Deathbirds in Elden Ring, but separate encounters with these entities really aren't meaningfully different from each other. The bosses and their movesets remain the same, with the only differences from one encounter to the next being the environment you fight them in, their stats, and in some cases additional lesser enemies thrown into the fight. Basically, if you clicked on this video hoping that I was going to be ranking and reviewing tree spirits like 10 different times throughout the video, you're going to be gutted. And the same goes for Sekiro's mini-bosses. For example, you fight Shichiman warriors 3 separate times throughout that game, but again, I'm just covering that boss once. 3. As briefly mentioned there, if you do fight a boss again but it has a new additional phase, I am considering those separate bosses. For example, Dragonkin Soldiers and the Dragonkin Soldier of Noxtella, different bosses, Mohg the Omen and Mohg Lord of Blood, different bosses, and so on and so forth. 4. Now this is one I went back and forth on, and some of you may vehemently disagree. But even if a boss radically changes its form from one phase to another in a single boss battle, as far as this ranking goes, I'm still just considering it as one boss. The only two exceptions to this are the battle against Emma the Gentle Blade and Ishin Ashina, and the battle against Radagon and Elden Beast, because in both these cases, the boss entity doesn't merely undergo a transformation from one phase to the next, but rather it's a completely different entity which shows up. And I know what some of you are frantically typing out right now, that the Elden Beast's Sacred Relic Sword is literally wrought from Radagon's body. Yep, you're right, but you're not fighting the sword, are you? You're fighting the Elden Beast. As for cases like the Beast's Clergyman and Malekith the Black Blade, on the other hand, sorry, but I'm considering them as one boss. I did seriously think about ranking them separately, but then I thought, okay, if I do that, I guess I also need to rank Ludwig the Accursed and Ludwig the Holy Blade separately too, because both those faces have completely different movesets and fighting styles. And the same would go for Phase 1 and Phase 2 of Orphan of Cause, or Gale's different phases. But all gets a bit silly and messy when we get into the business of dividing bosses based on different boss phases, so I decided to say no. No, I say. 5. On the subject of Elden Ring Night Rain and its DLC, the only bosses from that game that I'm including in this video are its main bosses, and their respective Everdark versions, which I will be ranking separately from their regular versions, because there are substantial differences between these. In some cases it's nearly a completely different fight. Of course, Night Rain also features a ton of Elden Ring bosses and even its fair share of throwbacks from the Dark Souls trilogy, many of whom return with tweaks to their speed and behaviour, and even new attacks here or there. However, again, I will not be ranking these boss iterations separately from the game they originally appeared in. Now, I will feature a certain amount of relevant Night Rain footage throughout the video, largely for a bit of extra flavour, but when I get to discussing the likes of, for example, Knight Artorias or Nameless King, I'll be ranking their Dark Souls series appearances, not their Night Rain ones. 6. Possibly another controversial one here, but I will be ranking Night Rain's bosses separately from all the other bosses from these games. I'll do the main ranking and then way at the end I'll do the Night Rain ranking. I am sorry if any of you find this to be a bit of a lame decision, lame and shit, but I consider the Night Rain boss experience to be just that bit too distinct in character to be comfortably compared to all the other bosses. I mean, comparing the likes of Battle Mage Hughes to the Blood-Starved Beast is already tricky enough, but trying to compare a non-Night Rain boss to something like Everdark Bloody Libra is enough to drive a man to madness. 7. You might also be wondering what my actual criteria are for ranking any one boss over another. Well, chief among them is simply how much do I personally enjoy that boss. Now that's admittedly a bit too blunt and analytical instrument to start rearranging things with, I know, and so I'll also be taking into account things like difficulty and complexity, flavour and presence and identity, visuals and ambition. The ambition criteria in particular is very important for this ranking compared to my previous one because, like I said earlier, there's going to be a lot of bosses from Elden Ring and even a few from Bloodborne which are literally just an NPC or group of NPCs, or a regular enemy or a group of regular enemies who happen to have a boss health bar. And while such encounters can be enjoyable in their own right, they sure as hell ain't very ambitious, are they? I mean, I enjoy you just fine, Soldier of Godric, but you've never been a very ambitious man, have you? Mind you, I won't be giving any scores or tier ratings in this video, just rankings and discussions. And I'm sure many of my opinions will make some of you absolutely furious, prompting many lively comments and enraged accusations of insanity and idiocy down below, but that's okay, tell me what you think. Also be warned that lots of my rankings will be radically different to the ones I had in my previous big ranking video. My opinions are not set in stone and they change often, especially over the course of years. 8, and this is the last one, I swear. I see some people get really pissed off when they see the term Soulsborne, especially when they also see Sekiro thrown into that category. I'm using Soulsborne here because it's just a catchy, handy term that a lot of people recognise as a sort of umbrella, referring to Demon Souls, the Dark Souls trilogy, Bloodborne, Sekiro, Elden Ring, and let's chuck in Night Rain too. If you don't consider Sekiro to be a Soulsborne game, that's perfectly fine, but that's simply not a debate which interests me. I'd much rather include Sekiro's bosses in this video rather than leave them out. The more the merrier. And I think that just about covers all the blasted fine print. It's entirely possible I missed a boss here or there, but I tried my best. Also, I'm well aware of what it's like out there these days with all this slop, and so I would like to say that at no point have I or will I ever use or incorporate AI into any of my videos. The script for this video is literally about 180,000 words long. It's taken me months and months to write due to me also working a full-time job, and I'm proud of all that effort. That's enough blowing my own trumpet though, because it's finally time to get cracking with number 300. It's the Gank Squad from Dark Souls 2. I thought long and hard about which boss most deserved the disgrace of coming last in such a long list, and there were many candidates, especially from Elden Ring. From the newly included roster of that game's side bosses introduced to the party this time round, but no. After many days of deliberation, I just had to go for Serra the Old Explorer, Ancient Soldier Varg, and the Afflicted Grave Robber, infamously known as the Gank Squad. These three have nearly all bases covered. Serra's there with his great bow, sending missile after missile at you from a distance, making a mockery of your health bar, and even knocking you down from a single hit. And even once you close the distance, he's a dab hand with the old S-stock too. Meanwhile, Ancient Soldier Varg relentlessly chases you down with his almighty dragon tooth, also making a mockery of your health bar and also knocking you down from a single hit. And all the while you've got the accursed, afflicted bloody grave robber trying to hack and slash the ever-loving shit out of you with her dual-wielded berserker blades. Afflicted grave robber. I'll tell you what disease I wish she was afflicted with. Actually, better not. I don't want to get demonetised, not this early on. It's a bloomin' shit show, it's a gank. You are hounded throughout the arena, one rife with watery pits, tunnels, slopes, and even a few petrifying statue clusters thrown in for good measure, cause why not? Mind you, the idea of this boss, presumably the recommended strategy for the lone player, is indeed to use this terrain to your advantage. For as awkward and frustrating as some of this navigation can be whilst you're fleeing from this terrible trio of foes intent on hammering, slashing and piercing you to Kingdom Come, it'd be a hell of a lot worse if the arena was just a flat circle or something, I don't know. Now of course, single player is not the only option for taking on the Gank Squad, but with the exception of Elden Ring Night Train's bosses, which I'll get onto after the main ranking, I'm not taking multiplayer into account for anything. This is a single player focused video, please. Even if you are young, free and single though, you can still summon a couple of offline phantoms to join in from the start of the level to even out the odds a bit. The issue with that, however, is the almighty clusterfuck directly before the Gank Squad, the utter mess that is the Cave of the Dead. If you summon a couple of white phantoms, good bloody luck getting them through this level in one piece, having them actually follow you and not get stuck trying to fight the 30 Sanctum soldiers inhabiting this petrifying sequence of tight passages and dead ends. It's hard enough for me, a human, to find my way through this maze, let alone a pair of AI controlled NP characters. Lastly, the thing about this trio that really, in my view, cements them as a boss truly deserving of the bottom spot is that they're completely uninspired. It's just 3 NPCs wearing the black leather set, Havel set and Alva's set using weapons already found elsewhere in Dark Souls 2. There's literally nothing new here, it's just 3 bland, loreless dudes situated in a kind of annoying arena who fight in a really obnoxious manner, situated at the end of one of the all-time worst Souls levels, and I for one am sick of it. Maybe a controversial one here, I don't know, but I'm picking the Man-Eaters for the second to last spot. I know a lot of you guys and gals really like your Demon Souls, and I like it too. So much so that in addition to me just using footage from the PS5 remake, I played through the PS3 version this time round as well, which was actually significantly better than I remembered. I'll tell you what wasn't better than I remembered though, not on this version or the newer one, this boss, the Man-Eaters. They're not good. The nature of the battle against the Man-Eaters very much mirrors the nature of the level preceding it, the second stage of the Tower of Latria, a level largely composed of narrow walkways watched over by monstrous gargoyles, high above the accursed man-centipede infested blood swamps below. It's a genuinely scary and unsettling level, and for as impressive as it is in scale, atmosphere, concept and design, it's a difficult one too. Largely because of how damn easy it is to fall to your death and lose your progress. Well, yep, as you can see, it's just as, if not more so, easy to fall or be slammed over the edge in this level's boss battle. You are given enough room to manoeuvre, but not by much. It can still feel alarmingly tight whenever you're forced to roll this way or that way, especially if you're near the edge. Fight starts off with just a single Man-Eater, a bulky winged beast with the tail of a snake, throwing out slams with its almighty fists, letting out sonic wave AoEs, and perhaps most alarmingly of all, the Man-Eater will frequently violently pounce forward, heaving its dark body directly in your direction, which, in an arena as perilous in nature as this, can be quite panic-inducing. If you get hit by this, you can easily be swept off the edge into the abyss, but even if you time your roll well, the exact same thing can happen if you're not careful with exactly where you're rolling to. All that's some pretty tricky shit, yeah. But of course, the real slap on the ass comes when this second Man-Eater joins the rooftop party. Yep, as with a lot of enemies and elements from later FromSoft games, Demon's Souls did it first. Dark Souls was my first Souls game, but when all the Demon's Souls veterans got to the Belfry Gargoyle boss and saw the second one jump down from above, this was nothing they hadn't seen before. A second similarity between these two fights is being able to cut off the boss's tail. With the Bell Gargoyles you get a neat new weapon for your efforts, whereas with the Man-Eaters they lose the ability to self-buff, and their magic capabilities from the air are rendered moot. Moot, I say. So why the hell have I put the Man-Eaters in such a dreadfully low spot in this list? Even though I've described several aspects of the fight which go towards making it potentially quite challenging. Challenging and or frustrating doesn't necessarily mean bad, does it? No. What makes the Man-Eaters a terrible boss in my eyes is that it's broken as fuck. The behaviour of the Man-Eaters is atrocious. They're very badly behaved. They'll fly off into the sky for no apparent reason. They'll launch attacks in the air that clearly aren't supposed to be performed aerially, but because there's a pillar or something nearby, they can. And sometimes you'll just be left standing there baffled, waiting for the dumb boss to come back from its aimless wanderings so you can just get on with the damn fight. Now, some of you might be thinking, I know your problem, just unequip the thief ring. It doesn't help that much, it's still shit. I didn't have the thief ring equipped in this playthrough, or in this one, and the boss still acted like a damn jackass. And because they didn't do anything whatsoever to improve the AI in the PS5 remake, things are exactly the same here. If anything, it looks even worse when contrasted with the pretty graphics. It's not just the Man-Eaters who have this issue either, because for as cool as the design is, the gargoyle enemies earlier in the level are broken too. These things are terrible to fight if you're a melee boy like I am, and when you take that level of ugly brokenness and apply it to a boss, especially one set up in an arena like this, then you get a profoundly unpleasant, messy affair, and one I always feel relieved to have beaten so that I don't have to fight it anymore. And now for the first of many of Elden Ring's less memorable bosses, a dungeon boss in this case. It's the one, the only, Necromancer Garrus. Ah yes, who could forget Necromancer Garrus? I mean, it's just an NPC dude armed with a flail, and there's not all that much more to say here, is there? At least his weapon, the Family Heads, is unique, with him dropping it on death, though I've personally never used it myself and almost certainly never will. I'll say one thing about Garrus though and his morbid choice of weapon. He's actually a real pain in the arse to fight. He likes to spam the Family Head's unique Ash of War, Familial Rancor. sending streams of magical skulls your way, and all the while you've got skeleton snails rolling your way too, and it's kind of really awkward to actually get an attack in due to the speed and duration to which the skulls pursue you. Kinda reminds me of the kind of shit the Horn Scent pulls off in the Leda and Allies DLC fight, except even more spammy in this case, and more lame, because again, it's just an old dude with some skulls on a stick. Necromancer Garrus isn't a misery to fight or anything. He's really not memorable at all, but he is quite annoying and more importantly than that, utterly lacking in ambition. It's just a throwaway trash boss with 2 lines of lore associated with him, who cares? And speaking of throwaway low effort bosses, please don't hate me, but I'm gonna have to go for Soldier of Godric. Folks, it's just a fucking Soldier of Godric, except instead of having a health bar that looks like this, he's got one that looks like this. It's not like he's the only one you fight here either, you fight several Soldiers of Godric on the way to the boss fight. Hey FromSoft, far be it from me, Candle Type 1A from Scotland, to tell you how to make your games, but don't have me fight duplicates of the same enemy that waits for me as a boss at the end of the level when I'm on my way to the boss of the level. I kind of fucked that sentence up, but I think you get what I'm saying. Only difference with this one is, as far as I can tell, he has slightly more HP than the earlier soldiers, and that's it. Mind you, this simple soldier does bring up something I did need to seriously think about, and that is boss intent. And by that I mean, what were the devs intending when they put this boss here? Was it to present you with an epic challenge, a unique and dazzling moveset, an interesting and memorable character with a colourful backstory? No. In all cases, no. It was to give you an introduction to the kinds of bosses you can expect to find in these optional dungeons. Simpler, easier and more generic foes for some runes and a fun reward. This isn't meant to be an interesting encounter, and it's not a remotely unpleasant encounter either really, but all that said, the fact remains that it's just a fucking Soldier of Godric. And here we have it, you knew it was coming. The boss that I put in last place in my last ranking video, the Witch of Izalith herself, the one, the only, Bed of Chaos. To be honest, none of Dark Souls 4 Lord Soul bosses are actually all that great, though they certainly are all damn memorable, for different reasons, some good and some bad. In the Bed of Chaos's case, it's memorable for the wrong reasons, because this fight is an ill-designed, ill-executed lesson in frustration. Conceptually and mechanically, a very simple affair, perhaps the single simplest boss in the whole of Dark Souls 1 in a way, because all you need to do to win is hit this, whatever this is, and then make it to the other side to hit the other thing, after which you leap into its core, roll through the debris and hit the maggot there with any attack, and just like that the war against chaos is won. You can literally beat this boss with no more than just 3 attacks. But of course it's not as easy as that, is it? Because the Bed of Chaos uses all the cheapest tricks in the book to thwart you. And if there's something that really rubs me the wrong way, it's being thwarted. The first weak point is almost never too difficult to get to. Yes, it's very easy to get swiped or slammed by the boss's enormous branch hands on the way, but it's straightforward enough with no additional hazards or possibility of instant death from full health. And you can wait for as long as you want for a decent opening. After that, however, is where things get very, very messy, because now cracks in the ground start opening up, and all of a sudden those hand sweeps get substantially more dangerous, because it's no longer just the damage you need to worry about, it's getting pushed or dragged into a pit. Oh, what's that? You think you can just dodge roll through these attacks? Yeah, good luck with that. You ain't harmlessly phasing through shit in this fight, get pushed, dork. Getting dragged into a death pit in this manner is extremely annoying because it happens too easily. It looks bad and wrong, and the run back to the Bed of Chaos, whilst not being the absolute worst in the game, is still quite a trek. And so maybe you think to yourself, hey, I know, I'll wait for an opening. Sorry, I don't know why I'm doing that. For when the boss stops attacking with its hands. Except sometimes it just doesn't stop attacking with its hands. Or as soon as it seems like there might be an opening, actually no there isn't. Get swiped, dork. or maybe whilst you're waiting on a chance to get in there, or if you manage to successfully leap across the chasm into the core in the hopes of putting an end to this madness. The boss just says, "No," and throws out Chaos Storm and one-shots you, and there's almost nothing you can do about it. Good night. The one and only saving grace with this fight is that it does retain your progress upon death, and so if you destroy one of its weak points and then die, it will remain destroyed when you come back. If I was to try and estimate how many times I've beaten Dark Souls 1 over the years, it's gotta be between 15 and 20. And yet I think I've only ever beaten the Bed of Chaos in the one round without dying a single time ever. And even that I'm not sure about. I think I did it once years ago, but that easily could have just been a dream I had. It's to the point where after I nail the first glowing route, it feels nearly like a foregone conclusion that I'm going to die at least once before hitting the other two weak points. And you know, if this was simply a really hard boss, I'd be okay with that. But it's hard in a profoundly unenjoyable way. Lots of folk criticise Dark Souls 1's weaker second half for quite good reason, but it makes me wonder how much this boss alone has contributed to that sentiment over the years. I mean, Lost Izalith as a whole is an oddly designed and sloppy level in several ways, but the Bed of Chaos really does take the cake, the lava cake. You know, with the Dark Souls games having grown in popularity to such a significant degree over the past 15 years, inevitably that brings in a lot of contrarians too. Folk whose natural tendency is to go against the grain and defend things which most people think are shit, or to shit on things which most people think are great. Such dissenting opinions are valuable, perhaps making us think differently about things, causing our own opinions to shift and mature. However, when it comes to the Bed of Chaos, a boss that I have indeed heard fiercely defended by some people who insist that it's actually very well designed and that people are just playing the game wrong, well, you know, just shut up. It's not a good boss, it's shit, it's definitely shit, alright? At number 295, I have the Scholar of the First Sin himself. It's Aldia from Dark Souls 2. All the old men watching will remember the days where, lore aside, there was no Aldia in this game. This ugly son of a bitch only sprouted into existence in the base game in patch 1.10, though for those who have only experienced the Scholar of the First Sin edition of Dark Souls 2, they've never known a playthrough without Aldia scaring the shit out of them at the Primal Bonfire, then the Undead Crypt, then in the Dragon Shrine where he's all teeny and tiny and adorable. What an odd design choice, why did they do that? Folks who've only played this revamped and reshuffled edition of the game have never imagined a reality where you don't have to take on this lame, crappy boss after having already fought through the Throne Boys and Nishandra. And folks, if you ask me, we'd all be better off if Aldia had remained out of sight. Visually, hey, he looks pretty freaking gnarly. A large collection of roots and branches somewhat resembling a head and a single shoulder, though twisted and gnarled so that it's difficult to be completely sure of what you're looking at sometimes. His appearance somewhat reminds me of the tortured and mutated visage of the Ceaseless Discharge from Dark Souls 1, especially once the tentacles start coming out. Aldia's single glowing eye is also a very cool touch. I'm always a fan of the old glaring eye effect when it comes to enemy designs. So that's Aldia's visuals covered, hey, not bad. However, the fight itself is bad, because at least 80% of your time here is going to be spent either waiting or running round. What with him not really having any legs as such, Aldia can't move, but rather will remain stationary, let off an attack or two with his tentacles or with fire, then teleport away. At which point you can sprint up to his body and let off 2 or 3 attacks, but whoa there, don't be an eager beaver. Because before long his form becomes a flame with fiery flames of hot fire, scorching your health bar unless you immediately turn tail and wait for his next barrage of bland attacks to come out, after which you repeat the process for a few minutes until he dies. End of game. Aldia is simply a very boring opponent. He's not so easy as to be completely trivial like the Mist Noble or True King Allant, where it's obviously the point that they're super simple to beat. Or like Mysterio from Spider-Man 2. I'm showing my age there. No, you can quite easily die to Aldia if you get careless, but what modest challenge there even is here is the wrong kind of challenge for this game. The behaviour cycle of this boss is right there in full view nearly right away. It's not an interesting enemy you're fighting, it's just a predictable cycle of moves, and it was more than a little disappointing when I finally got to the new boss FromSoft added in to the game only for it to be this shit. We had the gank squad way at the back there, but now we've got a different squad. We have Fia's Champions, the motley collection of characters who challenge you as you approach the rancid corpse of Godwyn, Prince of Death, secluded down here in Deeproot Depths. And yes, I do find that word very difficult to pronounce. Depths. Depths. Deeproot Depths. That'll do. Again, we've just got a bunch of nasty NPCs with boss health bars, though rather than just a trio, you've first got a single combat with a nameless champion, then comes dear sweet sorcerer Rogier. Then finally a brawl with Lionel the Lionhearted and 2 more champions. Now, I didn't place Fia's Champions so low because it's such an insanely difficult or complex fight, no, though it did give me quite a bit of trouble on my level 1 run. The real reason I put it here though is because despite the grotesque, deathly spectacle of the rancid arena in which this big brawl takes place, your opponents are generic and uninteresting. Yes, you do take on Rogier, who you may have grown to quite like up until this fight, but there's no dialogue with him, or anything else to make this encounter stand out from any other. Kinda cool to fight Lionel the Lionhearted, whose armour you might have picked up back in Ladendale, but even then, who gives a shit? And to be honest, I'd rather Lionel wasn't here at all when you consider his enthusiasm for spamming Rancor Call, a sorcery which forces you to just run away until the skulls disappear. We're only on our 7th boss, and this is already the 2nd one with annoying skull attacks. Fia's Champions just isn't a boss anyone looks forward to. It's an unnecessary but mandatory precursor to the fight with Fortisax, a hassle to be cleared before you can get to something actually interesting, challenging and enjoyable. Nothing to see here, lame boss, fuck Rancor Call, we're done here. And speaking of hassles to be cleared, we must now discuss those infernal monkeys. Oh, chimpanzee, that monkey news! It's Sekiro's folding screen monkeys. The very first time I encountered the folding screen monkeys, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. A monkey wearing robes, not in my town. A puzzle-oriented boss that you actually have to be patient with and use your head to beat in a FromSoft game. No, I've seen enough. Yep though, there are 4 chief monkeys to be mercilessly slaughtered before Wolf can escape this illusion. You've got a purple robed one who hears good but don't see well, a green robed one who sees well but don't hear good, an orange robed monk who ain't so great at hearing or seeing but who will alert any other monkey men to your presence with his cacophonous gong when spotted, and an invisible monkey who, thankfully, can immediately be taken care of by turning round at the very start of the battle and swinging round your sword a bit. That takes care of that. As for the others, well, the idea is that you exploit their sensory deficiencies to gain the upper hand for long enough to strike them down. There's a hall with a roaring waterfall which can be used to neutralise the purple robed monkey, and a hall where you can open the door to envelop the space in darkness to take care of the green robed one. And as for the orange robed one, I don't know, just fucking chase him down or something. And as you kill more of the main monkeys, apparitions appear who will blow your cover, cause terror build-up, and just generally be a nuisance, slowing down the pace of an already slow-paced affair. The main problem I have with the folding screen monkeys is that I simply don't want to do this sort of thing in this game or any FromSoft game. I play these games for the combat, the exploration, the atmosphere, the music, the build variety, the progression and a bunch of other stuff, but I sure as hell do not play them for anything even resembling a puzzle. That's not because I hate puzzles in games in general, but rather I don't like puzzles in these games. They completely halt the momentum. Even though this fight isn't super complicated or anything, it is a hassle, and you don't even have to make use of these 2 special trap halls I mentioned. It's entirely possible to take out all the monkeys purely through smart positioning and stealth. Or in some cases just brute force. In fact, that's exactly what I usually do here on any given playthrough, and sometimes I can get through the boss in a couple of minutes. Or it could take 15 minutes, the entire duration of which I'm thinking, I don't actually want to do this at all. I'm sure there are some folk who enjoy and appreciate the folding screen monkeys, and to a certain extent I also appreciate them. I respect that FromSoft tried something different here, but that doesn't mean I need to enjoy it. Unfortunately, rather than me enjoying all this monkey business, every time I get here on any playthrough I think, oh god, this. And next up we have Sir Gideon Ofnir, the All-Knowing. This guy stinks. The return to Leyndell, capital of Ash, is an impactful one as you look around and witness the ruin which, because of your own actions, has befallen the royal capital, and the emotional distress only grows when you remember that you forgot to pick up the bolt of Gransax. God damn it. You ascend the stairs of the capital back to the hallowed sanctuary where you previously fought the golden shade of Godfrey Elden Lord, only to find a small man here instead this time. It's fellow tarnished Gideon Ofnir, and he's got a few things to say to you, but hey, you're free to just run right up and attack while the prick is mouthing off, and if you want my advice, you should do this, and you should try your damned hardest to stunlock him to death, because that's the best case scenario here. If you succeed in this, it may even lead you to conclude that Gideon Ofnir's a super easy boss, and yeah, if you do get him stunlocked, he is. If you actually have to fight him though, he can easily prove himself to be one of the most bullshit and unpleasant bosses in the entire game. Gideon loves throwing out sorceries and incantations. He throws out sorceries and incantations with gay abandon. Triple Rings of Light, Carrion Phalanx, Comet Azure, Law of Causality. He loves it. He is the quintessential spammer of spells, and he doesn't give a toss what you think about that. The most irritating by far for me is the Triple Ring of Light, because they are massive. There are 3 of them that return back to him, and they do big damages, and he's not shy at all about using this incantation a lot either. Carrion Phalanx is just a generally irritating element of any fight because it forces you to play passively until the projectiles have been used up, which is rough here because passivity simply encourages him to throw out ever more projectiles at you. Law of Causality is quite an interesting one because it's another which makes it quite nerve-wracking when you're trying to actually attack him. That holy explosion can be nasty and can easily prevent you from achieving the holiest of holies, the Stunlock. Gideon has some other spells up his sleeve too, though for as much as I detest him, I will admit that it's a very cool feature that he can gain additional abilities depending on what you've done before challenging him here. With him being able to learn Rykard's Rancor, Blood Boon or Scarlet Aeonia, indications that he's been watching you as you've been felling these demigods throughout the land, the same one he has of course been directing you towards throughout the game. That aside though, I have had some tremendously frustrating times fighting this old codger where, for as small and unimpressive as he may appear, I just can't beat him without getting obliterated by his spell spamming. Obliterated not by a fresh boss with a carefully designed moveset, but by a small NPC with infinite FP and a boatload of ultra dangerous abilities to end me with before I even know what hit me. Let's be having another annoying Elden Ring NPC fight now, though admittedly one who is significantly less frustrating than that last guy. It's Patches. We all love Patches here, come on! My personal favourite iteration of him was in Dark Souls 3, particularly in the Ringed City DLC, where he temporarily loses his memory and becomes rather a decent chap, before subsequently regaining his memory and reverting back to his old arse-kicking self. Big fan of Bloodborne's Spider Patches too. In Elden Ring, he's no less a rogue than he's ever been, tricking you with an alluring chest containing some clothes before pouncing down from above and attempting to spear you with his spear. Thing is, he's a damn pushover, throwing in the towel and begging for mercy before you can launch the killing blow, after which you can either launch the killing blow, which I've personally never done before, or let him live, whereupon he'll become a vendor of items and information appearing in various key places around the lands between, most notably in Volcano Manor. He's a pretty great character, he provides some valuable as hell advice, sells some useful items, and he's generally well worth interacting with. I'm not ranking him for all that though, am I? I'm ranking him on this fight. Look, an easy boss is one thing, but one which you're discouraged from actually finishing off just doesn't deliver all that much satisfaction, does it? This is barely even a fight at all, it's an unconventional introduction to an NPC character, and that's fine. It serves its purpose well in that regard, but as a boss fight, I'm afraid Patches is one of the weakest. After covering Sekiro's most mischievous monkeys a few minutes ago, it's now time to cover the game's most abhorred apes. It's the Headless Ape fight, also known as the Twin Apes. Let me swiftly get one thing crystal clear right off the bat, okay? I am not, I repeat, not placing the Guardian Ape in this spot. I freaking love the Guardian Ape boss fight, and trust me, it's going to be scoring very highly in this list. However, a while after you fight the original ape, upon attempting to progress onwards to Mibu village from the poison pits of Ashina Depths, you are apprehended by that same ape, returning for revenge after you cut off its head. First phase here is exactly the same as the second phase of the original Guardian Ape boss fight. It's great, though rather than me handing out kudos and congratulations for this fact, I choose to withhold praise, because we already fought this boss. If you chuck a boss at me, and I love it, you can't just serve me that same boss again later on and expect the same enthusiastic appreciation. But to be fair, things aren't exactly the same here, they're worse, because after the Headless Ape's first health bar is depleted, its mate joins the battle. And this is where the problems really arise. The fight against these two is a complete shit show. It is a chaotic mess of slams, punches, perilous attacks, grabs and terror-inducing AoE shrieks in a smaller arena than before, and one containing double the number of opponents. Now, the smaller ape doesn't have a huge health pool. It is vulnerable to your shinobi firecrackers, and you only actually need to beat the Headless Ape to win this fight, so it's not like it's totally unreasonable, it's just very unreasonable. I've heard it claimed that what one ape does actually indicates what the other is going to do, kinda like in Pontiff Sylvan's second phase in Dark Souls 3, but to a lesser degree. I mean, if that's true, then I'll hold my hands up, and partially apologise for besmirching the good name of the Headless Ape, but for all the times I've fought this boss, I've never been able to spot any sort of pattern. Instead, the game takes a big, aggressive opponent who absolutely shouldn't be paired with a second opponent, and then pairs it with a second opponent, and I strongly dislike the result. If this was an original boss rather than a doubled up repeat of a previous one, I'd perhaps be more charitable in my verdict, but as it is, expect no charity from me here. The one saving grace is that even though you do need to visit Mibu village in order to complete the game with any of the 4 endings, this boss fight is actually completely optional. If you come here and progress onwards past this arena before having beaten the Guardian Ape, the boss just won't show up at all. The catch is that you miss out on being able to upgrade your attack power with the boss memory, but you know what, in this case I think that's a fair trade-off. Now for another of Elden Ring's highly forgettable NPC type encounters. We had Necromancer Garrus before, but now the spotlight must shine on Esgar, Priest of Blood, the dungeon boss at the end of Leyndell Catacombs. I mean, personally, and I know not everybody feels this way, but I'm already likely to be in a sour mood when I'm down in the subterranean shunning grounds, because I don't like this level in any way. And then you make it to Leyndell Catacombs in all its expansive, deceptive, confusing glory before finally managing to make it to the end of this dastardly dungeon, only to be greeted by yet another NPC fight. Esgar is kind of like one of Mohg's sanguine nobles, except with none of the charm, and he's human shaped rather than having any of the noble's unique moves. He wields the Reduvia dagger just like you've already seen wielded by the likes of Bloody Finger Nereus and potentially by the sanguine noble invader in the consecrated snowfields. He also throws out blood flame talons and, particularly annoyingly, swarm of flies, an incantation sure to enrage with its awkwardly slow speed, and worst of all, there's a pair of fucking dogs darting around, and yes, they're the kind that causes bleed buildup, the worst kind. The one cool thing about Esgar is his hood, because I guess it's kinda reminiscent of your boy Pyramid Head, though as I only recently discovered, you can get this great hood for yourself by solving the Sorcerer painting, which I'd actually never done before. Great hood or no great hood though, Esgar, you're not that good. You're neither interesting or enjoyable. Fuck you. And again, we have a lame Elden Ring NPC. It's Aden, Thief of Fire, fought at the Malefactor's Everjail in southern Liurnia. Right, so he's wearing the altered fire prelate's armour, he uses a regular old flail weapon, and he likes to throw out the flame of the fell god incantation, and... I mean, what else is there to say? Seriously, there's actually nothing else to say about this guy. He might be the most forgettable NPC encounter in the game. I guess him casting Flame of the Fell God can be considered kind of interesting, because this will of course be your first time seeing it before it's used again in the Fire Giant fight. And you even get it as a reward for beating this Everjail. Hey, thanks. I've got nothing. I have no other comments to say about this guy. I tried. At number 287, I have that most ignoble of creatures. It's the slimy, pale, squid-like sucker of youth itself, the Mist Noble. Yeah, I know I could have waited until the number 1 spot for this guy and I could have joked, and now the all-time greatest Soulsborne boss is the Mist Noble. Wouldn't that have been funny? But no, I'm gonna pass up on that comedy gold to be serious for a minute, to discuss the Mist Noble, the lamest boss in the whole game. Not the worst, but certainly the lamest. Mibu Village is an eerie village, teeming with apparitions, crazed, deformed villagers, and most disturbingly of all, a man wearing a basket on his head as a hat. The otherworldly villain responsible for the thick mist pervading the first area, however, is the Mist Noble, who can be apprehended from above as he blows on his skin flute in front of a fiery shrine, surrounded by several long-dead human monks. Oh boy, I'm so fucking scared, dude. This guy's gonna kiss me on the lips. But no, turns out this is by far the easiest boss in the game, to the point of pretty much being a joke boss. You're given the opportunity for a free opening death blow right at the start of the fight, but as you quickly discover, even that is totally unnecessary. All the boss can do is slowly slither towards you and hit you with a weak punch or two, and that's it. The victory is yours for the taking. Thing is, when you later ascend to Fountainhead Palace, you see the same enemy type again, albeit with blue robes instead of red ones, but these regular enemies actually are quite dangerous. They're no more capable in hand-to-hand combat, but they can easily defeat you with their unique, enfeebling affliction, even from quite a distance. This guy though, no, he's a piece of cake. Compared to bosses like the Twin Apes, the Man-Eaters, or even the Folding Screen Monkeys, the Mist Noble obviously isn't a boss I or anybody dreads on any playthrough, and he's clearly not meant to be any sort of challenge. So it's not like FromSoft failed miserably with this boss. I think they achieved exactly what they wanted to achieve, but all the same, I think we all know in our hearts that the Mist Noble belongs down in the dregs of any respectable boss ranking. It's now time for our first Bloodborne boss of the day. And funnily enough, this is a somewhat similar boss to the one we just talked about, at least in appearance. It's the Brain Sucker. Now, for anyone who played Bloodborne but never bothered with the Chalice dungeons, they won't know the Brain Sucker as a boss at all, but just as these strange and bothersome enemies dotted throughout the world, with their greatest concentration being in Upper Cathedral Ward. The Chalice dungeons though, well, these were the precursors to Elden Ring's dungeon format, with there being some regular enemies presented as bosses, as well as certain base game bosses presented as bosses for a second time, except usually harder, much harder in the case of the Defiled Chalices. In this case though, we have the enigmatic Sucker of Brains, the Brain Sucker. Are these guys bad enemies? No. They can be damn annoying with their proclivities towards paralysing projectiles, and I'd be lying if I said I loved that bloody delayed grab attack, and trying to fight more than one of these things at once like you have to do in Upper Cathedral Ward is awful. But they're not a bad enemy. Are they a bad boss? Well, the problem there is that it's not a boss, is it? It's just a brain sucker given no extra moves, but a little bit of extra health. There's nothing else thrown in here. In fact, if anything, they're easier in boss form because there's zero danger of any other enemies joining in. And so that's why I've put these suckers all the way down here. Not because I hate fighting them, but because there's nothing remotely interesting or new in their implementation as bosses. There is zero reason to ever get excited at the prospect of fighting a brain sucker down in the dungeons. Rather, the natural reaction from most people will be, oh look, a brain sucker. Ambivalence. Next up, we've got, in my opinion, one of the most annoying creatures from Elden Ring. The Kindred of Rot. Yet another boring old regular enemy with a boss health bar. In fact, there's two of them waiting for you at the end of Mount Gelmir's Seethwater Cave. This arena is filled with poisonous sludge, with poison and rot being the name of the Kindred of Rot's game. In fact, your very reward for beating this boss is the Kindred of Rot's Exaltation Talisman, which gives you a 20% damage buff whenever whenever poison or rot is procced nearby. That's great and all, thanks very much, but I still don't like foul poison sludge in my boss arenas, unless we're talking about Mytha Baneful Queen from Dark Souls 2, who I actually do quite like. Kindred of Rot are not a rare and treasured enemy. They're common as muck in places throughout Caelid. You can find them in some dungeons as regular enemies. They're in Elfale, they're beyond the Lake of Rot, and there's more than enough of them in the Realm of Shadow too, that we really need them as bosses as well. Nothing noteworthy about this fight either. When you're dodging the glaive attacks of one, expect the other to launch a few rounds of pest threads, but even then, who cares? Just squash these bugs, claim your reward, and skedaddle. Pork anyone? Anyone in the mood for a hunk of ham? Because next up we've got another Chalice Dungeon enemy who would be a boss. The Man-Eater Boar. My feelings here closely mirror those that I had for the Brain Sucker. I actually think Man-Eater Boars are quite a great enemy. Very simple to beat when you realise how easy they are when you stay glued to their fat asses, after which it's all too easy to chain visceral attacks until they sadly perish. They're used really effectively in the base game, and then you've got that really scary bit in the Nightmare of Mensis with the 3 Nightmare Boars with all the crazy eyes. This genuinely is one of the scariest parts in the game. In the dungeons though, they just appear by themselves, and so they're super easy, super duper easy. I did at one stage think that the boss versions were giving this new poison breath attack, but then I later saw a regular base game enemy do the same thing, so no difference here. This is one of the very rare cases where I actually think that these boss fights would have been made better if there were an additional boss here. See, Man-Eater Boars do have the potential to be very dangerous, but that's only when they're charging at you. If there's just one though, just hug the rump, just grab that ass, which would be harder to pull off if there were 2 piggies set on you instead of just the one. Alas though, at the end of the day, this is just another bloated enemy with a bloated health bar, and simply not something I could justify placing well in my list. Our third Dark Souls 2 boss now folks, and it's another crappy one. It's the Royal Rat Vanguard, the squadron of rats guarding the way to the Rat King down in the Grave of Saints below Majula. Just like how Bloodborne's Brain Suckers and Man-Eater Boars are basic ass enemies with fancy health bars, much the same can be said of the Royal Rat Vanguard, except instead of there being just one enemy, there's a bunch of them. A cramped room of rodents who emerge crawling from the walls to gnaw you into rock. Yes indeed, attacks from these critters do cause petrification build-up, the very same mortal status effect you have to contend with once again much later if you take on the Royal Rat Authority. Thankfully, even though there's a lot of rats in this room, most of them do just aimlessly scurry around until you get close. In which case, careful, they bite. Though another hazard here are the rat statues throughout the arena, often inhibiting your ability to freely manoeuvre. It's only after you've killed nearly a dozen of the rats though that the big cheese emerges, a rat with a mohawk of all things who is solely responsible for the boss health bar, rather than there being any sort of shared health pool here. It's a very straightforward fight and it's not particularly hard, though I am supremely embarrassed to admit that on my latest playthrough of Dark Souls 2, when I was collecting fresh footage of all the bosses from all these games, I did die to the Royal Rat Vanguard. Not in an ironic way or anything, but as in I actually died, because I'm not good. Look, I don't have an inherent hatred of bosses where you've got a mob of enemies set upon you, but the Royal Rat Vanguard takes one of the most common and boring FromSoft enemies, multiplies them, and sticks you all in a cramped room together, and the result is probably the blandest boss in Dark Souls 2. It's not frustrating or even super boring, it's just highly uninteresting. Aha! It's the Bed of Chaos before the Bed of Chaos. It's Demon Souls' Dragon God, the colossal archdemon lurking in the fiery forbidden depths of Stonefang Tunnel. Yes indeed, just as with the curious case of the Man-Eaters in the night and the Bell Gargoyles, whilst Dark Souls docs like me were whining about the appalling trickery of the Bed of Chaos, Demon Souls disciples were guffawing. They were guffawing because they'd already seen the shtick 2 years previously when they took on the Dragon God, a boss which can definitely be massively frustrating, but who I'd still say is better designed than the Bed of Chaos. Long before we'd all be graced with the gift of Sekiro: Shadows Die Twice, a game where stealth is a central mechanic, we got a stealth-focused boss in Demon Souls. Indeed, the name of the game here is to remain unseen, using the pillars as cover, only moving out when the Dragon God is looking away. You'll know it's unaware of your whereabouts when its many eyes turn yellow, and if they turn red, you'd better get to the next point of cover immediately, or prepare to be one-shotted with a hammer of its mighty fist. You might assume a boss called the Dragon God, one literally submerged up to its waist in liquid hot magma, would employ some manner of fire ability at some point, but no, just get punched. Moving from cover to cover really isn't the scariest part of this fight though, but rather when you have to destroy a blockage, because this takes longer, you're locked into stamina consuming attack animations instead of being able to freely run and roll, and you've got to run back or progress forward to cover once that blockage is cleared. And that moment where you realise you took too long and you hear the roar of the Dragon God is quite scary and very frustrating if you thought you were doing well. The purpose of all this stealth nonsense is to activate a ballista on one side of the arena and then make it to the other one, after which you can finish off the archdemon with a few hits from your weapon, making sure not to get roasted by its steaming hot breath right at the very end. Thus, like the Bed of Chaos, it's not a true fight with any normal sort of foe. Had to wait until Dark Souls 2's old Iron King before we'd get a true battle with a being of this nature, and even then the old Iron King is much smaller, and it's also not all that great a fight. My main gripes with the Dragon God are, kinda like with Sekiro's folding screen monkeys, this just isn't what I want to be doing in this game. It's slow, painstaking, and 9 out of 10 times the punishment for a mistake is death. Death is of course a very common occurrence when playing these games, but one of the most compelling aspects about these games is how in control you are at almost all times. How, when you die against an enemy or a boss, you know it was your fault because you were in control every step of the way. With the Dragon God, you are of course still responsible for your mistakes, but in a much more frustrating and unforgiving way. Whoops, you thought the boss was looking away when in fact you were still just in its line of sight? Fist. Instant fist. And the eyeline thing is another aspect I'm not so big on. Unlike you, or I, the Dragon God has many eyes, on the front and sides of its face, and so it can be difficult to actually tell where it's looking. It's best to look at which direction its head is directly facing as a guide, but even so, this has never felt quite as reliable or intuitive as I think it should. I've had playthroughs where I get through the Dragon God in one try with complete ease, and then others where I can't seem to not keep dying, and it's way worse than struggling on a conventional boss. Because you're not fighting against the boss here, you're fighting against the environment. In a sense, this boss entity is itself one step removed from the fight because you can't even directly attack it until the very end, at which point it's mostly rendered impotent anyway. Impotent. Mind you, it sure is satisfying when you get to land those finishing blows, collect your souls, and see that familiar iconic message pop up on screen. Ha! What an adventure. You know, that really was a demon's souls. Bit more Sekiro for you now please, with the 281 spot going to Akame leader Shizu, the sentinel standing on the colossal tree branch extending out from the grounds of Fountainhead Palace. From a distance, if you happen to be in the mood for a swim, Okami leader Shizu is nothing short of a bane, a baneful, painful bane, because very soon after you take a dip in the drink, either to pick up some golden goodies, kill some carp, or hunt some headless, you're going to be shocked to find out that you're going to get shocked. A result of an electrified ball being kicked from afar into the blue waters. Now this is what I call blitzball. And so you gradually make your way over there, grappling to rooftops, cliffs and branches, battling Okami archers and swordswomen until you make it to the great overhanging branch and are greeted, finally, with a foe that you can just run up and hit a few times while she hops around and it's done. Her ball projectiles are easy to deflect, dodge or block, and while you do have the option to launch a lightning reversal for her special attacks, unless you're already very close to her, you're going to be denied the pleasure of those reversals actually landing and doing any damage due to you being out of range. In summary, really cool concept for a level hazard, and really cool boss arena if you can call this an arena, but the actual fight is surprisingly lackluster, in a way that just doesn't feel right. I get the Mist Noble being really weak and pathetic, but they could have done much more with Okami leader Shizu. Back to Demon Souls now, and in fact it's our second archdemon of the day, how about that? Very different boss to the dragon god of Stonefang Tunnel however, with this discussion instead being concerning the Tower of Latria's Old Monk. Even though this was FromSoft's first Souls game, and even though all the later games have their fair share of darkness and disturbingness as well, Demon Souls really nailed it in the atmosphere department. Some would even say more so than any of FromSoft's subsequent games. I mean, just listen to this ambience from the Tower of Latria's second stage. Terrifying, horrific place crawling with diabolical horrors, with the main man, or should I perhaps say the main mound, as in a mound of fabric, rubbish, responsible is the old monk, a withered husk under the influence of a demon in the form of a vast yellow turban, a design which would go on to influence the Xanthus crowns found in the later games. Very important aspect of this fight to mention here is that your experience with this boss can differ drastically depending on whether or not you're playing online. If you are, then there's a chance that the combatant the game will pit you against here will be player controlled, for potentially a very neat PvP encounter with a twist. Me myself personally though, I'm not a PvP guy, and it's extremely rare I play any games online, and so for me, or anyone playing offline, what this boss boils down to is a very simple, easy fight with an NPC type enemy wielding claws, with the only noteworthy thing about him, other than his outrageous choice of headwear, being a yellow version of Homing's soul arrow which will regularly appear over his shoulders after his HP's gone down a bit. As you can see, I have not ranked the old monk favourably here at all, but that is solely based on the single player experience, which is simply very bare bones. The core here, the idea, is to do it the PvP way, with this way being the lamer alternative. If you yourself have had some really fun multiplayer experiences with the old monk, I respect that, and I get many of you would probably rank this old timer a lot higher. But for a single player sucker like yours truly, the experience leaves rather a lot to be desired. Yet another denizen of the dungeons now, the Chalice dungeons that is, hehehe. It's the Forgotten Madman. He's a madman to be precise. He wields Ludwig's Holy Rifle and Ludwig's Holy Blade, which, as you can see by the pale arcane glow coming off the blade, he enjoys buffing with the empty Phantasm Shell Hunter's Tool. The Forgotten Madman also likes to throw out the Call of Ebritus, though apparently he can use the much hated A Call Beyond also. Yes, I must just be one lucky duck though, because he's never used it on me before. The boss also pulls the old man-eaters / bell gargoyles / twin apes stratagem too, calling in an ally when his health gets to the 50% point, causing a male escort who favours the flame sprayer and Kirkhammer instead. And I mean, that's about all there is to say about the fight. The extra hunter getting called in is a bit of a novelty, I guess, as is the fact that this is the only hunter type boss fight in the Chalice dungeons. But even with the secondary combatant, he's not particularly challenging, and there's nothing novel about his moveset. He just does the same sort of attacks and abilities that you yourself can. The one and only unique element to this fight is his set, the Madman set, because these two are the only entities in the game who wear it, and defeating them is the one and only way to acquire this set for yourself from the inside shop. That's something, I guess, but a unique clothing set alone hardly makes for an interesting or memorable boss, does it? Oh ho ho ho. Now this is a boss I have a dark and checkered past with. Mind you, this was never a boss I'd had all that much trouble with at first. Fights with it would usually be messy and chaotic affairs, sure, but rare that I'd actually die in them. Wasn't until I took on Jory and his inquisitive crew on my level 1 run no Shadow Tree Blessing run of the DLC however that I realised how utterly fucking terrible this boss actually is. Jory is kind of a dungeon boss, waiting for you at the end of Dark Light Catacombs, except instead of the usual copy-pasted catacomb boss arena, you're instead let out into this frenzy-touched cemetery, the point connecting Darklight Catacombs with the Abyssal Woods. Though before being allowed onwards into the woods in search of Midra's Manse, gotta first go through Jory, Elder Inquisitor. Jory is, in essence, not so different from the regular Inquisitors you see further on in Midra's Manse and Ballarat and Enir Ilum, though he does have a unique weapon compared to any other Inquisitor, the Barbed Staff Spear, a weapon very similar in nature to the Great Sword of Damnation used by Midra. Jory's physical attacks aren't really the issue here though, they're the least of it. His ranged capabilities are where you really experience the Inquisition, particularly his rapidly fired golden arcs. These can be extremely difficult to reliably dodge, can be initiated from surprisingly close range, and if he does the attack too close, your chances of getting out of the situation unscathed are very, very low. Pretty rough, but not exactly unforgivable. But do enough damage to Jory and his friends come out to play, those being Candle Inquisitors who can launch physical attacks, spray you with fire, and even launch golden arcs of their own in addition to the ones Jory's launching at you. That's not even all though, because you have the Fat Inquisitors to worry about too, launching homing air to ground slam attacks with the weight of their vast bloated forms, or worse still, their devastating spin charges, and again, must stress, you'll sometimes have to deal with all the shit from all these enemies combined at the same time, and it gets very, very nasty. The summoned Inquisitors can be quickly dispatched with a single attack, or a charge attack in the case of the fat ones, but actually being able to pull this off when your screen is awash with golden arcs, flame breath, and other incantations that I haven't even mentioned yet can be a very tall order. Like I said, I had a beyond miserable time with this boss on my level 1 run, to the point where I honestly thought I just wouldn't be able to proceed onward from here. Quickly realised that earnestly trying to deal with all the summoned entities in addition to Jory's golden arcs just wasn't something I could realistically achieve, and so, loath as I normally am to resort to cheese tactics, I did reluctantly go the way of the cheddar on this occasion, attempting to chain backstabs on Jory before he could teleport away like normal. Trouble was that I could not for the life of me pull this off successfully. It is possible and there's videos on YouTube of people nailing it, but I couldn't. And it was making me pissed off that I couldn't, and to be honest, it was a very shitty and unenjoyable way to play the game anyway. Another aggravating element about this battle is that because it lies at the end of a dungeon, no sight of grace here, only a stake of Marika, which means if you want to properly respec, you need to let yourself die and return to the site of grace at the very beginning of Darklight Catacombs, which really isn't a short dungeon to have to run back through, by the way. After hours of attempts, I did eventually beat Jory, not through cheesy chains of backstabs, but through the savage strength of the Star Fists, my spiked astral saviour. Brilliant weapon, great damage, great stagger damage, really fast charge attacks, and most importantly of all here, bleed build-up. See, although Jory likes to teleport away when you get too eager, allowing him to start with all the summoning business, proccing bleed on him cancels him out of whatever attack he's doing, and also kind of resets the boss's cycle so that his teleporting tendencies are deferred to a bit later, allowing you that bit more time to fist him, and through perseverance and a little bit of luck, I did eventually manage to take Jory down. Now, I don't think it's correct to judge a boss purely based on your experience with them when doing a run with self-imposed restrictions. But I do think it's valid to glean insight from those experiences, because it can help you learn more about a boss. I mean, you can go into any boss leveled and upgraded up to the eyeballs and get hit a ton of times, but it doesn't matter because of how much health and heals you have. Nail the boss and then come away thinking, hey, that boss wasn't so bad. Strip away the luxuries though and raw dog it, and you'll discover who that boss truly is, and in Jory's case, I hated every minute of the experience. In fact, if I was ranking this boss purely on my level 1 run, I would literally put it in last place. But because I'm also taking my regular playthroughs into account, I am happy to show some mercy to the Elder Inquisitor today. Now this one's a real bitch to try and rank, because where the hell do you place him? What are you supposed to do with old King Allant, the swollen, shambling, ulcerated grotesquerie awaiting you within the bowels of the Old One? Obviously this isn't supposed to be a genuine challenge, though somewhat surprisingly Allant does actually have quite a bit of HP, so it's not quite like the Mist Noble where you can take him out super quickly. His offensive capabilities are nothing short of pitiful however, not to mention his mobility. All he can do is slowly shamble in your direction at nothing more than a snail's pace, which is ironic considering he somewhat resembles a snail without a shell on here. Cool detail is, although it's kinda easy to miss because it can be mistaken for some anomalous appendage, Allant does wield the sword Soulsborne in his right stump, though in his current form he has no way of actually attacking you with it. It's a super easy fight to be sure and completely lacking in mechanical complexity, I know, but I just don't feel comfortable ranking it way down at the bottom. I mean, I do have him very low in my ranking here, but he is also above quite a few bosses which boast more complexity and difficulty, and that's because this is a very important fight with boatloads of weight and meaning. You've just came from defeating Allant's demonic reflection at the top of Boletaria, and you've descended below the Nexus to enter into the very maw of the Old One, the massive, mysterious entity responsible for the pandemonium afflicting the world, and after going deeper still, you come face to mutated face with true King Allant, the misanthropic sovereign responsible for the Old One's dread arrival, here for you to witness his new form here in his new home, in the belly of the most powerful, unnameable, unknowable entity in all creation, a kingdom of a different kind. I mean, the likes of patches on the Mist Noble can almost be thought of as joke fights, but for as intentionally easy as it is, there's nothing funny about this battle, and that's why I like it, and why I'm not giving it too terrible a place in my humble ranking. We now move on to the Nox warriors. The Nox monk, as well as his companion, the Nox swordstress, fought in Celia, town of sorcery in Caelid. Compared to the likes of Jory, who I discussed mere minutes ago, I possess nowhere even close to the same degree of vitriol for these two warriors. Rather, this is another case where instead of me feeling disgust and repulsion, I feel nothing. Pretty cool enemies, but not only do you fight plenty of them individually in Nox Stella, but you even fight these same pairs of them there too. There's just nothing special about this encounter, and while I kinda like fighting them, I don't love it. Even if you come here fairly early on, they're not exactly much of a challenge. Not gonna lie though, the flowing hammer used by the Nox monk is an awesome looking weapon. Kinda reminds me of a huge Prince Rupert's drop in weapon form. And yeah, nothing more to say about this duo, sorry. I don't hate them and I don't even dislike them. Even when they pop up in Night Rain, I just nothing them. Now, the Abductor Virgins, a boss which was very nearly not a boss, but if you take Patch's advice and let yourself get swallowed up by the lone virgin at the bottom of the elevator section of Rhea Lucaria Academy, at the end of the passage you end up in, you fight a pair of Abductor Virgin bosses, the Giza's wheel variant and the swinging sickle one too. I'll say right off the bat, kinda lame boss experience. I mean, for as wicked and disturbing as their designs are, and the fact that they seem to be entirely controlled by tangles of serpents housed within their metal bodies, the game uses this enemy a lot. They're a novelty at first, but once you get around the lands between a bit, you see that they're bloody everywhere. You can even see abandoned piles of their constituent parts in certain dungeons. This isn't even the only place which throws more than one of them at you at once. If you enter Mount Gelmir from the Altus Plateau Bridge, then this initial area is absolutely rolling with them. That's not to say that the fight will necessarily be easy for you though, especially if you come here early on. I've dismantled legions of these matronly metal monsters throughout my various playthroughs, and I still struggle to not get hit by their forward charges, sickle swings, and pirouetting rolling rampages, but again, at the end of the day, it's just a pair of Abductor Virgins you'll already have seen a lot of, and which you'll see a ton more of going forward. But I'll tell you what they should have had as a boss here, or at least somewhere, and that's the Headless Abductor Virgin. As far as I know, there's only one of them in the game, located at the rather tucked away hermit village with all the demi-humans on Mount Gelmir. This thing is absolutely fucking mental. It's still filled with angry serpents, but I guess the absence of its head renders the serpents blind because its attacks and movements are extremely erratic and extended. I love that this thing's in the game because it just appears out of nowhere, and in rare fashion for Elden Ring era FromSoft, it's only used a single time, which makes it special. However, I ain't ranking that metal mama because it's not a boss. These are the bosses, and as bosses, there's not a single interesting thing about them. Sorry folks, but we certainly aren't done with the lesser Elden Ring bosses, because at number 274 we have Battle Mage Hughes, found at Caelid's Celia Evergaol. Although he's human shaped, this isn't actually an NPC type encounter. Battle mages are a fairly rare enemy throughout the lands between, and a pretty damn cool one I think. They sport the hooded Haima Academy crown, one which actually slightly increases your strength as well as intelligence when worn. Of course lending itself to the particularly imposing stature and strength of these looming mages in comparison to their smaller, nerdier brethren. These guys sure are quite tough though, thinking nothing of launching savage headbutts and brutal smashes from their heavy clubs, though more notably than that, they cast Gavel of Haima and Cannon of Haima. Particularly intimidating charged glintstone sorceries, far more heavy and destructive in nature than most other spells stemming from glintstone energy. Like I said, cool enemy, but again the battle mage is fundamentally just an enemy, even if you do slap the name Hughes on him and give him a bit more health. It's not even like this is likely to be the first one you'll have seen up until this point either. You probably already encountered battle mages back in Liurnia, and there's also one standing guard outside Celia Hideaway elsewhere in Caelid. So yeah, very decent enemy but completely unremarkable boss. Well, here we go again, another regular enemy, except no. It's actually a boss. It's the scaly Misbegotten, fought in Weeping Peninsula's Morn Tunnel. Turns out the Misbegotten haven't solely taken over Castle Morn in their wrath. They've overrun the mines as well, those ugly sons of bitches. The mines are filled with regular Misbegotten creatures, but you can see none of the big kind until you open those big wooden doors to see this guy on his own in this large rocky opening. I guess he's the boss. Mind you, gotta stress that there is absolutely nothing special or even particularly rare about the scaly misbegottens. You even find several of them in Morn Castle, and you know what? Again, gotta say, cool enemy. I mean, they do take the idea of delayed attacks and dial up to 11 with their slow, uber-charged, swinging, slamming dance of misbegotten death, but I'll let it slide because I think they're a good counterpart to the smaller, faster misbegotten varieties. Though of course at the very top of the pile you have your leonine misbegotten, who appear as both bosses and regular enemies throughout the game. Nothing more to say about this boss that I haven't already said about other such Elden Ring challengers. As a boss, it's not really all that good or bad, it's just a minor hurdle to clear for a modest reward. It's filler to kill a bit of time. What time is it? It's the Beastmen of Farum Azula o'clock, which is actually my favourite time of the day, except not really because this isn't much of a boss, is it? There are two instances of Beastmen of Farum Azula boss fights in Elden Ring, the first being very early on in Limgrave's Groveside Cave, while the second is in Dragon Barrow Cave in Caelid. You know, actually a pretty neat, fun boss fight, at least the one in Limgrave. Groveside Cave is just a hop, a skip and a jump away from the Church of Ella, and being greeted by this very strangely garbed beast person down here is quite a cool surprise, especially considering its heavy curved cleaver and vicious fighting style. It's not very difficult to beat and nor does it have all that much HP, but a neat fight nonetheless. And if this enemy was almost solely consigned to the category of bosses, I'd almost certainly be ranking it higher than I am. The second instance in Dragon Barrow Cave is far less of a surprise or novelty, but does up the challenge quite considerably, with your opponents having far higher stats and with there now being the addition of a curved dagger wielding beastman, devoid of armour but far narrower in frame and nimbler in nature. Grail's Dragon Barrow in general is a sizable step up in difficulty compared to the rest of Caelid, and this fight can be surprisingly difficult if you try and take it on early on. I even managed to die here, and that was with a great rune activated. At the end of the day though, as you discover later in the game when you get to the Beastman's namesake, crumbling Farum Azula, and this isn't the last time I'm going to say this, but turns out it's just a regular enemy. This place is lousy with beastmen, and just like that, the specialness of those earlier encounters is reduced substantially. It's no longer a unique boss that gets repeated again once more later on, it's a standard enemy which is very common in a late game level, its stats scaled down a bunch and stuck in an early game cave. Not a bad enemy or a bad boss, but when all is said and done, not an interesting one either, with nothing unique about it. And the trend doth continueth, with another enemy who would be a boss. It's the Cleanrot Knight, fought solo in Liurnia's Stillwater Cave and then again as a duo in Caelid's Abandoned Cave. Just like your boy Battle Mage Hughes, good freaking enemy you got here, one you may first rather horrifyingly encounter in central Aeonia and Caelid if you get warped there early on, where you can find them rising up from the red swamp to hunt you down with spear, sword and scythe. Definitely one of Elden Ring's elite knight type enemies, harder than your various decorated knights throughout the regions of Lands Between, though not quite as formidable as the likes of the Banished Knights. Their trickiest attack, and one that always gets me, is that fucking cross-weapon block thing that they always do. I always fall for it. Just like with the Kindred of Rot boss encounter, first Cleanrot Knight encounter has you ankle deep in a poisonous mire, which is always fun, though due to these Knights of Malenia having also been afflicted with this Scarlet Rot, they can use and abuse that same dire affliction upon you if you get caught out by that pseudo grab move from the spear, and now you're double fucked. Even so, this one in Liurnia isn't likely to cause much of an issue for most people. By the way, just in case you do watch the footage throughout this whole video and think to yourself, wow, this guy kinda sucks at Souls. Yeah, I know. Leave me alone. Second Cleanrot encounter is actually a bit more tricky, because this time the place is rife with Scarlet Rot rather than poison, and there's two of them, one of which will hurl out golden discs of damaging light from her Halo Scythe, while the other does the annoying bloody cross-blocking move that I mentioned. They don't have a ton of HP here, but they also don't have so little that you can dispatch them super quickly. And I went and died here a couple times when trying to get footage, whoops. Perfectly respectable enemy when fought out in the field, but as a boss it's just hard to care. It's hard to give all that much credit here, especially when they pull off the old poison / rot swamp on me too. Stop doing that, knock it off. We covered the Royal Rat Vanguard a short while ago, a boss which literally is just a room full of rats, rubbish, but now it's time to talk about the other Dark Souls 2 rat boss, which is also rubbish, but which is at least a bit more interesting than the Vanguard. It's the Royal Rat Authority. I don't really like the Doors of Pharos level. I'm sure a lot of folk have good memories of it as a PvP location, but on all my own playthroughs it's simply one of those places I just want to get through. But then I remember, oh yeah, the Royal Rat Authority, that's here too, isn't it? Ugh, go on then, I guess I should. That's about as excited as this boss makes me. At least there is a bonfire right outside the fog wall though. At least it has convenience on its side, if nothing else. First thing you're going to want to do here is take out the wee dogs from range. If you can kill each of them with one shot, then that's a very good thing for you because they're going to start bounding towards you with their little legs after the first projectile is sent their way. And then they will bite. The reason that's a problem is because A, their bites do toxic buildup, which is very bad, and B, the bites also cause petrification buildup, which is very bad. With the pups taken care of, that just leaves the big chief, the true Royal Rat Authority, even though I think the term Royal Dog Authority would be more appropriate here because that's clearly a dog, a massive mangy dog. Truth be told, despite my poor ranking of the boss, I really do like its visual design. I mean, as far as I can tell, it is literally just one of these smaller dogs but with the model scaled way up, and minus the petrification build-up, but with an expanded moveset. That moveset, however, is not an enjoyable one to deal with. Most of the boss's moves involve long wind-up animations with very sudden attacks, and with its body and hurtbox being so big, it doesn't feel so good trying to dodge these attacks. The most egregious of these has to be its forward headbutt lunge thing, which is remarkably difficult to not get caught out by due to its size and off-putting animation. Though when you do get a successful dodge against it, gotta admit it does feel pretty good. Another thing I have to concede is that its regurgitation attack is also disgustingly awesome. This is already a really gross and diseased looking boss, and the way it just vomits out this rancid yellow gloop is sick as fuck, literally. Especially considering it only does it when it's at very low HP, as if you've damaged it so much it has to resort to trying to puke up its stomach acid on you to try and get rid of you. I love that stuff. Don't call me weird. Sick attack or not though, this isn't a sick boss. The small dogs at the start are a complete nuisance, and if you get crowded by them it's all too easy to quickly succumb to petrification. And although I do enjoy the spectacle of the big dog, I most certainly don't enjoy the experience of having to put that big dog down. Count Ymir is a thoroughly interesting chap. I'm sure I wasn't the only one whose curiosity was thoroughly piqued at the sight of this large structure on the map, wondering what it was and what awaited me inside. Well, it's Count Ymir, and he sets you off on a couple of quests to ring the bells found at the finger ruins of Rhea and of Dale, after which you can descend below the cathedral, nail Sword Hand of Knight Anna, kick the shit out of Meter with her stupid fucking lasers, go home and wait for all this to blow over. How's that for a slice of fried gold? Except doing this displeases Count Ymir, and after Sword Hand of Knight Yolan tries to take you out, Ymir once again makes his appearance, and he's got some good news to share. He's pregnant. I'm so fucking happy for you, dude, except I'm not happy because he's gone as mad as a fish. Ymir turns hostile, attacking you, summoning finger creepers from his ripe undercarriage, and throwing out glintstone nails and cherishing finger sorceries, and he can also teleport around the cathedral. It's actually quite an easy encounter to miss, because if you just fast travel off somewhere else after defeating Meter, then you never need to have this confrontation. But then you deprive yourself of the sight of him crapping finger creepers out of his ass. So originally I actually had Count Ymir about 20 places higher on this list, though I didn't really recall that much of the feel of the fight, because he's one of those bosses I've always been able to smoke pretty quickly when I've bothered to take him on. I went and had another go at him for this video though, and I'm very glad I did, because I discovered that this is actually a pretty shit encounter. For a start, you need to defeat Sword of Night Yolan beforehand when she invades you. Okay, whatever, I can do that. Except, if you defeat her and then go on to die to Emir, for some bizarre reason, the game makes you fight her all over again on every subsequent attempt. Why though? Why is that a thing? It's not like she's a part of the boss fight, she's a separate invasion and Emir only appears after she's been defeated. There's no good reason for the game to make you do this. It's dumb and I don't like it. As for Emir himself, other than the fact that he can spawn in finger creepers and teleport about, there's nothing new here. You can pull off the exact same finger sorcery as he can, and even the finger creeper spawning feature is hardly much of a draw either, is it? It's the exact same old done to death enemy from the base game, and the exact same sort of ability that Meta herself was able to do when you just fought her. Thankfully, Emir doesn't have all that much in the way of health, but his teleportation tendencies can still easily draw the fight out for longer than you probably want. Like I said, very glad I took the time to dive back in for another taste of Daddy Emir's fingers. Because if I hadn't, I'd be sitting here talking shite about how, oh, this boss isn't that bad, whereas actually, no, he's pretty bad. So take that, you freak, number 269. Keep your damn hands to yourself next time. We're back to the Chalice dungeon, folks. Specifically your Loran dungeons, because at number 268, I have the Loran Dark Beast. Unbelievably cool enemy design here. For as basic as they are, I think the werewolves are one of Bloodborne's most enjoyable enemies, but the Loran Silver Beast takes that already vicious design and perverts it further, giving us a nightmarish beast of higher intelligence who fights upright and breathes fire from its held torch, but who can also make use of devastating discharges of lightning, just like the Loran Dark Beast and the Abhorrent Beast. Super scary design, fucking mental sideways mouth on this son of a bitch, huge savage claws all the better for swiping you with, my dear, and just a generally very sick and in some ways enigmatic enemy. However, what is it that separates the boss version of Loran Silver Beasts from the kind you fight as regular enemies in the Nightmare Frontier and the Nightmare of Mensis? Well, nothing. Apart from the fact that unlike the Nightmare of Mensis ones, these ones do not explode out in a swarm of maggots when defeated, regardless of the nature of your killing blow. So essentially, even though this is a boss version of a base game enemy, you're actually fighting the easiest version of it. The Loran Silver Beast just isn't a very impressive or interesting boss. It's a stopgap on your way to the far more enjoyable and challenging Abhorrent Beast, and the Loran Dark Beast, whose core enjoyability is somewhat questionable, but who I still think is more impressive than this crazy character. Come here, you crazy character. As with nearly any Demon Souls boss in this list, I rank and discuss it with no small amount of apprehension, because there's always a chance that the boss I'm about to lambast is someone's all-time favourite boss that they have endless nostalgia for. However, whether or not this quotes outrage, I'm picking the Armour Spider for number 267, the oversized subterranean arachnid lurking at the end of the first stage of Stonefang Tunnel. I have never liked the Armour Spider, especially not when it comes at the end of this level, which is pretty damn big and intimidating in its own right for a place you can come to very early on. I mean, I'm sure for most people this is the second level they go to after beating Boetaria's first level. Not least of all because you can get a lot of upgrade materials here, but then along comes this spider. The Armour Spider fires sequences of fireballs from its mouth and sticky webbage at you from its ass, from range as you try and progress through the tunnel to get closer to its body. If you think things are going to be as easy as pie once you make it there though, sadly not, because the boss has two melee moves in its arsenal, the lurching leg slice and a downward slam of sorts, with this one being far easier to evade and punish. I'm really not a fan of the cross slice attack at all, because even if you do time your dodges right, the legs will sometimes still push your character model in a way that I don't think looks or feels very good. After you've gotten in a few attacks though, the spider's face will begin to glow red hot, meaning it's time to get the GTFO out of there, because fire is coming. In the OG, an inferno just kind of appears from the boss's face, but in the remake, you can see it spray out flammable oil first before it all erupts into flame, which I think is a pretty nice touch. My issue with the armor spider is very closely aligned with my Aldea issues. It's that it feels too much for my liking that you're contending with a move cycle, a pattern, rather than an interesting enemy. Especially because, again, just like Aldea with the exception of his teleportation abilities, the armor spider is stationary. You march forward trying to dodge the projectiles, you try and get your hits in whilst dodging its sweeping melee attacks, and then once you see the firestorm being queued up, you run back to the start of the tunnel and repeat, and I really don't like it. I mean, if a move cycle is on full display, but the boss is still fun to fight with an engaging moveset, that's fine. I don't really have any sort of inherent dislike of discernible cycles and patterns and such, but I don't enjoy dealing with any of the armor spider's moves. The projectiles are a bit of a pain to avoid, especially if you get ensnared by any web. The spider's melee moves feel a bit too clumsy to dodge, and I'm not a fan of having the action forcefully reset every time the inferno comes out. Mind you, if you're a filthy magic user, you may well have a far easier time with this boss. Magic does great damage and you don't need to worry about getting up close and personal, though the boss's projectiles do get more and more numerous as the spider gets closer to death. And there you go, those are my 2 cents on the armor spider. It is worth acknowledging here that Demon Souls bosses do tend to be far more mechanic or pattern based compared to the all-out brawls which later FromSoft bosses would largely turn into. And some folks may indeed find the former more enjoyable. I know a lot of people found themselves just a bit bloody fatigued by the time they got to the likes of Millennia and Promised Consort Radahn from Elden Ring, but me myself personally as an arachnophobe, well Armor Spider, it's gonna be an arachno no from me to you. Why are you even here? This is literally a boss that appeared in a different FromSoft game called Ninja Blade, which released a week before Demon Souls. Get the fuck out of here! So there you go, not a big fan of spiders, am I? But how about centipedes? How about Dark Souls 1's own centipede demon? Surely one of the most chaotic creatures to have crawled from the infernal flames of chaos. One found guarding the entrance into Lost Izalith at the end of the Demon Ruins. And I mean that too. The visual design of the centipede demon is, and even though I normally abhor the use of this word, I'll permit it here, its design is nothing short of bonkers. This design is absolutely bananas, with the name Centipede Demon really perfectly describing its appearance. It is literally a bipedal demon composed of centipedes, and I don't love it. I mean, I know Dark Souls demons literally are products of chaos, but for as silly as it might sound, the form of this thing is just a bit too chaotic for my liking. It can be difficult to know precisely what it is you're looking at from some angles, especially with all that extra wriggling and writhing going on. Even when the boss is standing in place, those little legs at the bottom of the large centipede segments, which make up its arms, head and tail, are constantly going at it. The most grounded parts of its anatomy are its big legs and lower torso, which I guess are relatively normal. For a demon, I mean. Its upper torso is fucking crazy though, having a chest featuring exposed, teeth-like ribs covering a vertically aligned core of constantly burning chaos fire. Watch out for that grab attack. Oh, and while we're here, if you look down from the upper levels of the Demon Ruins earlier on, you can actually see the centipede demon attached to the walls, right where it drops down from at the start of its boss cutscene. Really cool stuff. Boss aside for a second though, another defining feature of this fight is of course the arena, most of which is covered in magma. Not the laughable substance you wade through in Elden Ring, oh no. Dark Souls 1 magma, which does this. You only have a few small, narrow islands to work with here, but due to them being partially disconnected from each other, you're forced to either jump or roll from one to another. Always taking off a bit of health before the bloody fight's even started, that's annoying. Something I do really appreciate though is the fact that you can overcome this arena hazard by first cutting off the tail of the demon and then killing the tail. yielding up the orange charred ring, an item which is mandatory to make it through Lost Izalith, but which, optionally, can be equipped to make this fight itself a bit more manageable by allowing you to walk onto the magma at minimal personal risk. It's a fun wee twist to the usual Dragon Tail thing, where instead of getting a big crazy weapon that you almost certainly don't have the stats to even equip yet, you actually get, well, another enemy, and then eventually a ring. Me myself personally though, as a person, even though I do appreciate that you can get the ring midway through the fight instead of at the very end, I pretty much never actually do this. You can beat the boss just fine without having to tread out into the magma, and I also don't want to have to open up my inventory with this screaming demon bearing down upon me as I frantically try and find the ring in the menus. Just as I said, I found the Centipede Demon's visual design to be that bit too messy for my liking. Well, exactly the same is true of the fight. I almost never have a flipping clue what's happening when I'm anywhere close to this boss. Thanks to the excessive degree of constant movement all about its model, I find it that bit too hard to tell one attack from another, and it can be hard to tell where an attack's even going to land, never mind when. The screen's shaking, you're getting pushed around by the large boss model, you can't tell what's happening, there's fucking lava everywhere and it's a bloody mess. On top of that though, lots of its attacks are oddly easy to not get hit by. I haven't looked into the Centipede Demon's hitboxes, but they seem smaller than I would assume they should be by looking at the animations. Sometimes even though I am right in the firing line of an attack, I'll just kind of take no damage. Thanks? Because of this, even though all the elements are there for the Centipede Demon to be an absolute centipede dick of a boss, I never struggle with it. I have died to it before, but only I think like maybe twice ever in my life. It's not like FromSoft put no effort into the Centipede Demon. I mean, there's a proper unique element here with this floor hazard, and it's got its own intro cutscene, and for as mental as its visual design is, I certainly don't think it's a lazy design. It is pretty cool in an over-the-top sort of way, but the experience of actually fighting it is just very messy and loose, and even though I don't consider it a difficult boss, I always do still feel somewhat uncertain when entering this arena, because I'm never entirely confident that I actually understand the boss. Even its placement here is kind of odd, because you just got done beating the demon Fire Sage and then 3 minutes later, here's another demon. But that's just the demon runes for you, ain't it? Let's move over to Dark Souls 2, to the big lad guarding the way to Earthen Peak. It's the Covetous Demon. Okay. Let me start off by saying something you might find a bit perplexing, especially considering how low I've placed this boss on my list, but I like the Covetous Demon. I've finished Dark Souls 2 many times, yet there's never been an occasion where I think, oh crumbs, gotta fight this boss now, because that's how I talk. No, it's a super basic fight to the extent where you can largely view the Covetous Demon as a punching bag of sorts, which is ironic considering the fact that it's kinda shaped like a bag. The demon's attacks consist of jumping air to ground slams, lateral rolls and the occasional hammer of the tail and slash of the claws, though from long range it can spew forth a rather easily avoidable barrage of red vomit, which, if you look closely at it, you can see is actually collections of bones from the victims the demon has devoured. This even plays into an easily missable boss mechanic here, where if you break one of the pots hanging overhead, the demon will get distracted by the tasty living snack and devour it whole, giving you the chance for some free damage. It's free real estate. Oddly though, when I tried this again in my latest playthrough, the pots just wouldn't break. Maybe because I was using fire arrows, I don't know, it was lame. The rotund rascal can even try and eat you, though I don't have my own footage of it, so here's someone else's. You'll notice that it removes all your clothes for some reason. I mean, FromSoft could have made it so that the boss just gets a buff or some health recovery from this move, but no, I just bet there was a weird guy at the back of the FromSoft meeting room who piped in with, what if the grab removed all the characters' clothes instead, and they just went with it? That is the perplexing thing about the Covetous Demon though. It's such a simple and easy boss, and yet it's got this rare vomit attack, this even rarer grab move, or maybe it just seems rare because I've never been caught out by it. And it has this unique distraction mechanic which you can easily never notice is even a thing. I mean, I say it's perplexing that all this extra stuff's here, but perplexing in a good way. I love secrets and mechanics and layers like this, even if they're not necessary. While we're here, should also mention that we did get a repeat performance of the Covetous Demon in the third and final of Dark Souls 2's DLCs, where as far as I can tell its moveset is identical, with the only difference being that it's white here as opposed to its usual gross grey self. I harbour no ill will towards the Covetous Demon. I enjoy him, I enjoy the hidden depths of his body, hidden depths of the battle, and I actually kind of like that you get to fight him again in Elium Lois. However, even despite that enjoyment, this is such a non-fight in terms of challenge. The Covetous Demon isn't much more than an opportunity to test out your damage. Like I said, he's a punching bag. An opportunity for some more souls, and not a serious contender for any sort of respectable place in this ranking. And now for a boss I actually find kinda cute. It's the Spirit Caller Snails, found in Liurnia's Road's End Catacombs and the Spirit Caller Cave, found in the mountaintops of the Giants. First time you step into the arena with one of these glowing gastropods can be quite a confusing moment indeed, because while the caption above the boss health bar clearly reads Spirit Caller Snail, you'll find yourself up against an enemy which is quite clearly not a snail. This is a Crucible Knight, not a Crucible Knight. Huh? Well, the secret of the snail is that it is nothing more than a coward, because instead of facing you itself, it's content to hide away in its shell and summon fearsome spirits to fight on its behalf. You don't actually need to fight the Crucible Knight here at all though, not least of all because it'll just get summoned back again upon defeat. Though while there will be a pale glow in the corner of the room indicating the presence of the boss, defeating the knight will fully reveal the dancing, swaying form of the snail, which again I do find quite adorable. Second Spirit Caller Snail fight is actually quite a bit trickier. Even before you get to the fog gate, you'll fight a few such snails on the way, who summon forth spectral wolves and knights, though of course, taking down the summoner will banish all summoned entities. I actually find it quite cathartic to do this, though nothing will ever compare to the joy of taking out that first Reaper in the Shrine of Storm's second stage. Anyway, in this boss fight, you're up against a blooming Godskin Apostle, and then straight after that, a flippin' Godskin Noble, and this time, you have to fight them before the snail will reveal itself. I didn't know this at the time, and so you can see me desperately searching for some sign of this slimy snail in the shadows, but nope, gotta face the whole bloody Godskin ensemble first. Mind you, at least it doesn't make you fight both of them at once. Can you imagine the game making you do that? The Spirit Caller Snails are kind of interesting in that the challenge isn't the boss itself, it's its minions which are not in any way unique to these encounters. At least it isn't regular enemies it's throwing at you though, it's bosses, all of which I actually enjoy quite a bit. And so while I haven't exactly ranked the Spirit Caller Snail very well here, I am happy to put it a bit above a bunch of these other bosses. At number 263 we have leader Shigenori Yamauchi, the very first mini-boss you fight in Sekiro. Look, no shade on this dude, there is literally nothing wrong with him. I haven't placed him quite low down because of any sort of flaw in his design or implementation. Instead, he's just a very basic mini-boss there to introduce the concept that some opponents are going to require more than one death blow to be truly defeated. His moveset is a bit more varied than the run-of-the-mill swordsman directly preceding him, but there's nothing too advanced about his arsenal of attacks, and unlike the more challenging general type mini-bosses later on, he doesn't have any perilous attacks at his disposal. That said, he can still put a hurting on you. If I'm out of practice with Sekiro on a new playthrough and my reflexes are a bit slow, it's not exactly unheard of for me to die here, I'm not ashamed to admit it. All that said, he is just a minor mini-boss, and while there certainly are some mini-bosses in Sekiro which I rate extremely highly, leader Shigenori Yamauchi is too much on the basic and introductory side, I'm afraid. Also, you can fight a clone of the guy as a regular enemy near Ashina Castle, who, funnily enough, actually does have a slightly expanded moveset compared to the mini-boss version. The Mimic Tier, me. You don't ever actually have to go near these silvery shapeshifters, but if you're interested in doing Ranni's questline and you find yourself on the way to Nokron, got to fight one to be allowed passage into the Ancestral Woods, whilst the Stray Mimic Tier can be fought within the hidden path to the Haileytree dungeon. The Mimic Tier's gimmick is pretty bloody simple, it's even in its bloody name. It looks at what weapon, armour, spells and even items you have equipped and turns into a copycat of you, though thankfully it does only get one drink of Crimson Tears. Because it mimics your build in this way, as many people figured out, you can manipulate this by unequipping everything and then after you pass through the fog, just equip all your stuff again, not so much evening out the odds but rather heavily stacking them in your favour. Mind you, you really shouldn't have to do this because it's just not a difficult fight. Even on my level 1 run I absolutely pissed this, though maybe that's because I was level 1, the boss was weak too. I don't know exactly how the algorithms work. Also, even though the second instance of this boss is called the Stray Mimic tier, as far as I can tell there's literally no functional difference between the two encounters. It still just copies your shit like normal, but instead of you getting something relevant for beating it, like the Mimic tier Mast, which can be really handy thanks to its 8-point arcane bonus, beating the Stray Mimic tier simply awards you with the Black Flame Monk Amon's Ashes. I've never used it. And that is the Mimic tier. Pretty cool concept and a decent wee twist on your usual NPC type fights, but even so, by definition there is nothing new to experience here. The Mimic element isn't expanded on in the second encounter and neither encounter is particularly difficult. At number 261 we have our third contestant from Elden Ring's Realm of Shadow. It is the Lamenter, who dwells deep within the appropriately named Lamenter's Jail. The Lamenter is another NPC type fight, but hold your horses there, damn you, before you go dismissing this lamentable soul, because there's actually some rather interesting elements at play. First off, he's weird looking. This is an odd looking fella, and that's because he has the Lamenter's mask buff activated. The same sort of thing as the game's 2 dragon transformation buffs. You even get gifted the Lamenter's mask for beating this boss, providing buffs to both defense and arcane. Back to the battle though, you might find yourself a bit confounded once the Lamenter disappears after only a few attacks from you, but once he does reappear he brings with him a cohort of duplicates, which is where the fight's gimmick actually comes into play. See, if by the end of this sub-phase you didn't take out all the clones, your character will get a creepy Lamenter mask hovering over their head for every clone missed, and if this counter reaches 7, instant death. Mind you, even though I saw the masks during this fight, I didn't actually know what the fuck they meant, though thankfully the counter didn't climb higher than 7 before I was able to slam the Lamenter into next Sunday. Not a very memorable duel and the actual enjoyability of it is pretty limited, but I'm not going to treat it as harshly as I have some other NPC type fights covered thus far. There's a unique death mechanic here and the boss's strange appearance goes beyond a mere new armour set. It's actually a brand new transformation buff which, although I'm not interested in actually using, I can still appreciate, thanks very much. Well, now it's taken us quite a while, but we finally reach our first Dark Souls 3 boss, a title which many, including myself, argue is the FromSoft game with the highest average boss quality. Not every boss in the game is a humdinger, but there are very few which can truly be called bad, or weak, or shit. The subject of number 260, however, is most certainly not one of my favourites. It's Half-Light, Spear of the Church. With the exception of the Champion's Grave Tender, which only half falls into the category, Half-Light is the only NPC type boss fight in the game. That is the encounter situated between you and good Princess Filianor, who's having a snooze beside her giant egg. Pretty freaking dramatic and dare I say intimidating start to the proceedings when the big man himself, Judicator Argo, gets really pissed off at you for intruding. But although he can and will knock you round a bit if you get a bit too cocky, the true foe here is Half-Light, flanked by his faithful guardians. The twist here though is exactly the same as the one in Demon Souls' old monk fight. If you're playing online, you might just find yourself fighting against a player rather than Half-Light himself, in which case your experiences with this boss may well be radically different and more enjoyable than my own. Just as with the old monk though, I'm not ranking the multiplayer experience here, but the single player one, which comparatively is not all that good. Half-Light's weapon of choice is the Frayed Blade, a katana which has a dex requirement of 40 by the way, which is freaking nuts. I always thought Morgoth's cursed sword from Elden Ring was high as hell at 35, but you take that number and add 5 to it, and buddy, you've got yourself that. Half-Life uses it most effectively, making liberal use of its special attack, a clear precursor to the Moonveil's transient Moonlight Ash of War from Elden Ring. Though this katana is not magic based. Half-Life is one versatile son of a bitch though, because as well as his katana based offense, he'll happily pull out a bow and pepper you with arrows from range, and all the while you've got 1 or even 2 church guardians hot on your ass too, who can even heal themselves and half-light up via miracles. It can definitely turn into something of a hectic fight, particularly if you aren't able to take down the guardians quickly. But even so, I've never really struggled with Half-Light on any of my playthroughs, though I'd also never go as far as to call him trivial either. As far as Soulsborne NPC type fights go, he's certainly not the worst, though I do think he's the worst boss in Dark Souls 3, not because he's really bad, but because this is just a rather weak fight, especially in comparison to the remaining roster of Dark Souls 3 bosses. For number 259, I've got a little bit of that Prowling Magus and Congregation for you. The mob boss found a bit of the way into Brightstone Cove, Seldora. I don't like Brightstone Cove, Seldora, never have. Dark Souls 2 does have some very enjoyable levels in it, but this ain't one of them. As for Prowling Magus and Congregation, meh. I mean, it's quite an inoffensive fight, isn't it? Got 2 boss health bars to deal with here, but whilst one of them is for the Magus itself, the other is a shared health pool for its congregation, made up of a pair of clerics and a bunch of these undead hollow zombie dudes. The clerics make liberal use of miracles, throwing out projectiles of lightning and group heals, while the Magus utilises hexes. Whoa, that's interesting, eh? No? Look, I'm trying here. Joking aside for a second, I look at this boss fight in a very similar way to how I look at the Covetous Demon. This isn't a proper challenge, it's an opportunity to throw your weight around a bit, to revel in the thrill of charging in and taking away half the boss's health bar in a single sequence of attacks. Cause yeah, none of these guys are particularly tanky. That said, their damage output can sneak up on you if you're not careful, and so it's certainly not beyond the realms of possibility to suffer a death if you get a bit overconfident. And let's face it, no one wants to die to the prowling bloody Magus and its congregation now, do they? Most annoying element of this brawl for me though is the undead dudes, because depending on what sort of weapon you're using, they can be really awkward and annoying to, actually hit. Still not as bad as trying to hit a fucking crystal lizard in this game though. And there you go. I compared this motley crew to the Covetous Demon, but for as weak as this fight is, I still do think it has a bit more flavour going for it than the big guy. Less mechanics, sure, but at least these dudes have actual attacks and spells, rather than mostly just trying to roll over onto you or eat your clothes. Oh my god, it's hot! I'm as hot as a kettle or something. I think I need some shade. A cemetery shade, and that is good writing. Elden Ring's Cemetery Shade is one of those bosses that's pretty easy to forget about, and before I set about playing through all these games again to collect fresh footage of nearly every single boss, it wasn't a boss I was super experienced with. It does actually appear in 3 separate base game dungeons though, in the Weeping Peninsula, Liurnia and Caelid. And you can even find it as a regular respawning enemy, not only in the lands between but also in the Realm of Shadow, namely in Cerulean Coast. Cemetery Shades are one of Elden Ring's more unique looking creatures in this world, basically looking like human shaped shadows with a pair of bright eyes, and arms which wield the mantis blades. Extendable curved swords which you yourself can farm them for, but which for some bizarre reason don't do any bleed build-up, even though the boss can bleed the ever-loving shit out of you with them. Come on, give me bleed. Never mind the shaded aspect of the entity though, cause how about the goddamn horned crab clinging to its head? It's one of those features that's oddly easy to miss, especially if you don't look at it hard and your brain just assumes the horns belong to the shades, but no. That guy's got a crab on his head, and I want answers. The Cemetery Shade's main method of attacking is with its mantis blades, and I don't know about you, Steve, or Alison, or whatever your name is. I'll just pretend your name is Alison, because there was a pretty lady I used to like who was called Alison, and so I like that name. But the point is this. Whilst the Cemetery Shade is nowhere even close to being the enemy or boss that I consider to be the hardest in the game, I do find it to be one of the hardest to not get hit by. Its melee attacks are fucking relentless, super fast, surprisingly varied, and let's not forget the whole bleed aspect. Also, for as nimble as the Shade is, it also gets the benefit of being able to teleport around, often just as you're moving in for an attack or two. Then there's the question of the crab. For as outlandish as its appearance may be, it ain't just for show. When you've got a bit of range on the Cemetery Shade, the crab will spit a gross globule of gluey sputum at you, paralysing you in place and sometimes teleporting in for the dreaded crab grab. So yeah, the Cemetery Shade is a ferocious boss with a vicious moveset and a crustaceous quirk. Thankfully, what stops it from ever being all that difficult a challenger is that it's incredibly fragile. As difficult as it can be to actually catch up to the boss, when you do hit it, it damn well feels it, which is a nice way to balance out its relentless offense. Certainly not one of the game's better bosses, and I'm not a big fan of the dubious way it's utilised as a regular enemy throughout a couple of levels, but it's fine, I guess. Curseblades, you like them? They're a bit of a bastard, aren't they? Yes, is the answer. And unless you're some sort of hunk, you probably got creamed by the one at the start of Gravesite Plain, the first time you nervously ventured into the realm of shadow. Well, in the deepest, darkest depths of the Bonnie Everjail just off from the village of the same name, Curseblade Labyrinth awaits. So, unless I'm missing something here, this is just a regular Curseblade, except it can enshroud the arena in thick darkness, and that's about the long and short of it. Curseblades are of course very difficult enemies to beat, with crazy mobility, high damage and combo for days. Not to mention that they can also throw out projectiles and even the occasional grab. Indeed, as my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather used to say to us every Sunday at midnight, if anything's gonna get your panic rolling, it's a Curseblade. I love you, great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. There is not a day that goes by where I do not think of the gentle warmth of your moustache. The thing here though is that for some reason this guy's as soft as the dickens. The first Curseblade's a pain in the ass because you're completely unfamiliar with its moveset, and you have 0 Shadow Tree blessings to your name, so even though it's not a boss, totally normal to die to it several times even. This boss version on the other hand just has barely any HP for a boss, especially for a DLC boss, and if you've got a good few Shadow Tree blessings here, which you most likely will by this point, you can take the damn thing out in 9 or 10 hits. Yes, it's darkened here, but it's just not a big enough impediment to make things sufficiently difficult, and nor is it quite enough to make the boss adequately interesting or even worthwhile in my humble MHO. Next up we have Miranda the Blighted Bloom, found in Altus Plateau's Perfumer's Grotto. Now, an Omen Killer also appears in this battle, even has his own boss health bar, but I'll be ranking Omen Killers separately quite a while from now. Although Miranda flowers are rather a common being throughout the Lands Between, coming in several different varieties, outside of Night Train this is the one and only time it's fought as a boss. I see Miranda flowers as something of a staple of Elden Ring. That's not to say I find them super fun to fight or anything, but I do find them to be interesting and weird, and I think this game world would be worse off if these man-eating plants were ever to wilt and wither, even if they do freak me out a bit with the way their heads extend skyward in anticipation of their aspects of the Crucible Bloom attack. Something about this attack makes me unaccountably uncomfortable. We're specifically talking about this boss encounter though, and I'll tell you what, of all the Miranda flower variants in the game, I find this one to be the most beautiful. Love the yellow and purple coloration going on with its petals. It looks bloody lovely if you don't mind me saying. Other than that though, and other than that nasty Omen Killer with his nasty Omen Killer cleavers, there's not a damn other unique thing about this fight. It has the exact same attacks as regular Miranda flowers, and this one doesn't even have any of the wee baby flowers rustling around. Once the Omen Killer's taken care of, just walk up and hit it a bunch. If it slams its head down at you, who cares? And if you see it do its divine powers of light, just move out of the way a bit, you'll be fine. In conclusion, very attractive looking enemies, but apart from its aesthetics, there's really nothing much else to say here, and even those aesthetics are cheapened with the fact that there's a bunch of regular enemy Miranda flowers with this exact same colour scheme on the way to the boss arena. Come on Miranda the blighted bloody bloom, you have to try a bit harder than that to please me. Oh lord, it's the Capra demon from Dark Souls 1's lower undead burg, the machete wielding fiend with a bull skull for a head, which is odd considering the fact that Capra is a term associated with goats, not cows, but hey, let's not split hairs. The Capra demon is for sure one of the most notorious bosses in Dark Souls 1. On your first playthrough, even though the Asylum demon can give you a nasty shock when it jumps down from above and you see how much damage it does, it's all balanced out when you realise you can take off near half its HP with a nice plunge attack. And maybe the Taurus demon gives you a nasty fright when it also jumps down from above and you see how much damage it does, but again, all balanced out when you take off a bunch of its HP with a plunge attack. The Bell Gargoyles are a massive early game hurdle for a lot of people, for sure. Potentially a damn frustrating one. But that really is rather a decent boss which you will eventually overcome if you go in with the right strategy in mind, and there's always Solaire's summon sign there if you really need it. But then you walk through this fog wall for the first time and are greeted with death. Swift death, either death by dog or from nearly immediately getting obliterated by a pair of great machetes, leaving you sitting there thinking, what the fuck was that? Indeed, that is the normal first impression most people take away from the Capra demon encounter. The boss is situated very close by the entrance, giving you precious little time to get your bearings after passing through the fog. There are not one but two dogs here who will immediately rush you in addition to the threat of the muscle-bound, dual-wielding demon. And worst of all, this is one of the all-time smallest Soulsborne boss arenas. It may even be the #1 smallest. It's a recipe for disaster, especially with it occurring relatively early on in the game, where it's entirely possible, or even likely, that you don't yet have much of a handle on all the mechanics. I've stated this a bunch of times in past videos when discussing Dark Souls 1, but it genuinely wasn't until my second or even third playthrough that I even discovered what invincibility frames were. The game doesn't give you any indication that you can just roll through attacks, and so at first I always either rolled away from attacks or blocked them to varying success. All that said, in reality, if you know what you're doing, this really isn't a hard fight. Gotta roll past the boss straight away and get those blasted dogs taken care of sharpish. You can do this from ground level, but a popular strategy is to just use the stairs to the left to isolate the dogs and take them out so that you've just got the demon to worry about, who, although dangerous, isn't all that fast, doesn't have all that much HP, and whose moveset is actually quite basic. The Capra demon doesn't have any special tricks up its sleeve, it just likes hitting you with big blades. If you're not confident with taking it on face to face, you can simply repeatedly use the stairs so as to control the pace of the battle, and if you have any magic, archery or throwables on hand, this gives you a great chance to use them. I'll level with you, I enjoy the Capra demon just fine when I play through Dark Souls 1 these days, without feeling even the slightest danger that I'm going to die, but that doesn't mean I still won't throw out some condemnation towards it. I will never forget the intense frustration I felt in my first proper playthrough, walking through the fog wall, getting destroyed in seconds, and then having to fight through all the goddamn thief enemies in the lower undead burg every damn time. There are lessons for the player to learn here, not least of all the importance of good positioning and to isolate weaker enemies from more dangerous ones, but like I said, the proximity of the Capra demon to the fog wall and the tiny arena makes these lessons unnecessarily brutal. Furthermore, I feel this boss gets somewhat retroactively cheapened with the sloppy way they later go on to be copy and pasted in the demon ruins. Even so, in a way the Capra demon is a historically important boss. with its moveset going on to be the basis for future FromSoft enemies. For example, Mergo's Chief Attendant from Bloodborne and the Omen Killers from Elden Ring, who I actually think are really great enemies. As for this boss encounter though, well, all things considered, I'm afraid I must give it a bit of a thumbs down. Ah, the Bell Gargoyles, what a pleasure. This truly is a pleasure and a privilege. A boss fight both infamous and rather famous. Oh wait, hold on. Oh god. Sorry, my mistake. We're talking about the other Dark Souls series Gargoyles fight. It's Dark Souls 2's Belfry Gargoyles, fought not in the heights of the Undead Parish, but rather of Belfry Luna. Before I get onto this fight, do have to highlight one thing I discovered on my latest playthrough, which is these scenes of several gargoyles flying and roaring through the air above the Lost Bastille. Happened to me both in this part of the level and then again later on at the top of Sinner's Rise. I suppose there'll be some people watching this who may be thinking, yeah, of course, so what, but me myself personally, even though I've finished Dark Souls 2 about 20 goddamn times, I have somehow never seen this before. I guess because I normally take on the gargoyles directly after nailing the sentinels, where in this playthrough I didn't have a spare Pharos Lockstone to get into Belfry Luna at the time and so couldn't. All those theatrics aside though, I don't enjoy this fight. I think it kinda sucks a bit. Whereas Dark Souls 1's version of this boss initially has you take on a single gargoyle, with a second one joining in after the first is sufficiently damaged, in Dark Souls 2 things progress a lot quicker. As soon as you stroll in through the fog, there will immediately be one coming to life to greet you. You can attack it during this animation, but be careful not to get caught out by its opening attack. Though that's a bit rich coming from me, because even though I know it's coming, I always somehow manage to get caught out by it anyway. And just barely after you and Gargoyle number 1 have even made your introductions, Gargoyle number 2 joins the show, and just as things are getting really hot and heavy and wet, Gargoyle number 3 says, hey, what about me? With subsequent Gargoyles regularly joining in as you whittle the shared boss health pool down. Moveset wise, it's a very similar sort of deal here to how it was in Dark Souls 1, with the gargoyles having excellent mobility, an assortment of melee attacks, and even the ability to breathe fire in wide swathes. The problem with them here in Dark Souls 2 though is just that there's bloody more of them now, isn't there? As you might quickly work out, important strategy here is to focus fire on one at a time, otherwise things can easily get excessively messy when you have 3 or 4 of the fucking things chasing you down, making it very difficult to actually get any damage in without just trading hits and probably coming off worse off. If you're a magic, miracle or hex aficionado, hey, you might have a much easier time managing multiple gargs. But if you're a melee player like me, and especially if your damage output isn't quite up to scratch yet here, prepare for something of an ordeal. If that is the case where you're just not able to take out any one gargoyle fast enough, this is definitely one of those fights where it's completely understandable, nay advisable, to just leave it and come back later, especially because it's an optional fight anyway. I don't have any inherent dislike of boss callbacks to previous games. Even when Dark Souls 3 came out and lots of people were rolling their eyes at all its Dark Souls 1 references, my opinion on the matter was, I don't really see the problem because I really like Dark Souls 1 and I really like Dark Souls 3 too. And you know what? Even though I have gone back and forth on it a bit over the years, I really like Dark Souls 2 too. But that doesn't mean I'm giving you a free pass, Belfry Gargoyles, because I could have done without this sort of fucking nonsense. Hey, you want to bring back a boss from a previous game? Fine. That's exactly what they did with the old Dragon Slayer in Hyde's Tower of Flame, which I happen to think is a very decent and enjoyable fight. When I fight the Belfry Gargoyles on the other hand, the only thing I'm thinking is, these silly gargoyles should have been left well alone. Okay, so if some of you do howl in protest at me putting this next boss quite so far down in my ranking, okay, alright, so be it. Because you know what? For as much as I enjoy this boss's design and the aesthetics of its moveset, I really don't like fighting it at all. It's the Red Wolf, with the Radagon version being fought in the Academy of Rhea Lucaria and the Champion version being fought in Gelmir Hero's Grave. And there's also a few lesser Red Wolf mini-bosses running around the lands between who don't have the ability to summon spectral golden swords from their mouths. Like I said, really great design, just a very sleek big wolf with a luscious coat of red fur, of the same fiery hue as the hair of its namesake, Radagon, who once dwelled within this very academy alongside Renala. Absolute bloody cracker of a boss arena too. And when coupled with the boss's design and the obvious callbacks to Great Grey Wolf Sif with the whole sword in the mouth aspect, you might think this is going to be an epic fight, surely a fan favourite in the making, everyone's new favourite woof woof. However, in my opinion, no. I never have fun fighting the Red Wolf. For a start, I can't stand its melee attacks. They're the kind that come out really suddenly, in the same way used by the likes of Rune Bears, and certainly the Golden Hippo. The charge, hold, and then this super quick hit. Another main offensive feature of this boss, however, is its magical moves, because in addition to its sorceress sword, it can generate delayed glint blade projectiles and even a glintstone comet shard style attack. Sometimes the wolf will even prime up its projectiles, and then just when they're about to fire off at you, it will dash in so that you have the choice to either dodge the projectiles and get caught by the dash attack, or vice versa, and I don't like it. And speaking of melee attacks, maybe I'd feel more kindly towards this cunning canine if the fucking thing would sit still for a bloody second and actually let me hit it. The thing about the Red Wolf is that it's constantly running and jumping about and then dashing in for a melee combo, then dashing off again, then initiating the delayed glint blade attack, and then dashing back in again for an attack before fucking off again, and sometimes it just feels unreasonably difficult to be able to get a hit in. Even in Night Rain it's the same thing, if not even worse, despite you having better mobility in that game, and despite there being 3 of you. I remember my level 1 run of Elden Ring, where the Red Wolf of Radagon was my first awful experience in that playthrough. Took forever, I died a ton of times, and I had no fun. But even on a regular playthrough, this is a sadly unpleasant boss. Fighting an opponent with significant melee and ranged capabilities is one thing, but when you add such a level of mobility to that opponent too, the result is a really frustrating boss experience that doesn't feel fun to fight, and things are no different in the Red Wolf of the Champion fight either. I mean that literally too, by the way. This fight is identical to the first one, except its stats are a bit higher. Look, I would have loved to have put the Red Wolves much higher on my list, and in fact I did initially have it a bit higher, but then once I got to thinking and writing about them, I knew that wasn't where they belonged. Doesn't matter if they have a nice design with smooth animations if I can't stand fighting the damn things. And now for another Shadow of the Erdtree appearance, and it's another NPC type fight, Rakshasa, who could be fought within the Eastern Nameless Mausoleum. One of 4 different such mausoleums in the Realm of Shadow, each of which contains a unique tarnished style challenger to face. I will start off by being somewhat charitable to this boss. She does wear a unique armour set which is dropped upon defeat, and the same can be said of her sword. Rakshasa's Great Katana, and oh my what a katana. Red rimmed with blood and possessing a unique Ash of War, Weed Cutter, and this is where the unpleasantness stems from in this fight. Rakshasa will use Weed Cutter frequently, and to the point where it sometimes seems like she's just never gonna bloody stop. Got all of that infinite stamina. Not to mention the damnable hyper armour whilst the sequence of slashes is ongoing. With it being a great katana, one of only 3 in the game, it has excellent range, not to mention the ability to throw out thrust attacks, and couple that with the often alarming and surprising forward travel of Weed Whacker, Weed Cutter, and you've got a really annoying fight on your hands, potentially. Maybe if this was the base game, Rakshasa wouldn't be such a pain, but this is the DLC where everything's stats are jacked way the hell up. And even with a ton of health, sturdy armour and a good few Shadow Tree blessing levels, you're still going to feel the burn if you get hit. And it all just makes for rather a frustrating fight. Though I guess if you're a keen parrier, then disregard that, because this Ash of War, or should I say Ass of War, seems practically made to be parried. Rakshasa isn't a terrible opponent or anything, but she can be pretty annoying, and although she is wearing some cool, unique gear, at the end of the day, it's still just an NPC type fight, which I can only ever have limited respect and appreciation for. Well, that's one of the nameless mausoleums crossed off. What's next? Another one. Let's travel far to the south, to Cerulean Coast, and then off under the very sea to a near isolated island where the southern nameless mausoleum can be found, containing the Dancer of Rana. It's another NPC, and again wearing a unique set and wielding a unique weapon, the Dancing Blades of Rana. Although this weapon's moveset isn't as big and devastating as Rakshasa's Great Katana, it still merits some caution, lest you be caught in the entrancing dance of these crimson-stained, dual-wielded blades. What's more is that it has a similarity to the aforementioned Weed Cutter Ash of War, with the Unending Dance Ash of War also being one which will persist for as long as the user has stamina to spend. It's essentially Weed Cutter but for Dex aficionados, and indeed it makes the fight rather a challenging one. She may be clothed in the light garb of a dancer, but this old girl's still got her fair share of HP to whittle down. A further offensive addition here is the Perfume of Rana attack she throws out, and one which you can use yourself after beating the boss. Makes you have to be extra cautious at all times. Because even if you have her unending dance figured out, she can still quickly chuck a bit of fire at you so as to catch you out after your roll. The Dancer of Rana is an okay opponent, and as with all 4 of the DLC's mausoleum bosses, I appreciate the new set and weapon, and in this case a special tool too. The boss fight achieves what it sets out to achieve, which is to provide you with just another tricky Tarnished to overcome, no more, no less. I'm sorry folks, but I do hope you're not yet sick to the back teeth of Shadow of the Erdtree's more conventionally shaped combatants, because we've still got another few to cover. Mind you, it's not quite accurate to call this next fella conventionally shaped, because I'm talking about that ancient dragon man, the scale encrusted challenger who must be slayed before you can pass on into Jagged Peak proper. Bit of a quirk with this guy is that before you fight him as a boss, gotta first fight him as an invader near the entrance to the Dragon's Pit cave just off from the suppressing pillar. His loadout is the same in both encounters though, and correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't seem like he can use his weapon's Ash of War during the invasion. Deep within the Dragon's Pit, however, the boss is in his full element, coming at you with his Dragon Hunter's Great Katana's full power, not to mention the occasional Dragon Maw and Magma Breath incantation for good measure. The real meat of the fight is his weapon's unique Ash of War, Dragon Wound Slash, which deals damage to you on contact if you're close enough, while also launching a bloodletting slash projectile at you. And I guess now is where I should say that the Dragon Hunter's Great Katana is not only my favourite of the game's 3 Great Katanas, but one of my favourite weapons in the game, with the chief reason being just how damn effective it is against the biggest, baddest Drake in town, Bale the Dread, but we'll get onto him much later. I don't really have all that much to say about the Ancient Dragon Man. Difficulty wise, he's about on the same level as the other NPC type fights in the DLC, and like them, he's got a fancy new weapon for you to claim upon his defeat, which in this case I think is done particularly well, having you fight a guardian of sorts armed with a weapon designed to be supremely effective in the level directly after, with his sword doing extra damage to dragons and its Dragon Wound Slash being ideal for hitting their heads. Ancient Dragon Man, you're lucky the weapon you wield is so freaking awesome, otherwise I'd probably have just placed you like slightly lower in my ranking. Like I said, not done with these SOTE DLC NPCs quite yet, because we must also travel to the northern Nameless Mausoleum where the Red Bear hibernates. Not an actual red bear, not one of the actual red bears found in the DLC, but rather a pelt-wearing warrior of the wilds. I like this guy. I like the cut of his jib. What the fuck even is jib? Anyway, the Red Bear is armed with the Red Bear Claws and armoured with the Iron Rivet set, with the headpiece, the pelt of Ralva, being by far the most striking element of this Ursine ensemble. Now that I think about it though, it is a bit strange that it's called the Pelt of Ralva, seeing as how you can still literally fight Ralva the Great Red Bear in Shadow Altus, who, as far as I can see, clearly still possesses his pelt. Maybe he grew another one. The Red Bear is one vicious SOB, savaging you with his cruel claw combos, which also cause a respectable degree of bleed buildup, especially if you get stuck or stun locked in place, because he'll just keep on swiping. More dangerous still though is this weapon's unique Ash of War, Red Bear Hunt, a technique which very closely mimics the same move favoured by the DLC's own Great Red Bear bosses. Arguably even more deadly still than all this melee business, however, is the earth-shaking Roar of Rugalia, the one and only bear-based incantation in the game, mimicking the terrifying roar of the Great Red Bear of the same name. You need to be damn watchful of this incantation, because if you're close enough to get caught out by it, it can be surprisingly damaging or even deadly, and as you'd expect, its range sure ain't nothing to sneeze or roar at either. The Red Bear can be a very tough customer, with a moveset designed to get you panicking as it dashes and darts at you with its exsanguinating claw combos, and gotta say, I absolutely love this armor set. It is so cool when it even boosts the damage output of Roar of Rugalia when worn, hell yeah. As you can see, I haven't rated any of Elden Ring's DLC NPC-men very highly due to their NPC nature, but I've still got them all higher than a bunch of other stuff, because they do provide quite a challenge and expose you to new weapons. And yeah, I'd be a liar if I said I wasn't quite taken with the vibes, moods and general attitude of the Red Bear of the Northern, nameless, Mausoleum. And now we come to our final Shadow of the Erdtree Mausoleum battle. It's the Black Jail Knight, or as he's now known, the Knight of the Solitary Jail. I don't know why they changed his name, but whatever. Even though I've rated him marginally more favourably than the other three Mausoleum fighters, this guy's actually the first you encounter, residing in the western nameless Mausoleum in Gravesite Plain. If you were anything like me, you were probably initially drawn to this place through curiosity at whatever the hell these blue worm things were, and oh look, there's a structure I can enter, and oh look, it's a buff dude wearing some cool armour, but oh no, he's got a fucking insane amount of HP, and even though I've came into this DLC with HP for days, he's making a mockery of my health bar with his sword slashes, swords projectiles, and his rapid fire crossbow tomfoolery. Yep, the Black Jail Knight is a message, a signal to tell you that you may have been the cock of the walk back in the lands between, but here in the realm of Shadow, you've got to work your way up, because HP and damage output like what you see here is the new norm. You could go away and upgrade your Shadow Tree blessing a bit and then come back later, or as I'm sure a lot of us more hard-headed players did, just bang your head against this guy until you eventually scrape a win. Again, just as with the rest of them, all new armour set here and one of the heaviest ones in the game. And to go along with it, you've got the Great Sword of Solitude, a weapon with a unique Ash of War which has always reminded me of the vertical slice projectile move used by King Allant in Demon Souls. And speaking of similarities, the Black Jail Knight also makes liberal use of the repeating crossbow, a rapid fire weapon which both looks and functions extremely similarly to the Dark Souls 3 weapon, the repeating crossbow, famously used by everyone's favourite slave knight, Gale. Maybe this boss's name should have been changed to the Black Gale Knight. Other than his fancy crossbow tricks, there's nothing all that interesting about the Black Gale Knight, but I do still appreciate this encounter for how much of a sharp shock it can be when you first step into the DLC. This boss has the potential to really fuck you up, but it's to get you attuned to the newly elevated threat level, and for an NPC type fight, you could do a lot worse. Chief! Folks, it's the Chief Blood Fiend, found in Rivermouth Cave. One of the new enemy types introduced in Elden Ring's DLC was the Blood Fiends, a rather curious race of beings, looking like even uglier omens, though they have ancestral connections to demi-humans and current connections to the Formless Mother, hence the name Blood Fiends. Indeed, in Rivermouth Cave you can find a ridiculous number of them crowded within a blood-pooled cave room, observing a shaman conducting a ritual with the Blood Fiend's sacred spear weapon, a more primitive version of Mogwin's sacred spear. Just a bit beyond though, the biggest, baddest Blood Fiend in the realm awaits, staring at a stone wall. Let's start off with a good thing about this boss. It is the only one of its kind anywhere. On the other hand though, if we're being honest, the boss itself is pretty much recycled from regular Blood Fiends, except it's a good bit bigger and I think it has 1 or 2 new attacks. Prior to me starting work on this video, this was one of those bosses I didn't really know much about. I think I'd fought one once back when the DLC first came out and then never again, but when I went back to the DLC to take it on here, turns out it's not that good. And the, pun intended here, chief reason it's not that good is because it's too bloody big for its own good. Or should I say, it's too big for the camera's own good, because the camera in this fight is just about as dangerous as the boss is. The Chief Blood Fiend, although not the fastest tool in the shed, I think that's how the expression goes, does like to rush you so as to crush you with its massive club, or more problematically with its body, frequently launching into combos composed of heavy stomps, causing the camera to do that thing where it zooms too close, points upwards, and causes the enemy's model to turn partially see-through. It looks flippin' awful, it's disorienting, and it leads to fights which don't feel anywhere near as smooth as they really should feel in a game like this, though the Chief Blood Fiend certainly isn't the only one guilty of this in this DLC. If it weren't for the camera issues, even though the Chief Blood Fiend Knight was never going to score super well, it would have done a bit better in my ranking, but as it currently is, Rivermouth Cave is a place which I don't think anyone would blame you for skipping altogether. It's our first base game Bloodborne boss, which is pretty cool, though we're a long way off from classics like the Blood-Starved Beast, Ludwig or Gehrman. First, we've got to get our way through the likes of my pick for number 246, the Celestial Emissary, the blue, bulbous beings populating the Lumen Flower Garden in Upper Cathedral Ward. Mind you, even though this is a base game boss, you can also find it in the Chalice dungeons. There are a few issues with the Celestial Emissary, but arguably the biggest is that in a game of such high quality, this is a low effort boss. If you explored the place thoroughly enough, you likely already came across a few Celestial Emissaries back in the Forbidden Woods, both in their regular wobbly headed forms and their considerably more alarming tentacle sprouting forms. I think the design of these things is fantastic, especially because of how damn weird and unique they look. They're classed as kin type enemies, but I think they look quite distinct from your other Bloodborne kin. Perhaps it's their cosmic blue coloration as opposed to the pale white of other weird shit like this. All this boss fight does is throw a bloody squadron of emissaries at you. Rather than there being a shared health pool though, only one of them is actually responsible for the boss health bar. Rather than you being forced to randomly fuck up every blue boy in sight until you hit the jackpot though, just look for the one backing away from the action rather than barreling straight towards it and flopping its silly little blue arms about like the rest of them. A really fun and cathartic practice for you in this boss fight is pop a bolt paper, bite down on a beast blood pellet, build your meter with the minions, then fire into the chief, laying waste to that health bar. After dealing enough damage though, the dickhead will grow fully erect, which is where things can actually get dangerous if you're not careful. The Celestial Emissary fight is a bit of a joke encounter because of how kind of lame it is and how it really doesn't have all that much HP, but even so, the big guy's combos are wild and long. They really do hurt, and it's not as easy to stagger the big guy compared to the little guys, which means you have to time your attacks more carefully before backing off to safety. Even worse is when you fight it in the Chalice dungeons, cause there it's big right from the start and it's got way more HP. This here can be a surprisingly challenging encounter. Even in the Upper Cathedral wards though, it is entirely possible to get wrecked. I actually died here twice on my last playthrough, though I think I may have been drunk at the time, but I can't remember because I was drunk at the time. There is fun to be had with the Celestial Emissary, but there is also potential frustration here, and the fact remains that they just took a regular enemy, multiplied it, and made one of them really big. I'll tell you a really cool level, and one made all the cooler for the fact that it's completely optional. Hemwick Charnel Lane, a level with an atmosphere so thick and stifling you can practically taste it as you move through its smoking, corpse-strewn yards and alleys, all the while accompanied by the eerie shrieks of its blood-mad womenfolk, not to mention the prowling executioners and brick trolls. And with a level like this, you'd expect the level boss to be a real banger too, right? Wrong. It's the Witches of Hemwick, a boss fight which is okay, I guess. Upon walking into this arena, you might immediately think that the Mad One creature who spawns in front of you is the entity responsible for that big old boss health bar, but this sure doesn't look like any sort of witch I've seen. This isn't the boss though, I don't know what the fuck these things are. The true witch, the true old hag, is invisible and only rendered visible once you get close enough to it. The clue to her whereabouts is to look out for the particle effects from her moves, or if you're having no luck that way, just systematically run around the arena and eventually you will run into her somewhere. After which it's largely a simple affair to take off a good chunk of her health before she inevitably teleports, though I've also seen people catch her in a fatal chain of backstabs before the Witch of Hemwick even has a chance to GTFO Wick. Hold on though. Whoa there! Because there's a second Chrome roaming the arena whose health bar is initially invisible and who, just like with the Throne Defender and Watcher fight from Dark Souls 2, if it isn't defeated quickly enough, the first one gets revived again. Now try again, dork. Even though it can certainly be pretty frustrating if it happens to you, hey, that's a decent boss mechanic. And if you're having trouble finding or defeating that second one fast enough, things can get quite frantic, especially if your blood vials are starting to run a bit low from the Mad One enemies hounding you throughout the hall with their vicious sickle combos. And these strange shadowy beings pretty much are the main threat in this fight. The witches can hit you with AoE blasts and such, but for the most part the main challenge with them is catching and killing them fast enough, as opposed to they themselves being proper threats. Mind you, for as dangerous as the Mad Ones can be, it's entirely viable, even advisable, to just ignore them. As long as you keep moving and you're not too careless, they shouldn't catch up with you. But on the off chance that you're struggling with them, there is an even more effective solution. This isn't the first time you see Mad Ones. A few of them appear throughout the earlier sections of Hemwick Charnel Lane, spawning in from seemingly nowhere, perhaps summoned there via arcane rituals performed by the witches in an effort to prevent your arrival. If you happen to have zero insight however, you may have noticed that these beings do not spawn in like they normally would, which, as it happens, also works in the case of this boss fight. In you go, smirking confidently at how clever you are. No Mad Ones here for me. Strats. But then you realise you're actually a fucking idiot and it didn't work at all, because whenever you walk into any boss arena for the first time, the game always gives you some insight for free, effectively making this strat impossible on the first try. But if you go back a second time and try again, I promise it does work. Please believe me. Anyway, that's the Witches of Hemwick for you. It's a roundabout on the same level of interest and quality as the Celestial Emissary, except perhaps slightly better. You'll already have seen the Mad Ones in the woods beforehand, and the Witches of Hemwick are just boss versions of the eyeball hag enemies that appear in several other places throughout the game, except with a more limited moveset. Let's make it a triple with another Bloodborne boss. Let's top it off with the host of the nightmare, Mikolash, the madman dwelling in his obscure maze of corridors in the heights of the nightmare of Mensis. Mikolash is a brilliant character. I remember the first time I saw his name online and I misread it as Microlash, and I thought, god damn, that's a cool name. And then I read it again and realised it was actually Mikolash. And I thought, that's not quite as cool as Microlash, but that's still a pretty cool name. Cracker of an intro cutscene too, Mikolash is super quotable. No one can catch us, no one can stop us now, arr. The way he rambles during the actual fight is also excellent. All these weird cryptic ravings where it's hard to tell exactly what the fuck he's actually talking about and what it means, but you're loving it. But then you see an item and hit X to pick it up, and realise that you just skipped some of his dialogue. Great, that's cool. The Mikolash boss fight is absolutely oozing with dark flavour as you travel through its halls of misted madness, and indeed, you're going to be doing a lot of running here because only about half of this whole affair involves actual fighting. Before you can fight Mikolash, got to apprehend him first, which, if you don't know the trick behind it, can be absolutely infuriating. Confession time. I can be a bit dim-witted, so much so that it took me several playthroughs to figure out how to actually corner Mikolash. I don't know how it took me that long, but it did. If you try and brute force this encounter, Mikolash will make you look a fool, rambling at and taunting you all the while. You're not faster than him, but you can sometimes get a hit or a shot in here or there, but this is not how it's done. And if you find yourself chasing him and he's constantly jumping through mirrors and ending up elsewhere, you know you're doing it wrong. Got to lure him into the correct spaces, which is actually very easy and reliable when you know how, though if you're really crafty it's possible to trap him in specific places throughout the labyrinth through smart and precise positioning. Mind you, all the while when you're trying to make your moves on Mikolash, his marionettes are making their moves on you. Striking out with surprisingly damaging attacks and even reviving back up after defeated. I usually prefer to just leave these things alone unless I absolutely have to take them out. But then we come to the actual, fighting portion of the fight, and this is where things get very disappointing and sad. Why Mikolash is so far down the list despite his potential for greatness. The boss has no weapons. The only melee capabilities he has is to throw out a weakest piss punch or two every now and then, though his favourite attack is Augur of Ebritus. He will use this near constantly, so always expect it. Thankfully, despite it smarting quite a bit if you do get tagged by this terrible tentacle, very easy move to dodge. You can even just corner Mikolash and stun lock him, giving him barely any opportunity to do much of anything in retaliation. But alas, not too fast. The nightmare swirls and churns unending. Oh no. All I wanted was a bottle of water, innit? Sorry, I don't know what that was. Impossible to actually kill him in this space. Got to launch the finishing blows in the next section, which is where you can potentially face a very nasty problem. Because in phase 2, the swine starts throwing out a call beyond. And I don't know about you, but I am completely fucking terrible at avoiding this grievous attack. It generates a silly number of homing arcane projectiles at you, and if you get hit by any of them, there's a very, very good chance that you are dead, just like that. It is possible to dodge, of course, but because it sends so many widespread projectiles out, I personally find it nigh on impossible to consistently, not die to it. Very annoying when this happens, because it means you have to go through the first phase all over again, and woe betide you if he pulls out a call beyond yet again, because he's not shy about using this move. Thankfully, there is a pretty reliable way to stop him doing this, and that's by just sticking really close to him. Not just kind of close either, but really close. Whenever he uses Augur of Ebritus, don't dash back, dodge to the side or diagonally forward and quickly get back hacking at him, and as long as you're careful not to create any unnecessary distance between yourself and Mikolash, he should not use a call beyond. In terms of atmosphere, Mikolash might genuinely be in the top 20 or 30 in this list. And him making you have to chase and outsmart him throughout his labyrinth, while certainly not being all that enjoyable, I can still appreciate. The actual fight though is Garbaggio. I get that he's a scholar of Mensis and not a hunter, but even so, could have gave him a unique model and a moveset, rather than just making him an unarmed NPC with a cage on his head, one who uses a couple of pre-existing arcane abilities. It's almost strange how crappy this fight is when you see how much effort they put into all the other aspects of the boss. Mikolash, you were done dirty and that's a shame, but I'm afraid now it's time for you to wake up and forget everything.
Now I'm waking up! I'll forget everything!
Yeah, that's what I just said. Aha! Now this is a boss I initially had packed in with its other variant before deciding that it really was different enough to deserve its own place in the list. It's the Headless, but specifically the underwater variant, encountered in Ashina Castle's moat, and again beneath the water in Fountainhead Palace where you fight a terrifying twosome. I am no great fan of the Headless in general. In fact, I really don't care much for Sekiro's terror status effect, full stop. Even my beloved Bloodborne was already pushing my buttons with its frenzy nonsense, but then Sekiro upped the ante with terror, an affliction which, rather than just doing heavy damage, just flat out fucking kills you dead. Though to be fair, the game's resurrection mechanic does go some way towards lessening the egregiousness of such instant deaths. We'll discuss the regular headless bosses a bit later, but the underwater ones are both similar and different. Their attacks still do plenty of both damage and terror accumulation, except you have the added difficulty of being, underwater. To be fair to Sekiro though, its underwater controls are actually relatively decent, and you can dash through the water quickly. The Headless is immobile during these encounters, though it overcomes this restriction by hurling out homing projectiles, meaning you've got to constantly be on the move. And when you go in for melee attacks, which you have to do here because you can't use your shinobi prosthetic underwater, the Headless will very dangerously counter with its circular sword swipe which you cannot deflect when beneath the waves. Got to rely on your dash for all evasion. The Headless will also use a grab attack where, if you're in the line of danger, you'll be sucked close to it and... well, I'll just play the footage. Yep, that's rough stuff. I don't like any of that rough stuff, alright? No horseplay in the pool. Like I said, the Ashina Castle encounter just pits you against a lone Headless, but in Fountainhead Palace, you've got double the trouble. Thankfully though, it's not actually as difficult as it might first look. For a start, the more ghostly one off to the side has way less HP than the main one, and so can be taken out relatively quickly. You don't actually need to go anywhere near the apparition though, because only the main Headless needs to be nailed to win this fight, and even this main guy, A, isn't tanky, and B, only requires a single death blow to be taken out. I am not a fan of any of the Headless encounters, but as discussed there are a few ways in which the underwater Headless were rebalanced. Furthermore, one of the most irritating parts of fighting these foes on land, the fact that you need to keep popping divine confetti, is totally done away with under the water, which is much appreciated. Even so, these fights play out even more awkwardly than the ones with the regular Headless due to you having to solely rely on your dash to avoid attacks, and having to do without your prosthetic, deflect, and regular dodge. I usually just skip the Headless encounters in casual playthroughs because they are optional, you don't get any prayer beads for beating them, and I almost never feel the need to use any of the Spiritfall tools they give upon defeat. We're going back to Demon Souls again, and onto the boss of the first stage of the most miserable, filth-encrusted world in the game. It's the Valley of Defilement's very own Leechmonger. I don't massively enjoy any of the Valley of Defilement's stages, but rather than this being because I think they're bad, which I don't, it's because they're precisely as oppressive and miserable to play through as the developers clearly intended, which is great, I think. However, when I'm battling depraved ones great and small throughout this pestilential gutter city, when I'm falling from pits and losing my way and being ambushed, I do at least know that there is something of an unlikely reprieve waiting for me at the end of the level, because the Leechmonger is just one of several of Demon Souls' oddly easy bosses. Rather than the Leechmonger being any sort of purveyor of leeches in the same vein as a cheesemonger or a fishmonger, no, the thing is literally made out of leeches, a monstrous amalgamation of wriggling bloodsuckers, given form through the power of a demon soul. Coincidentally, Resident Evil 5 would come out the month after Demon Souls and give us the Ouroboros Mikono boss, which looks almost identical to the Leechmonger. That tidbit aside though, this is a reasonably unconventional fight in a couple of regards. Instead of you starting off on level ground with the boss, similarly to the Adjudicator, you begin elevated, with the choice to navigate your way around the boss or just charge straight down and get hacking away at its slimy body. Ew. There is a unique hazard to watch out for here though, because if the leech projectiles hit you, your movement will be slowed down a bit and you'll suffer some damage over time as leeches visibly cling to your supple body and suckle your sweet seed into their grateful mouths. What? I wrote that? For all the different status effects we'd get in future Souls games, this first one was highly unimaginative with its own. There's not many of them, and for the most part, all they do is deal damage over time to varying intensities. Anyway, you'd be forgiven for not even noticing the health drain here because it's, well, barely noticeable. Which is a shame, to be honest. This is not a difficult boss at all, but if the health drain was more rapid, it might have lended the fight some more urgency and excitement. And while we're talking about oddly weak boss mechanics, the Leechmonger can actually heal itself, except again, who cares? The heal is too slow, it can be easily interrupted, and the boss is so generally vulnerable that any sort of healing is nothing more than an irrelevance. As you might also expect, the thing's weak as shit to fire too, so by all means get in there with your fire toss, go wild with your black turpentine, beat the beast back with the I don't harbour any real dislike for the Leechmonger. I like the unconventional arena, and even though I just pissed all over them, I do actually appreciate the inclusion of the health drain and the health regeneration mechanics. You can see they really did try to make something interesting here with its own respectable degree of identity. Sadly though, it's all undercut by how damn easy it is to beat. All those special moves and mechanics are too weak to make a difference. Now maybe if you tackled the Valley of Defilement's first stage right after beating the first stage of the Gates of Boletaria when you're still low leveled, sure, the Leechmonger could certainly pose a challenge. But who the hell does that, and why would you? I mean, I'm sure now that I've said that, there's going to be someone currently typing, actually, I do that. And look, okay, but, you know, shut up. Pumpkins. I have never eaten pumpkin before. I've had pumpkin seeds, but I've never eaten pumpkin. Never had pumpkin pie, I've just never eaten pumpkin. Why am I talking about pumpkin so much? Well, it's because for number 241, I've gone pumpkin mad and picked the Mad Pumpkin Head. Fought solo in Limgrave's Waypoint Ruins, but then as a duo in Caelid's Caelum Ruins. Pumpkins. Oh, I remember back before Elden Ring had even came out, watching footage of the game, kicking my lil legs in excitement. I think it was the network test, and I believe it was possible to fight the Mad Pumpkinhead in this test, and when I saw this enemy design I said yes, yes, yeah, because I could not believe what a sick fucking enemy design this was. But yeah, I mean, for a start, the thing's massive, to the point where it's not even precisely clear what kind of being you're looking at. Monster? Human? Some sort of giant? I don't know. And then you have that ghastly helmet, somewhat taking the onion design of Siegmeyer's helm in Dark Souls, except it's not an onion this time, it's a pumpkin, kind of. What it really is though is a sealed metal trap helm, preventing the creature within from seeing or perhaps even hearing anything outside the helm. Even before the boss, the first one you see prowls a bridge in Limgrave, and before you even go near the accursed thing, it's growling and shrieking and pounding its armoured head onto the ground, clearly maddened by this bizarre form of sensory captivity. It makes a really visceral, meaty sound too, as if the flesh within the helm has long since been reduced to pulp through the repeated head trauma caused by ages of the hard helm being battered against the ground. It's disturbing, a bit upsetting, and weird, and that's why I like it. The actual boss though, I've always found the flail wielding ones to be disconcertingly difficult to deal with. Its stats and early game placement do make it something of a beginner boss, but those flail attacks have just that right, or I guess wrong level of swinging slowness so as to get you rolling a bit too early or a bit too late. Plus, damn small room you have to fight it in here, but even so, my god, what a cool enemy. Never bloody mind this encounter though, stop talking about it will you? Shh, because a much harder doubled up pumpkin surprise awaits you in Caelid, featuring one with a flail and torch, and one with a burning hammer, again fought in one of these horribly small rooms. I remember when Elden Ring first came out and a lot of people were complaining about the game's difficulty, with one of the many complaints being centred around these double fights, because of course this certainly isn't the only one in the game. Somewhat understandable that folk would be miffed at the presence of such challenges, but then again, a main mechanic in Elden Ring is Spirit Ashes. And even if you have reservations about using this tool in single entity fights, come on, You can pop it in those instances where the game has you up against multiple opponents. Go on, pop it. I want to see you pop. Or wait a bit until you're more leveled up and fight this duo later on when they're less of a threat. Or say fuck it and just throw yourself against the uneven odds and hey, maybe even come out on top. Went into a bit of a rant there. Mad Pumpkinhead, I think I'm turning into a bit of a Mad Pumpkin Candle Type 1A. Yes, so this can be a tricky, messy fight if you tackle it solo. Two big enemies with big weapons fought in a small space. As for my placement of the crazy gourd brain, I think if they were exclusively used as bosses rather than them also being enemies in a bunch of places, I'd look upon them far more favourably, because most of the praise I have for them isn't specifically for their boss instances. This very first one here is probably my favourite encounter, and there's one or two encounters in Caelid which I also think are really cool. The boss versions though, really nothing very special about them, and no, just doubling up the boss number doesn't really count as special. Thus, even though I am a certified pumpkin gimp, can't put these guys too high, I'm afraid. It's time to descend back below, back to Bloodborne's Chalice dungeons, because at number 240 I have the Merciless Watchers, found in the Chalice dungeons, like I just said. The dungeons are filled with all manner of strange and disturbing creatures, some anthropomorphic, some monstrous, and then there's that fat, naked, pale dude who rolls around with an enormous morning star. I know some people find this enemy to be quite comical, whereas I on the other hand, unironically think he's absolutely terrifying. Perhaps something of a relative to the fat, naked, pale dude who rolls around with an enormous morning star, however, are the Merciless Watchers. The Watchers are armed with long machetes for slashing, while the chieftain carries a pistol, slowly aiming and shooting from a distance while the Watchers slash away. So that's 3 enemies the game pits at you, oh my lord, surely this fight must feel like an ill-designed mess. Well, no actually, not even a little bit. For a start, none of these guys have complex movesets, with the chieftain in particular being the simplest and most predictable. Furthermore, they're all nice and squishy, both in a material sense, as in they're large, meaty and satisfying to slash, but also in the sense that their health bars aren't up to all that much. And in addition to that, you've got this nice arena where you can run up to different heights and separate the enemies out, and to put solid stone between you and any nasty projectiles. Sure, you do have multiple boss enemies on you, but in reality, with all factors considered, it feels more like you're up against 3 regular enemies. Not least of all because you can also find Watchers as regular enemies throughout these dungeons, though they don't appear anywhere in the base game. There's really nothing terribly noteworthy or complex about this boss fight, but I don't say that as a bad thing. It's straightforward but fairly enjoyable, and it's a nice case of a 3-on-1 type boss done quite well. And for the first time in a while we're going back to Dark Souls Uno, featuring Pinwheel, the 3-faced necromancer residing at the end of the catacombs. Pinwheel is a strange boss. Rather than that being a commentary solely on his odd appearance and practices, however, more than that, I mean his placement is strange, but let's quickly run through the actual fight first. Although Pinwheel is chiefly a necromancer, you'd be forgiven for assuming he's more of a pyromancer, because my god does this chap like sending fireballs your way, interspersed with the occasional flamethrower with a with a nice duplication mechanic generously sprinkled on top, so that if you're unprepared, this fight technically can quickly spiral out of control as you're being burned from all directions by pinwheel upon pinwheel upon pinwheel upon pinwheel upon pinwheel. Sorry, I ran out of breath there. And that's about the long and short of what Pinwheel's all about. His duplication trick is the most interesting thing going on, supposing the fight even goes on long enough for you to properly see it. Now, for the strangeness I spoke about though, it's that Pinwheel is completely misplaced. The vast majority of people who reach this boss will have absolutely zero difficulty taking it down, because most folk won't bother with Pinwheel until after they clear Anor Londo and have the Lord Vessel. And the reason most people wait till then is because they are correct to do so, and here's why. You are completely free to descend down to the catacombs as soon as you get to Firelink Shrine. I'm sure a significant percentage of first time players even tried this, wandering over to the cemetery only to get completely hammered by the immortal skeletons there. That's what happened to me until I thought, okay, obviously I'm not supposed to go here yet. But if you do persevere and just run past the skeletons into the catacombs proper, this is a difficult and confusing level. It's not a beginner level at all, to the degree that even if you do leave it till after Anor Londo before coming here, most players are still going to have a tough time and probably even die a bunch, especially down in the Bone Wheel Pit, which is possibly the single most cancerous level section in the entire game. But if you do manage to get past all this hell when you're still at a low level, yeah, I guess you could have a pretty difficult time against Pinwheel. You won't be able to defeat him quickly and you'll actually need to contend with his pyromancy and his duplication. Oh, but do try not to die, otherwise you're going to have to run past all the bone wheels again. With Pinwheel defeated, you are awarded with the Rite of Kindling, allowing you to enkindle bonfires further, so that you can now have as much as 15 or even up to 20 Estus flasks at whichever bonfire you're willing to spend your humanity on. But all that begs the question. Why on earth would anyone in their right mind bother doing things in this order other than, just for the fuck of it? For a start, you just don't need the Rite of Kindling upgrade. Maybe that's me being a bit elitist, though I'm genuinely not trying to be, but you can already get 10 Estus at your bonfires even without it. And if you're good enough to get through the catacombs at a low level and with poor gear, you're definitely good enough to get through any level of Dark Souls without needing 20 Estus flasks. Furthermore, there's the crucial question of, what do you do after you beat Pinwheel? Well, you could carry on into the Tomb of the Giants, but once again, my good fellow, that age-old question rears its fat head. Why? It's a horrible, difficult level. You could even say it's the hardest level in the game to get through, and not really in a fun way. And furthermore, you literally can't even complete the level early on because due to you not having placed the Lord Vessel yet, a golden barrier flat out prevents you from getting anywhere near Gravelord Nito. Meaning if you get that far, have fun turning back and climbing all the way back up the Tomb of the Giants, then all the way back up through the catacombs, all for almost no reason. Pinwheel isn't a bad boss, in fact, he's kind of fun for what he is, but for as much as I love Dark Souls 1, his placement is baffling. Unless the idea truly was for this to be something of a joke fight that you're supposed to be able to just steamroll. The thing is though, I don't get the impression that this is the case. Nothing about Pinwheel's mechanics or the pre-fight cutscene gives that impression, it's just that his HP is super low for where he's placed. This would actually be really easy to fix too, and here's how. Put him near the start of the catacombs rather than at the end. Fixed. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is my review of Pinwheel, or rather, I guess, my review of his curious placement in the game world. It's the curious case of Pinwheel. The curious case of Benjamin Pinwheel. I'm tired. Hey now, let's talk about one of Sekiro's mini-bosses. It's Shinobi Hunter Enshin of Misen. Now this is an enemy type you fight several times throughout the game as regular enemies. But this first one you encounter in Hirata Estate just before the entrance to the Bamboo Thicket Slope is a proper mini-boss with a proper title and a proper health bar, and then another proper health bar. Even before taking on the damn Shinobi Hunter, there are other hazards here, several enemies lurking nearby just waiting to be alerted so they can hack you to pieces when all you're trying to do is beat the damn mini-boss and progress onwards. Which you have to do if you want to get to the actual estate because there's a fog wall sealing off the gate. The enemies are also laid out in a way where it's nearly impossible to take them all out or engage the Shinobi Hunter without at least someone getting alerted. Which is annoying because if you're anything like me, you want to take advantage of that free first stealth death blow before he can proceed to fuck you up with his confounding attack animations and sky high damage. The name of Shinobi Hunter Enshin of Misen's game is Thrust Attacks. Thrust attacks aren't all he does, but it is most of what he does, and with different timings too. I think Sekiro's perilous attacks are a great feature of its combat system, but at the same time, the timing and consistency for that red perilous alert appearing has always irked me a bit. Depending on the attack, sometimes you'll want to deflect or Mikiri counter right after the symbol appears, but with other attacks, you need to wait a bit longer, to the point where it's best to disregard the actual red symbol as serving as any sort of guide as to when to counter, and instead solely regard it as a warning. Though this can be difficult to do in the heat of the moment, it can be a bit flustering when that warning appears and makes that scary noise and you're all like, oh shit. Anyway, if you're good at timing the Shinobi Hunter's attacks, which I'm not, and you love pulling off Mikiri counters, which I do, cause who doesn't, then this wee mini boss and its lesser cousins are going to be a grand old time for you. As for me, yeah, decent wee encounter which, although not being very complex, can still be surprisingly difficult considering the significant damage of his attacks and, like I said, the off-putting timings. Time again for another Dark Souls 1 boss, and one of the biggest bosses on this list too. It's Ceaseless Discharge, the chaos-afflicted entity looming over the demon ruins. I'll say this for Ceaseless Discharge, this is one incredible looking boss, insanely huge with bizarre appendages and anomalous mutations, a true titan of chaos. One literally responsible for the magma completely submerging the lower half of the demon ruins, hence the name Ceaseless Discharge, because his body is constantly producing and discharging molten lava. Really freaking gnarly concept for a boss and a level, and just the sort of shit I love about Dark Souls. Another awesome detail is how the second you emerge out of Quelaag's lair and into the demon ruins, in the distance you could see those bizarre writhing tentacles which sprout out the top of his body, initially making you wonder, what the fuck is that, the first time you see it. Because you can easily cross the threshold into the demon ruins fairly early on after you take down Quelaag, you can challenge Ceaseless Discharge early too. But unless you're really confident or you've got a nice bit of magic equipped, I'd advise against this. I usually wait till after I have the Lord Vessel, when the boss is made significantly squishier, thanks to your higher level and your reinforced gear. Nice and interesting feature about Ceaseless is that this is one of the few bosses on this list who is completely non-hostile to you at first. Even when you pass through his fog gate and run right up to the front of his grill, you're free to stand and stare at him until the cows come home and he'll do nought to stop you, lending him a certain sympathetic air, especially when combined with how his deformed facial features make him look kinda sad. I mean, he's clearly quite unhappy with this whole arrangement. He doesn't want to be discharging his load everywhere. It's the last thing he wants. The two ways to kick him into gear are either attack him or pick up the gold hemmed set laying upon a nearby fallen stone, making him absolutely lose his shit and tear his own arm out of his chest, leaving a massive wound. Unfortunately, even though I praised a bunch of things about Ceaseless Discharge there, that's about where my praise stops, because despite this spectacle, this fight is not a very good one. There is no swift exchange of blows here, my fine feathered friend. This is a big boss and as such he moves very slowly, his attacks consisting of almighty slams, sweeps and punches for you to either roll through or away from. His overhead appendage slam and punch are the most commonly thrown out attacks here in my experience, and they're by far the easiest to punish. He just sort of lands the attack and then leaves his strange limb there for a while, allowing you to get a few hits. Very nice of him. Mind you, beware of the hitboxes here, they can be a bit questionable. For as titanic as Ceaseless's body is, he can still walk around, and as you move from left to right, he will tend to follow you too. The safest option really is to just stick to the one spot. Bait him into his slam or punch, then punish. If you get a bit too far away from him, he can start throwing out this long-range lava attack, which is much harder to avoid. Also, apparently he has a super rare tentacle attack which looks absolutely nuts, but which I've never seen myself, so I'm showing somebody else's footage here. We've got to mention the other aspect of this fight too, which is the fact that there is also an insta-kill option, where you can bait Ceaseless into launching a leaping grab from afar, after which, just a few attacks to his grasping hand to knock him off the edge to his death. I've actually never done this myself, so I'm going to use Zuli the Witch's excellent footage here to show it off. But it's a damn interesting alternate kill method to have included in the game, especially because the steps to trigger it are quite specific. And if you die trying this on your first attempt, I'm not even sure it's possible to retry this method on the second attempt, because the next time you enter the fog gate the boss will be instantly aggroed now. Still, I love rare attacks and hidden mechanics and all that stuff. It's boss features like this that make me ceaselessly discharge. And speaking of which, I'm also a huge fan of how killing the boss makes the magma clear up, enabling you to explore further down the demon ruins and then eventually into Lost Izalith. It's just good stuff, what do you want me to say? Sadly, despite there being several really awesome things around the fight, the actual fight itself is pretty poor. Ceaseless Discharge's attacks feel quite clumsy to dodge, the hitboxes can be remarkably wonky, and for as awesome as the boss's visuals are, the fight mostly just consists of bait, retreat, hit, repeat. My ranking could have been a hell of a lot harsher here, but I'm happy to give extra credit for all the extra cool stuff going on. Oh boy, now this is a boss I have a goddamn vendetta against. A boss which caused me an ungodly amount of frustration and hours of my time when I did my level 1 run of Elden Ring's DLC. It's the Golden Hippopotamus, the gargantuan crossbreed beast guarding the front entrance to Shadow Keep. Design wise, hell yeah. With a name like the Golden Hippopotamus, you might think, for whatever reason, that what's awaiting you here might actually look like a hippopotamus, except perhaps golden and radiant and perhaps even beautiful. What you actually get though is something that looks like a cross between a hippo, a mole, a rat, one of those massive hand monsters from Dark Souls 3, and in Phase 2, a porcupine. Yes, it's quite the hideous hybrid we've got going on here, and the thing's bloody massive too. Most of, though not all the time, right when you walk in, the Golden Hippo will charge you, mouth agape, from the right hand corner of this courtyard, running in and enveloping you in a bone crushing mouth grab, which I'm sure for a lot of people, and certainly me at first, can be quite aggravating because it's deceptively difficult to not get caught out by this. There's always seemed something slightly off with the pace at which the boss runs at you, where the animation doesn't seem to exactly match the actual speed it's moving at, making it all too easy to roll too early and then still get caught out by the charge, making for rather a sour start to any prospective attempt. Then the Golden Hippo starts with its melee attacks, and this is where I really begin to fart and grumble, because the timings for these attacks is... ugh. The Golden Hippo isn't the only entity in Elden Ring which does it, but it exhibits the wind up, pause, then super fast lash out style of attacking. It's very rhythmic, except the rhythm is off. These attacks play on your expectations of when you'd naturally expect the attack to come out. They're designed to throw you off. To clarify, it's not that the attacks come out faster than you can react to. The Golden Hippo isn't what I'd call a particularly fast boss, but rather the animations are lacking that natural attack motion which makes it feasible to naturally time the dodges correctly on your early attempts. Thus, my experience of this boss is that learning it was nearly all about sheer memorization of when the correct time to dodge was, rather than me feeling able to actually react to its attacks in an organic manner. Mind you, I have to be fair here and also state that such personal experiences were more to do with my level 1 playthrough rather than my casual playthroughs. Because unlike in casual playthroughs in a level 1 run, you are only ever permitted just a single error in any fight, thanks to your opaline bubble tier protection. And so just running in there and pummeling the boss with all you've got at the expense of getting hit a bunch yourself just isn't an option when at level 1. Meaning I had to learn the Golden Hippo's moveset like the back of my bloody hand, except there was an additional problem complementing matters. The camera. People have always complained about the cameras in Souls games, especially when it comes to your larger bosses, but honestly, it's just never been that much of a complaint from me, with the exception of stuff like the Abritus fight in Bloodborne and the aforementioned Chief Bloodfiend. All the camera related grumbling just never resonated with me, even with Elden Ring, but then I played the Elden Ring DLC and fought the Golden Hippo, and that was when I got it. The arena is far too small for a boss of this nature. For fighting something the size of, say, Rolana Twin Moon Knight, sure, you can get away with it, but for a boss this size, no way Jose. The Golden Hippo is too long, it's too tall, it has way too much mobility in the sense that when attacking its vast body shifts too, pushing itself and also yourself forward or to the side ever closer to a wall, often completely fucking up your cameras so that you can't get an accurate idea of exactly what you're looking at or precisely what attack the boss is doing. It's a proper issue. It's not just a legitimate added element of difficulty, I would say it's objectively bad. I swear in my level 1 run it got to the point to where I became able to pretty precisely react to what attack the hippo was doing, not based on a clear view of its head or hands, but off of sound cues and the subtle movements of the rest of its body. I became able to do this not out of real desire though, but out of necessity, because inevitably, in any try, at some point the boss is going to push you over to a wall and you're barely going to be able to make out shit. And meanwhile this hungry hippo is still doing its off-putting attacks with all the weird timings. All of which, and this really goes without saying, deal massive damage, what with this being the DLC and all. But folks, I'm not even done moaning yet, because now we get to Phase 2, which I honestly think might be my all-time least favourite Phase 2 of any FromSoft boss. This is where the whole golden aspect of the boss is revealed, as myriad glowing quills extend out from the beast's back, accompanied by a phase transition attack where projectiles rain down on you from above, though the hippo can go on to repeat a form of this attack as often as it wants throughout the rest of Phase 2. You've also got a highly intimidating jumping forward roll, which is a very scary one to dodge if it's coming down right on top of you, and then my most hated move, this spinning attack. So, not a fan of the forward roll attack, but it's not a bullshit one either, just frightening. As for the quill rain, I never figured out a consistent way to reliably avoid getting hit. Just about most of the time I come out unscathed, but often I'd still get tagged by at least one, regardless of which evasive maneuvers I employed. And bear in mind that if you're doing this at level 1 or any sort of run really, one hit from anything will neutralise your opaline bubble tier buff, leaving you exposed thereafter. Never mind that though, because my true nemesis was that spinning attack. When the Golden Hippo does this move, there's maybe a 50-50 chance that I'm going to survive it, with my distance from the boss being the biggest determinant of survival. If I'm at a decent distance away, I have a decent shot at successfully rolling through it, but if I'm up close, nearly guaranteed big damage or probably death. And it doesn't help that the animation for it is so off-putting, because you've got the hurt box from its body through the actual spin motion, then the addition of the quills which are shot out from its body, meaning you're essentially having to avoid two different attack elements in the one move. And what's more is that this is not a rare attack either. When the hippo reaches Phase 2, you can expect to see this move aplenty. Funnily enough though, you know how I dealt with this move on my level 1 run, where I eventually, after many hours of attempts, actually managed to beat this boss? Well, I dealt with it by not having to deal with it, because through luck and well-timed staggers I somehow got an attempt where it didn't get to pull off a single time, which is good for me, because if it had, I'd probably still be fighting the fucking thing today. This boss has been a somewhat difficult one to rank for me, because if you were to ask me to rank it purely based on how I find it in a casual playthrough, I guess I'd put it around maybe number 200, because despite my vociferous condemnations of its moves and all that camera bullshit, I mean, this is a kinda badass boss. The design is weird and kinda gross, and its Phase 2 really comes out of left field. To be honest, I don't know exactly whether I find it cool or dumb, maybe it's both. Also, on a regular playthrough, you really can power through many of these issues through brute force. The Golden Hippo is certainly no pushover in terms of damage output and HP, but if you're willing to go all out, there's a lot you can do to really punish it, even overwhelm it, so that the finer points of its attack timings and the terrible camera in the unreasonable Phase 2 don't have to have quite so great and terrible an effect. When I fought the hippo at level 1 though, I was utterly and brutally forced to contend against all these adversarial elements, to fight it in a far rawer fashion to really see what it was made out of. and honestly, the experience truly was absolutely miserable for all the reasons I've outlined. Now you could say, well of course the boss is going to be miserable if you fight it at level 1 with no Shadow Tree blessings, but that's not necessarily the case. See Commander Nile, one of the most enjoyable fights of my base game level 1 run. How about the DLC's Commander Gaius? Amazing experience. Midra, one of the most thrilling and enjoyable fights I've ever had in any game at level 1. And you can say much the same for a bunch of other bosses too. Golden Hippo though, well, this boss went from being quite problematic to absolutely fucking terrible, to the point where I can't help but think evil and terrible thoughts about it even to this day. And even though I am letting my level 1 run bias slip through here perhaps a bit more than it should, fuck the Golden Hippo. You might find it a bit mad that I'm placing it alongside bosses such as Pinwheel and the Shinobi Hunter mini-boss from Sekiro, but to be fair to it, the Golden Hippo really isn't a low effort boss. However, there are several elements at play here which I think are genuinely bad. And so I'm putting you here at number 236. Golden Hippopotamus, consider yourself fortunate that I didn't put you far bloody lower. As with lots of bosses in this video, the next one was quite tricky to place. And in fact, I had switched them about several times before eventually saying bugger it, let's just put Lud and Zalin here at number 235. Even though for the most part I have a policy to judge bosses purely on the actual boss fight, it's more of a soft policy because sometimes there are things outside the boss arena which play into what happens within it. Examples are Mytha Baneful Queen's Poison Windmill, the Fool's Idol's Resurrection Dude, being able to illuminate the Lost Sinner's arena by setting the oil alight beforehand, stuff like that. There's also the questionable question of the boss run back though, and as anyone who's ever reached this boss well knows, Lud and Zalin's run back is up there as among the absolute worst in Soulsborne history. Won't spend too much time talking about it, but to quickly sum it up, absolutely massive open area, a blizzard which heavily restricts your visibility, and the place is infested with one of the most annoying and dangerous enemies in the fucking game. Is that enough? But you finally succeed in traversing across this expansive tundra of torment to make it to the fog wall. And what are you greeted with when you enter through it? You're greeted with the same boss you already fought earlier on in the DLC, except there's two of them now. Initially, only Lud is involved. Its fur is black as Ava's was white, but do enough damage to the big kitty cat and its big brother joins the fight too, which is where things get shitty. As for their moveset, it's just the same as Ava's, who I think is actually a perfectly good boss. Only difference here is that when Zalin's health gets low, it goes absolutely mental, getting health regen as well as a boost to its attack and defense. Pretty fiendish really, because you could think you're just about finished with the fight only for it to go on for several more minutes if you let things really get away from you here as the boss's health climbs all the way back up. And as discussed, dying really stings here because of that bastard of a run back. Whenever I'm playing a FromSoft game, with the exception of Elden Ring, I always go for all bosses, and even with Elden Ring I still always make sure to at least beat every Remembrance boss. The only exception to this rule with the Dark Souls games however is Lud and Zalin, because most of the time I am more than happy to leave this pair and this level well alone. The frigid outskirts are an abomination, a loser type of geek, and while the boss itself isn't quite so bad as to be considered truly terrible, it's absolutely not worth the trek to get here, not least of all because it's just a duplicate boss. If you fought Ava, which you will have because you can't get to the frigid outskirts without having beaten it, then that's plenty, that's fine, that's enough. We don't need Lud and Zalin too. Now this is one which might put a few bees in some people's bonnets, but with me not having placed it quite as low as some of you might have expected me to, but here we go anyway. It's Dark Souls 3's Ancient Wyvern swooping down from above to take the coveted 234th spot in my ranking. For anyone who don't know, the thing about the Ancient Wyvern is that it's a bit of a gimmick boss. When the thing flies in you might think, holy dragon, that's a big cow. It's bloody huge, and I bet you're just raring to go to get stuck in to smite the mighty dragon with your weapon. Trouble is, you're not really supposed to hit it with your weapon, at least not yet. Not because it has an insanely high amount of HP, because it actually doesn't, but because its defense is sky high. Yes indeed, the thing with this boss is that you're not so much meant to fight it as to flee it, away from its bites, tail sweeps and infernal fire breath. Thus, the Ancient Wyvern isn't so much a boss as more of a level in itself, because you've got to rout the fell beast by running all the way through this large level, a level littered with man serpents. They're everywhere and they're quite the nuisance to deal with, sometimes lying in wait so as to ambush you with their curved blades, strike out with a serpentine bite, or simply breathe fireballs at you from afar. Some of them can even parry you. The worst of these though is surely the chain snake. Very cool enemy, but they have insane range with their chain weapon, and as for the damage, I mean, what damage? 9 times out of 10 there is only death where the chain snake is concerned, and all the while you've got the Ancient Wyvern stalking you too, bathing the areas you're trying to run through in flames. All this running through the ruins is done so as to get yourself suitably situated above the Wyvern, allowing for a one-hit KOing plunge attack, though for God's sake, don't be over eager here. If you mistime that drop, you will miss the head, land on the ground, and die, which means you got to go through the whole level again, and the chain snake again, and no one needs that. And so, what's my verdict on the Ancient Wyvern? Well, I think I appreciate it more than most folk do. Yes, the boss entity itself isn't good. I don't care that it's massive. In fact, a bit later on in Archdragon Peak you fight another Wyvern, except it's a mini-boss, is somewhat smaller, and is genuinely one of the worst fights in the game. The boss version is just the same thing except way bigger and you're not supposed to actually fight it. Nonetheless, the associated level is actually quite good. It's something of a low effort boss. I mean, you don't even get a boss soul for beating it, but I don't think the level is low effort. It's well designed, challenging, and is an integral part of the Ancient Wyvern experience. And so, yeah, I haven't ranked the Ancient Wyvern quite as uncharitably as I could have. And here is yet another one I had to have a ruddy good think about where to place. One that may also be a bit controversial for some folk, but here at number 233 I have the Godskin Duo. Not at the bottom of the list, but rather ahead of quite a few other bosses. What's all that about then? So, for the uninitiated, at around about the halfway point of crumbling Farama's Eula, you enter into an arena and are greeted by not one boss, but two, the Godskin Apostle and Godskin Noble. Mandatory battle too, by the way. Even though they don't give you a remembrance for beating them, you need to beat them to be able to progress onwards to Malekith. Here is the chief issue with the Godskin Duo. It's that these are not two bosses who should be put together. Either of these dudes on their own is already a challenge, and rather than the moveset of one complementing that of the other in any interesting way, no, they can both pull off a lot of really difficult shit. They even both have identical black flame projectiles, which they particularly enjoy throwing at you right when you're about to drink from your crimson flask. They also both have excellent and rather complex melee capabilities, AoE attacks and devastating second phases, with the Noble's phase 2 rolling attack in particular being a nightmare to deal with when you also have the Apostle to worry about. One saving grace here is that, just like in Dark Souls 1's Ornstein and Foe fight, there are pillars within the arena which can be used for cover, and if you're good with your positioning, you can even seek shelter from the aforementioned rolling attack from the Godskin Noble, though again, not if the Apostle has anything to say about it. The thing is, I actually think the Godskin Apostle is a damn good boss, and what's more, is that I think the Godskin Noble is an even better boss, both very challenging but in a good and engaging way, even if they do both have some annoying attacks at their disposal. Put them together though and you've got a problem on your hands. I still have nightmares about fighting these dickheads at level 1. It absolutely sucked and I straight up thought I'd have to throw in the towel before I eventually got a victory by employing the famous sleeping pot strategy. Neither of these fellas are immune to sleep, but rather than sleep just staggering them for a few seconds, it flat out knocks them fat on their god-skin arses for a surprisingly long time, leaving you free to focus fire on whichever one is still standing, after which you can turn on the sleeping one and get in as many attacks as you can during its wake up animation. Though of course whenever a god-skin opponent is beaten, the clock starts a ticking for when it's going to respawn. Nice thing though is that blessed Four Kings quirk is at play here, where if you carry on attacking during the boss's death animation, the damage to the shared health pool will carry on accumulating. The sleep pot strategy, as good as it certainly is, can still be really frustrating to pull off though, of course, because the bosses will often just dodge out of the way of it. Even if you think you're being really crafty and try throwing one without locking on, it doesn't matter, they'll often still dodge the pots. Again, this is a boss with the potential to cause misery, to be the single worst boss experience in Elden Ring because of the pairing up of two already really rock hard bosses. Which begs the question, if they're so bad, why haven't I placed the Godskin Jewel down alongside the likes of the Man-Eaters, the Headless Ape and the Bed of Chaos? Well, I'll tell you why, though some of you might not like the answer. It's because if you're struggling with the Godskin Jewel, just use a Spirit Ash and / or summon Nightburn now, whose summon sign is right outside the boss arena. Yes, the Godskin Duel is something of a bullshit battle if you're fighting them solo. They're a bad time, but the game gives you the tools to deal with it. We're not talking cheese here, we're talking about a main mechanic. If you're the kind of person who obstinately refuses to summon in these games, I get it, because I don't like to summon either, but you can do it. The option is there, and if you refuse to do it, that's more on you than the boss. Especially this boss in particular, where it's pretty obvious the devs intend for you to summon for help. Because guess what, the fight is significantly more manageable and even somewhat enjoyable when you have another friendly face to help you deal a bit of damage and draw some fire. And there you have it. Don't get me wrong, I harbour no love for the Godskin Duel, and I don't rank most of these bosses with phantoms or spirit ashes in mind. But in cases where you're fighting more than one challenging entity at a time, yeah, I think you've got to judge them a bit differently based on what it seems like the intended strategy is. It's time for the demi-human queens, of which there are 5. An unnamed one in the Weeping Peninsula, Queen Gillica in Altus Plateau, Queen Maggie in Mount Gelmir, Queen Margot also found in Mount Gelmir, and Queen Mariga in the Realm of Shadows Cerulean Coast. Not Queen Marika, but Queen Mariga. Do you like Osiros, Consumed King from Dark Souls 3? Good, because he's back. Kinda, except he's the Consumed Queen now. Yes indeed, Osiris' model and moveset was recycled for Elden Ring's demi-human queens. In fact, even Osiris' phase change was carried over, where the queens go from standing on 2 feet with the capability to cast magic from their staffs to turning bestial, rampaging round on all 4s. Queen Gillica is a bit different though, going haywire right from the start of the battle instead of halfway through. I think it's really cool how she throws her staff at you, and I love that purple glowing eye effect, one also shared by Queen Morgott. Might have missed it, but I don't believe I've seen that same purple glare effect on any other enemy in the game. It's cool shit. The demi-human queen is also slightly notable for another reason, that being that before you actually fight one, you see a dead one at the bottom of Fort Height, this having been the catalyst for the demi-human uprising in the area. What's it like to fight a demi-human queen though? Well, it's largely fine. With the exception of Maggie, they're all pretty damn squishy, especially Gillica, who seems notably undertuned for an Altus Plateau boss. I guess cause she's located quite near the start of that region. For the most part, their magic capabilities are pretty basic, and much the same can be said for their melee material too. Lots of sweeps, smashes and slams. Due to the shape and size of these rampaging regents, generally a good idea to get in and under them, put yourself just out of reach of some attacks, though at the cost of making the experience feel rather messy. Like I said though, most of these encounters just aren't fundamentally challenging, and so even if things do get a bit too silly and sloppy and you start taking hits, Doesn't matter. These are battles of attrition which you should nearly always be able to win unless you're very low on HP and Crimson Flasks. When you beat one in the company of other lesser demi-humans, they'll cower and go non-hostile, which is a very nice touch. There wasn't much help with Queen Maggie, located close to the crystallized corpse of primeval sorcerer Azure. She has some particularly annoying sorceries at her disposal. She is a heaping helping of HP, and she's even accompanied by a few Academy scholars. Can actually be a very difficult encounter. As you'd expect, Mariga, who is the only one found in the DLC, is the buffest of them all, though strangely not by all that much. And so with your Shadow Tree blessings, and due to the fact that she's just a clone of Maggie in terms of moveset, ends up being a disappointingly easy and kind of pointless encounter. At least there's some nice scenery here though. In conclusion, Demi-Human Queens are a decent enough boss, nothing special, nothing to write home about. And not even really that original due to them being derived from Dark Souls 3's Osiris, but they're a fair example of a middling Elden Ring dungeon boss. Now, I went back and forth quite a bit on precisely where to place this next one. I had many sleepless nights deliberating on it, but in the end I said screw it. Even though he is an NPC type fight, let's stick Round Table Knight Vike up at number 231. I know that's not exactly a high ranking, but it is kind of when you consider that this is a tarnished NPC type fight. Now, way before you face him at the Lord Contender's Everjail on the mountaintops of the Giants, you may well have a run-in with Vike the Bike earlier in Liurnia, but here he is festering Fingerprint Vike. This is what's become of the former hero after succumbing to the sway of the three fingers, hence the scorched finger-shaped indentations in his armour, and the explosive power of his weapon's Ash of War, Frenzy Flame Thrust. This Everjail version of Vike, however, is him as he was in his prime, the only incantations he uses here being Dragon Cult ones, and even his weapon's Ash of War carries no trace of the Flame of Frenzy here. So how's the actual fight? Well, it's actually really fucking hard. For a base game NPC type fight, Vike has a lot of HP, making this quite unlikely to be a quick, clean kill for you, and furthermore, he is insanely strong. He may not use any Flame of Frenzy incantations throughout this encounter, but those draconic ones really hurt if they nick you, and the AoE of his Altered Ash of War skill is deceptively large. Vike can also buff his weapon with his own signature incantation, Vike's Dragon Bolt, giving him an extra red lightning edge. And you know, this whole mixture results in a damn challenging duel, which I actually like for what it is. The tale of Vike and his literal fall from grace is a great one, and I really enjoy how the game lets you face the fallen version of him first, and then much later on Vike as he was in his prime before his corruption. I'd say this is definitely the most difficult Everjail encounter in the game too, and your reward for victory makes it well worth it, netting you the Fingerprint set, some of the sickest armour in the game. Mechanically, there's nothing unique here. As with any NPC fight, Vike doesn't do anything that you can't pull off yourself, I guess other than his slightly altered Ash of War skill. That means he was never going to rank in the top bloody 100 or anything, but for what this fight is, it's pretty much the best in its category, at least in the base game, because there is one more NPC encounter I find to be a little bit more interesting. This was a boss I actually nearly forgot about altogether, but in the end, I remembered it. It's Dryleaf Dane, found in Shadow Altis. The reason I almost forgot about dear old Uncle Dane is because I kinda just recalled him as being another Phantom Invasion style encounter, but no, he is a proper boss. Elden Ring really is completely arbitrary when it comes to what is and is not considered a boss though, isn't it? I mean, like, the Lady and Allies battle isn't a boss, but Fierce Champions is. Or what about the Draconic Tree Sentinel and the giant Wormface in Crumbling Farama's Eula? Or the Godskin Noble on the bridge to the Liurnia Divine Tower? Why aren't they actual bosses, whereas the Draconic Tree Sentinel in front of Leyndell and say the Godskin Apostle in the Windmill Village are bosses? Beats me. Anyway, before you can take on Dane, you have to find his gesture, which is found at the start of Shadow Altis, after which, upon encountering him at the Moorth Ruins Michaelis Cross, you can perform the gesture, commencing the duel. Just looking at Dryleaf Dane, you might assume him to be a bit of a bitch with his silly hat and soft robes. However, he's not. He's got a pretty decent amount of HP for a start, though nothing crazy, and just like when you face him later in Enir Ilum, he's a big fan of the Discus of Light incantation, which, although basic, has caught me out an embarrassing number of times with its boomerang bullshittery. The real threat here, however, is Dane's fists and feet. He uses no conventional weapon, instead relying on fist work and footwork, but even though he wields no blade, my god does it hurt if you get caught out by his palm blast. Doesn't really look like all that much when it's being charged, but if it connects, well, I hope you weren't a fan of your health. This guy's fucking relentless too. It's kind of terrifying when he's chasing you down because he just will not let up. Dryleaf Dane isn't a very complex encounter at all. His moveset, although very cool, is quite damn simple. However, simplicity in a fight doesn't mean that fight can also be a pretty damn good one, and I love how the duel is commenced too. It's not done by an invasion, or an Everjail, or by walking through a fog gate. It's done by staring the man in the face and performing a respectful gesture, and I for one think that's really cool. Ugh, groan of displeasure, because at number 229 I have Sekiro's Shichimen Warriors, found in the abandoned dungeon, Ashina Depths, and the Fountainhead Palace. Don't think I'm being too controversial here if I posit that the abandoned dungeon is a pretty miserable location. It's really not what I'd call a fun level in the slightest, though I guess maybe it's not meant to be, with its main purpose being to function as a nexus connecting Ashina Castle to Mount Congo and the Ashina Depths. Unfortunately for us though, this dismal dungeon of death and unholy rebirth is also home to a boss, the Shichimen Warrior, with the game's other two instances of this boss being pretty much the same as this one. The Shichimen Warriors wield a spear / halberd of sorts for slashing at you, which it certainly will if you get close enough to allow it thus, though unlike most bosses or enemies in this game, its actual weapon isn't what you really need to be worrying about, it's all the other shit. We spoke about the underwater headless earlier, with one of the main dangers there being terror buildup, and yeah, it's even worse here. The Shichimen Warriors spawn in terror orbs throughout the arena which home in on you. It also spawns in much larger orbs which do even more damage in terror and which are harder still to avoid. And it even has a Comet Azure style terror beam which will annihilate you if you aren't well prepared for it. Thankfully there is a tool which helps massively against terrifying bosses like this, and that is the Phoenix's Lilac Umbrella upgrade for the loaded Umbrella Shinobi prosthetic, which will completely block all incoming damage and terror build-up from frontal attacks, even the big scary laser. This upgrade isn't mandatory for this fight, but it is highly recommended, because otherwise the only way to avoid terror build-up is to not let the orbs touch you in any way. Neither blocking or deflecting will save you here. On top of all that nasty nonsense though, this is an apparition type boss, meaning unless you have plenty of divine confetti on hand, don't even bother. Divine confetti does extra damage to apparitions, but in the case of foes like the Shichimen Warrior, your damage without the confetti will be just about too awful to even bother with. And when combined with the general level of all-out danger presented by terror, this is a boss you want to take out as quickly as possible, especially because it likes to wander. You don't get to just constantly attack and deflect here until the thing's dead like you can with most bosses. The Shichimen Warrior frequently teleports away to elsewhere in the arena, and so when you do get a chance to launch a few attacks, you want those attacks to really count. And that brings me to why my affection for this boss is pretty minimal. It's not just because of borderline needing the Lilac Umbrella, or just how you have to keep frantically swallowing down pacifying agents, or glugging mouthfuls of the mottled purple gourd when you get tagged by terror, or just how you need to come with several divine confetti to do any reasonable damage, but rather it's all those things combined. The Shichimen Warrior fights are frantic as fuck, requiring you to monitor too many different things. Gotta keep an eye on your terror meter, but then even if your terror's too low, you still need to watch out for your actual health. Whoops! Terror got a bit too high, we need to use a pacifying agent. Oh fuck, now I'm at critical HP and so I need to cycle through to my healing gourd. Jeepers, it's gearing up for its terror laser. Better use my lilac umbrella. Curses! My divine confetti has run out, and now I need to cycle through to that and pop another one and hope the boss doesn't teleport away again before I can actually make use of the buff before it runs out again. And if you go through several divine confetti on an attempt but then die to the boss and now you're fresh out, have fun having to go away and farm it until you have enough, because like I said, you need divine confetti here. I guess some folk might appreciate how this boss forces you to fight it in a very different manner to how almost any other boss is fought, but in my book you've got to do more than just be different to impress me. Being different or unique isn't everything. You can be unique and still be shit. Before we go on to the next boss, gotta mention that there is another way to harm the Shichiman warrior, and that is the ever elusive anti-air death blow. As long as you've got divine confetti active, if you jump next to the boss while it's floating through the air as it sometimes does, you can pull off an anti-air death blow to wipe out one of its 2 health bars in one fell swoop. Here's my problem though, and I admit this is a personal problem. I have never in my life been able to pull this off on a boss. I've just never been able to fucking do it. In fact, I think I've only ever pulled off an anti-air death blow once ever playing this game, and it was on one of those straw hat dudes, and even then I think that was just by luck. I came extremely close to getting one off on this boss, but because I guess the game hates me, it completely screwed me out of it and it didn't land. Look at this. Also discovered that you can actually puppeteer these guys if you finish them off with a death blow from behind. Wasn't very useful, but hey, pretty cool. And right off the back of the Shichiman warriors, let's get into the headless again, but this time it's the regular ones you fight on land, found in Ashina Outskirts, Sunken Valley and Mibu Village. These fiends of the underworld are one of the most unnerving bosses in the game. Even more so than the Shichiman warriors, I'd say. These bloated, pale, living corpses missing their heads, yet still possessing dark hair falling down their necks and backs, armed with wicked, terror-imbued katanas about 4 times the size of Wolf's own sword. In the interests of brevity, because this is a brief video, take all the things I just complained about with the previous boss, those related to terror, divine confetti and the advisability of the usage of the Phoenix Lilac umbrella, and apply them to this boss too. But then add ghostly fog into the ghastly mix, an element which, rather than simply obscuring your visibility or some such, also heavily restricts your movement, preventing you from running or jumping to full height. I mean, if this fog was present in a regular boss fight, it'd already be a pretty nasty thing to have to deal with, but in this fight, with this half-naked, headless thing from the abyss swinging its hellish sword round in severing arcs, well, it's a piece of shit and I don't like it. The Lilac Umbrella is needed here even more than with the Shichiman warrior fights, because again, conventional deflecting will still cause terror build-up, and it's really difficult to get close enough to attack without being in imminent danger of being hit yourself, and of course there's also the regular damage its attacks do as well. The Headless will also sometimes seemingly disappear, but for God's sake, when this happens, don't panic. Just turn around immediately and carry on with the combat. Because if you let this dude get the drop on you, Jesus. I both love and hate that they came up with 2 different animations for this grab attack, depending on whether you're above or below the waterline. Just like with the Shichiman warrior, I do kind of appreciate what they were going for here, which seems to be to get you right out of your comfort zone, to get you unnerved, straining to not succumb to the terror. Struggling to get clear of each attack, fingers fumbling on the D-pad as you try and navigate to your purple mottled gourd, then back to your regular healing gourd and let's pop some divine confetti, but it's a bit bloody much, isn't it? Sekiro is a game I've always found to be really hard, and that's okay, but fights like this are hard in a way I don't really enjoy. The only times I feel enjoyment when fighting the likes of the Headless are directly after I've struck the final blow and can finally breathe again, without being in fear of suffering the most grievous of intestinal violations. Christ on a bike, things were getting far too terrifying for me there. I think I need a pick-me-up. So let's see who's next. Oh, it's the Fool's Idol from the Prison of Hope. Not quite what I'd call a pick-me-up, to be honest. I know how to cheer both you and myself up. Historically, back in the days where I first played Demon's Souls, I always saw the Fool's Idol as something of a joke boss, something trivial. Not in the same sense as the likes of the Leechmonger or the Dirty Colossus, where they're just not that dangerous but you still need to pummel them a fair bit, but rather a boss you can just run up on, whack a few times, and by golly, you've claimed yourself another Demon's Souls. Just how we do things in Lexington, Kentucky. But as I later realised, I somehow gained a warped view of this boss's difficulty back then. I guess by just getting really damn lucky in my first 1 or 2 runs where I was able to nail the Fool's Idol without her getting a real chance to flex her muscles at me, to flex her many biceps. Cause in stark comparison to my historic impressions of this boss, my modern ones are that she can actually be a problem. And if you don't believe me, just ask my old Aunt Mabel, or my buddy Tim Kowalski. Okay, that's enough. That's enough of that for now. For now. As for the Fool's Idol's mechanics, before we even get into the actual fight, very cool thing about this boss is that unless you take out the creep on the upper level of this area before entering her arena, after you beat her, she'll simply be resurrected again, which is a detail I love, tying into her being this demon masquerading as a god, basking in the twisted adulation of her emaciated followers down here in her decrepit chapel. Once the fight does commence, you might initially think that it's going to be a piece of piss as you get a few seemingly free blows on this buffoon's monolith, but then she teleports away and the actual fight starts. The idiot's avatar is a duplicator. She did it way before that pretender the Crystal Sage. Copy her. From here, both her and her duplicates will start sending Soul Arrow and Soul Ray projectiles at you, and it sucks. Worse still, the rows of pews will inhibit your movement around the arena, and worse stiller, her followers will get in your way and try and attack you, making moving around an even bigger pain. Even more worse or stiller though, the dumbass's deity sets up trap mines on various spots on the floor, which deal very minor damage but which also hold you in place for several seconds, leaving you completely open to the magic attacks. The locations of these traps are briefly revealed when they're first set, but they quickly turn invisible, and it's extremely irritating when you get caught out by one, only to get caught out by another, and then die. As for which entity is the true one, there are actually multiple ways to tell, such as, if you're locking onto the true idol, there will be no smaller sub-health bar which appears like it does for the clones. Also, the true idol will pelt you with Soul Ray, rather than the less powerful but still quite aggravating Soul Arrow. And the followers in the room will face and can even be caught praising in the direction of the real boss entity. Me myself personally though, I'm actually not a very intelligent person, and so even though I'd previously known all this, even having spoken about the moron's effigy in my last big bloody ranking video, and even though I fought this boss many times before, even having previously made an entire retrospective on the game, on my latest playthrough I somehow just forgot literally all of what I knew, and did really badly and couldn't remember how to tell which one was the correct one, and how to not die. I actually got really frustrated and had a shit time fighting this boss, though I also concede that this was more of a me issue than a Fool's Idol issue. I was the fool. In conclusion, the Fool's Idol is a boss with some solid mechanics on show. In fact, mechanics are just about all that's on show, seeing as how the only ability the boss has is either Soul Arrow or Soul Ray, depending on which one's firing at you, and those blasted mines too, I guess. Definitely don't love this boss, and I don't really think it's very fun, but I do respect the mechanics and ideas at play here, so I can't be too harsh. Let's keep going with boss fights which have you fight a bunch of things instead of just one thing. Let's move on to the Skeleton Lords, the bone army guarding the way to Harvest Valley from Huntsman's Copse. If you like fighting skeletons, you're gonna love this fight. If fighting skeletons is your thing, you are going to shit yourself when you walk through when you enter this arena. On the other hand, if you hate skeletons, if you harbour only an intense loathing for the bone, you're going to be gutted, because the Skeleton Lords really does just boil down to a pretty easy fight against a load of skeletons. That's literally all this is. There are 3 Skeleton Lords waiting for you when you walk in, seated upon their thrones of bones, one with a great scythe, one with a staff, and one armed with a roaring halberd. A unique weapon you can get for yourself by trading in the Skeleton Lord's soul afterwards. Although you might be mildly intimidated being greeted by the three lords in their robes with their fancy weapons, seated up on their high thrones against a backdrop of flaming bones, don't be intimidated. You shouldn't be remotely intimidated because this is honestly one of the easiest fights in the game. The skeleton lords themselves are surprisingly easy to kill. In most cases you'll be able to take each of them out in just 2 or 3 attacks apiece. It's a piece of piss. However, depending on which lord you take down, a shitload of skeletons will rise up out of the bone piles, either regular shielded ones, armoured ones, or even bone wheels, who thankfully are much less dangerous in Dark Souls 2. Although it's been many years since I played vanilla Dark Souls 2, I'm sure they made it so that way more skeletons spawn in the score of the first Sin edition of the fight, what with adding much more enemies seeming to have been the prevailing design philosophy of these remakes of the game. Just look at Iron Keep. Although you can end up with a shambling army of bonemen chasing you down if you get too eager and choose to take down all 3 lords without first taking care of their respective minions, it never really gets to the point of being excessively difficult to manage. Although this isn't the easiest boss in the game, it's about in the top 5. It's fine though. I mean, I guess there's nothing terribly original here, but just as a boss like the Covetous Demon can be fun in that it gives you a chance to just unload on a big meaty target with a boss health bar, the Skeleton Lords is a nice opportunity to go buck wild on a ton of skeletons, and there's certainly some fun to be had there. Now this next boss is one which was actually named after me, don't you know? It's the Living Failures. Yeah. First boss you fight in Bloodborne's DLC is Ludwig, one of the most well-known bosses in FromSoft's entire roster for several good reasons. Ludwig's not the only DLC boss, of course, and when you get to the level directly after his underground corpse pile, that being the research hall, which I personally consider to be one of the greatest levels FromSoft have ever designed, you're probably hoping for a suitably superb boss to nicely cap off the arduous ascent directly preceding it. And guess what? There is a superb boss waiting for you. Hurrah! Hurrah! But not yet. Because before being permitted entry into the Astral Clock Tower where Lady Maria awaits, got to defeat the Living Failures. Similarly to the Skeleton Lords we just got done discussing, this is a battle against multiple different foes who share a single large health pool. Lore-wise, the fight is closely connected to the Celestial Emissaries. Those little cuties are examples of successful experiments, beings capable of actually communing with the Great Ones, hence why so many are to be found not far from where you can find Ebritus, the left behind Great One. These guys however are bigger, stronger and wilder than their little brothers. In fact, they kind of look like a cross between a Celestial Emissary and a bloated head patient, but bigger. Main threat with the Living Failures is their physical attacks. They'll run at you swinging their big long arms around or trying to smash you with their mutated misshapen heads. And if these attacks connect, they hurt, though thankfully all of them can be reliably stopped in their tracks with a well-timed gunshot stagger. Mind you, you're going to have several failure entities on you at the one time, sometimes with more than one pressuring you with melee attacks while others keep their distance to fire arcane projectiles in your direction, even causing AoE blasts upon impact. The showstopper here though is their Cosmic Communion Meteor Shower. I don't know what the official name for this move is, but I'm calling it the Cosmic Communion Meteor Shower, because it just seems very apt. Now, these may be some unfortunate looking failed experiments, but gotta say this is a beautiful attack. I adore how the skybox transforms into a rotating picture of the cosmos, dotted with stars amidst clouds of pink nebulae. Then comes the blue meteors, which look very similar to the arcane projectiles also used by Rom. As for how to deal with the meteor shower, well, it's surprisingly simple. Could just hide behind the enormous sunflower using it as cover, or you could use your noggin and charge attack one of the failures from behind to take advantage of the iframes you get from your following critical attack, while doing a nice wee chunk of damage too. And just like with the 4 kings and the aforementioned Godskin duo, that health pool will keep taking damage if you keep attacking during the enemy's death throes. Believe it or not, I originally had the Living Failures a decent wee bit higher on my list. I mean, yes it is a group/gang fight, but it's not like it's just a bunch of regular enemies you're up against. These are unique creatures you don't find anywhere else. Also, the arena is damn near iconic in my view. I give bonus points for any big attack which involves cosmic imagery. All that said, who ever really looks forward to fighting the living failures? They're a bit of a slog, and they're also not quite easy enough to be considered trivial. I mean, you can die here, and it's quite annoying when you do, because it's like, can we just get this over with so I can do something I actually enjoy? That's what she said. Okay, we've got a freaky one for you now. For sure one of the most grotesque bosses in this whole list. It's the aptly named Wormface. Wormface, huh? Real imaginative name there, FromSoft. Hey, let's do that with other bosses. Hey Mikowash, host of the Nightmare. Your new name is Cagehead. Hey Miranda the Blighted Bloom. Your new name is Large Flower. Oh, Yarnum, Thumerian Queen. Your new name is... Actually, let's leave that one. First place most folk will encounter the ever upsetting Wormface is in Altus Plateau, specifically the misty forest area beneath the broken bridge. Very creepy place, both visually and aurally. As you're travelling through its expanse, you can often hear the unsettlingly human-sounding weeping of the blighted abominations which dwell in the forest's more obscure inner reaches. The place is lousy with Wormfaces, haunting its ruins, wandering round in circles or even being hunted by Leyndell soldiers. Almost all of them here are lesser ones though, while the biggest one is to be found hunched over at the foot of the local minor Erd tree. But you can also find these big ones in Mount Gelmir in addition to a non-boss big boy in Crumbling for Amazula. Wormfaces do possess some rudimentary melee capabilities, mostly involving them ramming their revolting heads into the ground and grinding round in the dirt. Again, weird shit. That, however, is about the bulk of their conventional attacks, because what Wormfaces really love to throw out is Deathblight. They spray out thick clouds and foul globules of whatever unspeakable substance is produced by the thick worms infesting their face. Clouds which linger, and when that status bar fills up, it's Deathblight time, which personally is my least favourite time of the day. Bar fills up pretty damn fast, it goes down pretty damn slow, and before you know it this shit is everywhere, which is very dangerous if you don't have any rejuvenating boluses on hand. Though if you have them, the Prince of Death's pustule or cyst talismans certainly will help a lot with your Deathblight resistance. Wormfaces have one of the scariest grab attack animations in the game too, wherein they sweep their arms in a swooping grab which they then repeat, and if this connects, the results are exactly as horrifying as you'd expect. Wormfaces are one of the strangest and most mysterious creatures in Elden Ring, made even more so by the fact that they also appear in Crumbling for Azula, indicating that whatever their origins are, they've been around for a long time. Because of their Deathblight capabilities, fighting them can give off almost the same sort of panic as you get when fighting Sekiro's Shichiman warriors and Headless, though still somewhat less so due to you not needing any sort of special buff to actually deal decent damage to the boss. And also the boss's conventional damage capabilities aren't so much of an issue here. Even so, the Deathblight can be a real nuisance when it builds up fast and you're out of heals and you need to play super passively until that status bar goes down enough. Super cool boss and all, very interesting one, and very dangerous in their own way, but not necessarily the most enjoyable boss to actually fight. At number 223 I have Elden Ring's Erdtree Burial Watchdogs. Doesn't really look like a dog at all, far more resembles a stone kitty cat, but let's not get into that now. That's a debate for another day. Even though the Grafted Scion will be your very first boss and the Soldier of Godric might be your first dungeon boss if you choose to play through the Wii tutorial dungeon at the beginning, the first Catacomb boss you're very likely to face is the Erdtree Burial Watchdog, found in Stormfoot Catacombs, though these sorceress stone constructs are also found in several other of the game's catacombs as well, and they can also be found as regular enemies in a few places. You can even find frost ones in one or two mountaintops of the Giants dungeons. Pretty cool, nice wee variation they threw in there for you. For you, and for me. Regardless of whether it's the sword or scepter variant you're up against, the main attack you're going to be dealing with these strange stone statues is their magical ground pound, and I suck balls at dealing with this. You got that? The timing's always the bloody same and it's super easy to tell when it's coming, but even so I get caught out at way more than I should. And because of that I don't like it. But I can't tell if that's because there's actually something genuinely wrong with this attack's hitbox, or simply because I'm just really bad at dodging it. The problem might be me. The other thing the Watchdogs are known for is their strange manner of movement and attacking. Not only do they look like enchanted automatons, but they behave like it too, moving in strange, jerky motions. This guy's a real jerk. These motions get concluded with very fast, sudden swings or downward cleaves of the sword or scepter, and they can feel very difficult to time when you're still inexperienced, still a bit fresh to the game, though it does feel good when you do manage to nail that roll just as that big sword comes crashing down. Another alarming thing about the Watchdogs is just how unexpectedly quickly they get around. They don't run up to you or anything, but those ground pound attacks cover a lot of, well, ground. And even if the boss is over at the other end of the arena, it can be a bit of a shock when you realise how little time it takes them to close that distance. Like I said, this is a dungeon boss that is reused a bunch of times, though there is some variation between encounters, an imp or two getting thrown into the fray here, or even a second watchdog chucked in there. Which, surprisingly enough, is where the fun comes in, because if you hit one with a few crystal darts, the automaton will malfunction and attack the other one for huge damage, allowing you to just sit back and enjoy the show. Big fishing hamlet shark giant vibes here. Hey, pretty cool mini boss, though I have always questioned the wisdom of throwing one at you so early on. Like I say, unless you miss or choose to skip the Stormfoot catacombs, this will be one of your first bosses, and I think it having such a strange and unconventional manner of movement has the potential to unnecessarily frustrate newer players who keep getting caught out by those silly wind-ups and that bastard of a ground slam attack. Let's stick with Elden Ring for a wee bit longer to talk about the boss encountered in the Weeping Everjail, the Sainted Hero's Grave and the Giant Conquering Hero's Grave. It's the ancient hero of Zamor. Rather an intriguing looking boss, certainly. Not a terribly interesting design in my eyes, but they do look quite out of place, and the mention of Zamor will surely raise an eyebrow or two when first encountered, as maybe you think to yourself, okay, what is that? As with lots of early game bosses, you might even be very impressed at first, specifically the one in the Weeping Peninsula, with you perhaps still being under the blissful illusion that some Everjails and dungeons might actually have unique bosses, but in this case, no. You'll fight them again in a couple dungeons and you'll fight a bunch of them as regular enemies at the Zamor ruins in the mountaintops of the Giants. As for their fighting style, well, it rather matches their slender foreign appearance, with their moveset being composed of exotic, extravagant cleaves and arcing slices from their uniquely shaped curved greatswords, interspersed with the occasional show of acrobatics as they nigh on fly through the air. The signature element of offense with the ancient heroes of Zamor, however, is their use of ice abilities. Once phase 2 comes round, their swords will be enfrosted, which isn't actually a real word, but who cares. At this point they'll also gain a couple extra frost abilities in addition to the likes of the frost breath they already sometimes threw out in phase 1. The most dramatic of these is Zamor Ice Storm, and if you get your hands on this weapon you can have access to this same ability. Damn good weapon, by the way. I'm actually not all that hot for the ancient heroes of Zamor, but rather than that being because I think it's a shit boss, it's largely because, for the life of me, I am terrible at fighting them. The way their attacks come out with those flowing, dance-like animations confounds my small brain. And other than in those cases where I happen to be really overpowered for the fight, I am nearly guaranteed to take way more hits than I'm comfortable with when up against an ancient hero of Zamor, both their frost moves and their melee ones. This is a pretty cool boss with some pretty neat moves. And I really don't know what most other people think of these guys actually, but even though they're never a boss I dread to fight, they're also never one I look forward to either. My apologies, ancient hero of Zamor, but it's going to take Zamor than that to satisfy my ass. So even though Elden Ring's trolls come in many different shapes and sizes, flavours and colours, excluding Night Rain, you only actually fight two particular variants as boss. There's the Stone Digger troll who I'll get onto later, and for now, the hilariously named Balls Carrion Knight, found at the Cuckoo's Everjail in Western Liurnia. With the exception of Night Rain's pot throwers, I love trolls. Bloody great enemy, and very intimidating when you first encounter them roaming round in Limgrave. Lots of big, heavy and loud attacks at their disposal, and the game keeps them quite interesting by adding in new variants. Indeed, a variant encountered at various points throughout Liurnia is the Carrion Troll Knights. Identifiable by their blue capes, their Carrion Knight helms, their magic imbued Troll Knight swords, and their ability to use the Great Blade Phalanx Carrion sorcery. Damn fine enemies if you ask me, and although this kind are encountered as enemies out in the game world, they're not all that common. For as great an enemy as Carrion Trolls are, sadly Balls here does not have a single move at his disposal that regular Carrion Trolls don't have. You do learn Great Blade Phalanx as a reward for beating him, but this isn't Balls' spell, they can all use this. As I'm sure you've discerned from my previous ranking and associated rationales, when you get an enemy made into a boss, I'm not just ranking the boss version on how good the enemy is, I'm also ranking them on their value as a boss. Is it a worthwhile encounter? Is there anything uniquely different or interesting about it? Stuff like that. And so, while I do like Balls, and feel free to quote me on that, but whilst I do enjoy Balls, there ain't nothing new here, and so I'm fine with ranking him thusly. Hey, this next guy sure could use a shower. It's the Dirty Colossus from Demon's Souls, the boss of the second stage of the Valley of Defilement. A wee while ago we covered this world's first boss, the Leechmonger, a boss I think is okay, I guess, but who I complained felt far too easy, missed potential there. And funnily enough, I have some similar thoughts when it comes to the Dirty Colossus. Even the general sort of design idea of this boss isn't too dissimilar to its more wriggly brother, except instead of being composed of a writhing mass of leeches, it's a moving, oozing collection of debris, flies and filth. A Dirty Colossus, or, if you'll permit me to suggest an alternate moniker, a shit golem. Love the design, and for as miserable a level as the Swamp of Sorrow can be to have to wade through, I adore themes of filth in games. I think grime and stench and waste is an area of horror which you don't often see done really effectively, though the Fear and Hunger games absolutely nail that sort of thing. And you know what, the Valley of Defilement does too, both the original and, in my opinion, the remake as well. And indeed, this shambling avatar of filth, whilst not being in any way scary, certainly has its own appalling appeal. The Dirty Colossus has a modest suite of attacks, all revolving around heavy thrashing, slams and flies. In fact, just as the Leechmonger had a unique leech-based health drain status effect ailment to inflict upon you, so does the Dirty Colossus, except with flies rather than leeches. Flies aside though, this boss is just about as slow, sluggish and clumsy as you would expect from such an entity. If you're a magic user, you're going to have a ridiculously easy time here. You can just chuck out fire sprays for high damage at minimal risk to your person. If you're all about the melee though, you have to get in there, within range of its swinging club-like arms and its big fly AoE attack. And you know what, if you're anything like me, by which I mean Barrett Games, you might even get hit a few times, but here's the rub with the Dirty Colossus. It's really weak. In fact, unless you run out of grass by the time you make it here, or unless you've really been neglecting leveling up vitality, you shouldn't ever die to this boss. Its attacks don't do much damage, its attack speed and attack frequency are slow enough so that it's very easy to roll or run to safety even if you do get hit. And the boss's terrible mobility makes it easier still to just get away from danger, heal and then get right back in there to bring down the Colossus. Honestly, even though I enjoy the Dirty Colossus more than the Leechmonger, and even though I find the Leechmonger to be a piece of piss to defeat, I think the Dirty Colossus is easier still, to the point where I see this boss as free. I actually quite like this, by the way, because for as much of a pain as the Valley of Defilement's first stage can be, its second stage is worse still. And the only way it could have been made even shittier, pun intended, would be if its level boss was a bastard too, as opposed to this lumbering oaf. I enjoy fighting the Dirty Colossus, I even kind of look forward to it. Oh. But that said, it's not a great boss, and I think there should have been a bit more general challenge to it. It's not like there's any sort of strategy or mechanic you need to figure out here either. You really do just run up and hit it a bunch, run away when you see its blatantly telegraphed AoE attack incoming, and then get back in there. Oh, hold on, I'm covered in flies. Perhaps I should shift strategy. Nope, doesn't matter. Literally doesn't matter at all. Just heal if you need to, then hit it some more. Next up, we've got the bloody disciples of Morg. We've got Elden Ring's Sanguine Nobles, the boss version being found in Altus Plateau's Writhe Blood Ruins, though you can also find these cheeky chappies as regular enemies in Mogwin Palace, and there's one at the Second Church of Marika. Okay, for a start, is that not one of the sickest entrance animations you've ever bloody seen? I mean, I guess Moke himself does it even cooler, but his minions are pretty damn slick when it comes to the whole rising up from a pool of blood thing too. And you can even argue that their bloody helix weapons are a fair bit more stylish compared to the much larger and more over-the-top Sacred Spear favoured by the Lord of Blood himself. Another neat detail to watch out for is that if you look under their hoods, you can see that there doesn't seem to be an actual body there. It's a very similar sort of idea to Mergel's wet nurse from Bloodborne, who is also partially formless, but who still has visible arms which can hold weapons. As for the lore reasons for this, I'll leave that to the experts. As you'll have noticed by now, I am keeping discussions very light on lore, and that's because while I really enjoy the lore in these games, never been one for discovering and interpreting it myself. I prefer to enjoy other people's interpretations. Don't want to just regurgitate other folks' takes. That's lame. Fighting though? Hell yeah, I can talk about that. And the fighting style favoured by the Sanguine Nobles is a bloody one indeed. Rending combos of stabs, slashes and even thrown dagger projectiles, all of which hurt, and all of which make you bleed. Their moveset kinda reminds me of the Bloodhound Knights in a way, but if the Bloodhound Knight used a rapier and stood on two legs instead of running around on all fours like some kind of moron, like some sort of dumb idiot. Sort of like the ancient hero of Zamor, this is a foe I've never been all that great at fighting. I guess because their extravagant acrobatics dazzle me to the extent where I, quite frankly, have little idea of precisely when I'm supposed to dodge things, but this is balanced out by the fact that Sanguine Nobles are never particularly tanky wherever you find them. And they can also be quite easily staggered, though watch out for when they raise their dagger aloft, because they can and will parry you when in this stance, and then follow up with a nasty critical. Pretty cool enemy you got here, with a great design and a stylish moveset, though honestly, I've always seen these entities more as tricky enemies than bosses. Not least of all because you only encounter them as a boss in one place, whereas there's several of them waiting for you as elite enemies in Mogwin's bloody domain. Next up, we have Elden Ring's Bloodhound Knight, fought at the Forlorn Hounds Everjail and the Lakeside Crystal Cave, and there's a few of them hanging around in other spots as regular enemies too. Bloodhound Knights are just one of many examples of an enemy model being taken from a previous game but repurposed and tweaked to serve as a new enemy for Elden Ring, with the Outrider Knights from Dark Souls 3 being the foundation from which these knights were built. Well, some might sneer at such a fact. I, however, do not. I really don't mind things being recycled as long as the new version is better or at least as good as the previous one, which in this case I think it is. Also, in some cases it can be difficult to even tell when an enemy or boss is partially derived from a previous game. For example, did you know that some of the Leonine Misbegotten's attacks and movements were taken from Slave Knight Gale's first phase? I put hundreds of hours into Elden Ring and I never noticed until some man on an Instagram reel pointed it out to me. Anyway, I actually considered the Outrider Knights in Dark Souls 3 to be one of its most difficult enemies. I adored their design and I still think they're one of the coolest enemies in the entire Dark Souls trilogy, but I was never very good at fighting them. As for Bloodhound Knights, even though the general trend from one game to the next with FromSoft nowadays is to make things harder and more complex with longer wind-ups, bigger damage, and more extensive combos, I actually think the Bloodhound Knight is, if anything, a refinement over the Outrider Knight. Not saying I'm tremendously good at fighting these guys or anything, but I've never really struggled. Although they move around on all fours due to their odd and unsettlingly bestial proportions, their manner of attacking is actually quite similar to the aforementioned ancient heroes of Zamor. Not least of all because both bosses make use of different types of curved greatsword. For whatever reason though, I just find the Bloodhound Knight's moveset to be a bit more readable and less likely to get me panic rolling in confusion. Also, there's no frost or magic of any kind to worry about here, just a lot of honest to goodness hacking and slashing. First time you encounter a Bloodhound Knight will likely be the Forlorn Hound's Everjail, alongside your boy Blythe, but it's unlikely to pose much of an issue due to the two of you being there. But the solo encounter in Lakeside Crystal Cave, not to mention the other regular enemy encounters, should give you a bit more exposure to what the Bloodhound Knight is all about, and yeah, for what it is, I quite like this boss. No big special attacks or fancy magic or anything, but rather just a very decent knight type enemy with an unconventional design and a tricky moveset. Good stuff. Back to Bloodborne's Chalice dungeons for this one, but rather than the subject being some bastard of a brain sucker or some boring old bore, it's a monster totally unique to these dark dungeons, the Undead Giant, specifically the chain variant for now. If a man was to come to me on the street and ask me, Mr. Type 1A, what do you think about the visual design of the Undead Giant, specifically the chain variant? I'd respond with, I love it. These monstrosities of blood, flesh and rusted iron are beyond sick looking, and their design is right at home down here in the Chalice dungeons. Because that's what they look like, monsters created in a dungeon. They'd be right at home in the dungeons of fear and hunger. To actually fight them though, depending on the variant, When it comes to the Chain Giant, well by golly this boss is a trial. Now it does feature an enormous maul of swollen flesh on the end of its right arm and a wicked hook on its left. But the defining feature of this Undead Giant is surely its balls and chains embedded in its big back, because they are what allow it to do this. That attack is absolutely ridiculous. It's telegraphed sufficiently, but it feels bloody awful to try and dodge, and depending on the state of your vitality, it has an excellent chance of one-shotting you too. It's such a dangerous attack that for most people, best not to try and dodge it at all. Best to play super cautiously and only go in for an attack or two when it feels safe to do so, as opposed to playing super aggressively, which this game is usually all about. And this can get extra frustrating when you consider how tanky these guys are. One nice feature though is that there's a big blood sac on its right hip which you can target for a very nice chunk of damage when it explodes, much like what happens with the curse-rotted Greatwood boss from Dark Souls 3. The Undead Giant is an extremely cool looking boss with a killer design. Love all the wee details, and I believe the chain variant here is the only one you can't find as a regular enemy in the Chalice dungeons too. Though it's hard to be sure of anything with these dungeons, because I know there's a lot of possibilities when it comes to the root chalices, which I've actually never experimented with. Visual design aside though, bloody hell it can be a brutal, sometimes even boring grind trying to topple these giants. Their attacks are absurdly powerful, and like I said, that spin attack is... oh. No me gusta este ataque. Ich mag diesen Angriff nicht! Oh, thank heavens we're done with the Undead Giant, because now we can get talking about the Undead Giant, but the canon variant this time. I've put this big fella just ahead of the chain variant, but really it's either or. They're both just about equally as good and bad. First time I saw one of these guys wasn't even in a boss arena, but rather as a regular enemy in the Hintertomb Chalice dungeon, where it's chilling out down there in the big poison swamp below the bridge. Instead of the flesh maul, these giants have a great axe grafted to their right arm, and instead of a sickle in their left, nope, how about we just embed a massive fucking cannon there? Another very cool visual difference is that instead of a series of balls and chains staked into its back, as with the chain giants, the jolly old cannoneers feature a collection of lit candles upon their shoulders, providing absolutely no tactical benefit in combat from what I can tell, but looking undeniably stylish, very gothic. When it comes to the combat, obviously the main difference here is the cannon, and unlike those candles, it ain't just for show. If you're at any sort of range from the Undead Giant, be prepared for it to aim and then fire. And then often fire yet again just to catch you out if you were skilled or lucky enough to dash clear of the initial volley. There is a large pillar in the boss arena which you can hide behind, though to my delight it completely crumbles after taking a single shot from the cannon. The reason I say delight is because, I mean, that's awesome. I don't think this pillar or that crumbling animation is present elsewhere in the game, and I love that they added it for the Undead Giant. Back to that cannon though, well, Just as the Chain Giant's special attack isn't a whole lot of fun to deal with, nor is this. The projectile doesn't travel quite as quickly as you might think it would, but the real danger isn't the ball itself, but the explosion which comes after, an explosion which feels bad and wrong to try and dodge. If the blast had a hurt box that simply came and went like most other attacks, it would be fine, but it lingers for that bit too long, so that even when you appear to have dodged it, you'll often take big damage at the end of your dodge anyway. Thankfully, the Giant is far less likely to employ its cannon when you're sticking right close to it, but then of course you've got its melee attacks to worry about, which are also nothing to sniff at. Thus, whereas the Chain Giant is at its scariest when you're close to it, the Cannon Giant is at its scariest when you're far away. They're both very scary in different ways. I still like them both though. Among my favourite enemy designs in Bloodborne, which is really saying something, and even though I appreciate for their specialties is limited, their other attacks are largely fine and even enjoyable to deal with. Chief! Chief! It's not the Blood Fiend Chief this time though, but the Demi-Human Chiefs, fought in the Coastal Cave, potentially as part of a retrieval mission for Seamster Bok if you've began his questline. The Coastal Cave is a very nifty wee place, in that instead of it serving just as another plain old dungeon, a largely generic space mainly there to house a boss and a special reward, it also serves as a conduit to an otherwise inaccessible island just off mainland Limgrave where you can get an early introduction to the wonderful world of Dragon Communion. A great place to spend the dragon heart dropped by flying dragon Agil if you were brave enough to slay him. Lots of Dragon Communion incantations have quite steep stat requirements, with Arcane usually being the most awkward to fulfill unless you're specifically rocking an Arcane build. Mind you, why not purchase something simple like Dragonfire, an incantation with a modest requirement of just 15 Faith and 12 Arcane, highly affordable for the discerning... What am I doing? What am I even talking about? This is supposed to be about the Demi-Human Chief's boss. Chief! This is another example of a duo boss of sorts, but one done in a much more interesting and organic way compared to the likes of the Pumpkinheads. For a start, it's not strictly a duo fight, because there's a bunch of smaller demi-humans present too. Secondly, although there is a second chief to be defeated in the cave, it's snoozing just around the corner, and so if you're careful enough, you can beat the first one before the second wakes up. Kinda makes this one of the few Elden Ring boss fights where there's real potential for stealth usage, which I find to be very cool. You might really need that stealth too, because if you come here early, which is entirely possible due to the cave not being all that far from where you start out in Limgrave, this demi-human crew can pose a fairly considerable challenge when you're low leveled with unreinforced gear. The two demi-human chiefs can be super intimidating too, what with their savage speed and nasty knife rushes. And so this certainly is the type of fight where if you've got any sneaky strats, consumables, buffs or throwables on hand, get utilising them. Or just wait an hour or two when you're stronger and come back and wipe out the entire cave population then. Demi-human chiefs certainly aren't a super rare enemy or anything. You'll see a decent number of them as you travel through the lands between, with there often being at least one of them at the centre of any respectable demi-human ambush group. Even so, the Coastal Cave will likely be your first proper encounter with them, and all things considered, for what it is, I think this is a pretty good battle. They could have just placed one or two of them standing there waiting for you behind a fog gate, as is the case in almost every other dungeon boss, but instead they made it all quite interesting, unique and organic. Chief! Oh, I'm sorry, did you think we were done with Bloodborne's undead giants? No. Because there's one more boss variant to discuss, and it'll be the first one almost everyone sees down in the dungeons. It's the Twin Blade Giant. Design wise, same heaped candles upon shoulders style as the cannon variant going on here, though these guys do differ from the other two giant types in that its head is concealed by a hood. As for weaponry, it boasts a wicked curved blade jutting from each arm. No chains or cannons here, just raw steel. The Twin Blade Giant is the most conventional of the undead giants in that it doesn't really have any special tricks up its undead sleeves, just lots of melee mayhem, lots of slashing and slicing. Mind you, even if there's no heavy ordnance at play here, if you do opt to create any degree of distance between you and the boss, be prepared for its devastating leaping slam. It's fast, does a lot of damage, covers a ton of ground and is frankly terrifying. And also watch out for those wicked 4-hit combos. Don't really have anything new to say about the Twin Blade Giant that I haven't already said for the others, other than to declare that it is my favourite boss of the trio. It can definitely pose a big problem if you run into it at the wrong time down in the dungeons, especially if you walk into a boss arena expecting just a brain sucker or a man-eater boar and instead find yourself staring up at one of these monsters. The undead giants might be exclusive to the Chalice dungeons, but even though I don't consider any of them to be truly great bosses, I definitely do appreciate them. I love their designs and I think it's awesome that FromSoft took the time to create different variants of them with different movesets and even different visual details. It's all very cool stuff. It's high time we discussed another of Sekiro's mini-bosses, because for boss number 213, we have the rampaging guardian of the gates to the castle stairs, the Blazing Bull. And while we're at it, I hope you don't mind if I lump in its late game variant, Sakura Bull of the Palace, who is found roaming round the back of the gardens in Fountainhead Palace. For many bosses on this list, my opinions have shifted about over the years, which is the way it should be in my view. Even though I have countless hours of content devoted to FromSoft's games on my channel, I don't claim to be any sort of authority when it comes to my thoughts. Even though I do say what I mean, I don't take game critique or game discussion terribly seriously, because it's not all that serious. These are video games we're talking about, let's have some fun with it for God's sake. My point is though, sometimes I'll fight a boss for the first time and I'll be dazzled, to the point where afterwards I'll be like, holy fuck, what a boss that was, top 10. But then on my next playthrough I'll beat that same boss again and think, nah, that wasn't quite as sick as I remember it being. The reverse happens too, where I'll go from being lukewarm or even spiteful towards a particular boss experience, before becoming that boss's #1 fan on the next playthrough. Other times though, from my first time fighting a boss to my 10th time, my opinion will remain utterly static, which is the case with the Blazing Bull. How was that for an unnecessary tangent? My main issue with the Blazing Bull is that I still don't really know how to fight it, which is a problem. Unlike most other enemies you have fought up until this point in the game, even though you can do it, relying on sword deflections here feels like a tall order. You've got this braying, bucking, burning bull charging right at you, and trying to deflect these charges feels both odd and off. Especially because due to the fire, even perfectly executed deflects will still damage you a bit, as well as resulting in some burn build-up. So then you might think, okay, gotta just dodge these charges instead, just like what works really well with the Chained Ogre mini-boss fought a bit earlier. Except, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but this just rarely works as well as I expect it to. I guess because Sekiro's dodge windows are, or at least seem, stricter than they do in Souls games. Most of the time when I try and dodge these attacks, I still get flattened, regardless of whether it's the Blazing Bull or the Bull of the Palace. It's complete bullshit. An extremely useful tool when up against the bulls, however, is of course Roberto's Firecracker O's. These stun the bull, allowing for you to get a nice few attacks in, and I think they also contribute to the other thing that happens to this boss, where a bit into the fight it goes absolutely crazy. Starts bucking like mad and crashes into a wall, allowing you to deliver the coup de grace. Honestly though, I still don't quite know what determines when this will happen or whether it will happen at all, because I'm sure I've had attempts where this sort of frenzying event didn't happen, meaning I have to continue to just grind its health down while struggling to stay alive. I know I'm basically broadcasting my boss ignorance there, but let me know down in the comments if you've got any personal insights or tips into the behaviour of the bull. I just never feel comfortable fighting these beasts, and that's not just because they forced you to deviate from the game's usual deflection focused combat. I mean, like I said, the Chained Ogre pretty much forces you to do a lot of dodging too. And dodging is also strongly encouraged for the Demon of Hatred fight as well, both bosses I happen to really like, whereas I can't say the same for the bulls. I mean, I do like the bulls in a sense, Love their designs, I love how fucking scary these encounters are, and I really love how they didn't just bring back the Blazing Bull but with more health in Fountainhead Palace. Instead, taking the time to give it a completely different look and switching out fire for whatever kind of damage this purple shit does. However, even after so many years, when I get to this encounter, I largely just want for it to be over. I don't want to fight it, I want it to do that thing where it just falls over and lets me kill it, please. And now we come to the vacuous spider, Rom, the arcane entity hidden away on Moonside Lake, the strange being whose death at our hands is the catalyst for the appearance of the Blood Moon and the haunting cries of Mergo. I bloody love the moments leading up to the Rom fight. Yes, Byrgenwerth is a bafflingly meagre level, one with very little to explore, but stepping out onto the Lunarium to see Master Willem, the same ancient figure earlier seen and heard speaking to Lawrence in the excellent post-Vicar Amelia cutscene, sitting there blind and nearly mute by the lake, is beautiful. Byrgenwerth might not impress at all when it comes to exploration, but its aesthetics are just about top tier. And after a nimble leap out into the moonlit waters just in the nick of time before we get vaporised by a call beyond, we end up not in, but rather on the Moonside Lake, landing us at a moderate difference from Rom, the vacuous spider. A big glowing lump of a creature with a multitude of tiny scuttling legs, luminous vegetation growing out of its back, and a trypophobia triggering hole-filled head, one seemingly composed of rock or some other material all but impervious to most strikes from mortal weaponry. Rom is a being with a completely different appearance from anything else you came across up until this point, and so upon first seeing it, and after considering the long journey you've been through just to get here, it's fair to assume that this is going to be one heck of a boss fight against one hell of an opponent. Not quite though. Rom doesn't even react to your presence at first, it neither attacks or even moves. After just one or two attacks though, it will proceed to shy away just as a damn dozen of its infernal children drop down from above, triggering the actual beginning of the fight. Even here though, Rom won't attack yet, doing nothing more than scuttling away on its silly little legs, but deal enough damage and watch it teleport away and only then reveal what it's made of. Because Rom will never immediately teleport away at the beginning however, you can make the most of this by popping a bolt paper, chowing down on a beast blood pellet, building up some meter by nailing a few of the smaller spiders first, and then unleashing as many attacks on it as you can before it teleports away. And if you're really sharp with your timings, you can even hit it with a charge attack right before the big spidery lumps finish teleporting, keeping it in place for just a few moments longer. Once Rom is freshly resituated elsewhere on the lake, it will start attacking, and even though, admittedly, there is something unaccountably adorable about the way it rears itself up to telegraph an incoming attack, those attacks do hurt. Despite its nominal vacuousness, Rom is a master of the arcane arts. At longer ranges it can summon a sequence of projectiles down at you, necessitating either a few well-timed dodges, or more effectively still, just pick a direction and run. When a bit closer though, Rom can summon the same manner of projectiles, except from the lake up rather than from the air down. It's a classic get the fuck away from me style AoE move. And if that's not enough, it has another classic get the fuck away from me style AoE move, which is a simple arcane explosion. Thankfully, each of these attacks do have their own distinct telegraphs, which are easy enough to recognise after a wee bit of time, though there is a fourth possibility where, rather than Rom resorting to its ancient eldritch arcane arts honed to blue perfection, well, instead it just kind of flops around a bit on its big belly, like Magikarp using Splash. But even though this is by far its silliest looking attack, it's unironically what I consider the most dangerous and easy one to get hit by if you're anywhere close to it when Rom starts throwing it back like that. Honestly though, in a way you could argue that Rom is the least dangerous entity in this arena because its children are probably gonna be what causes most players' deaths. There's a ton of them. Every time Rom teleports away, a ton more gets spawned, and similar to Rom itself, they have near impervious heads. Meaning, rather than just being able to slash and bash away at them with gay abandon, you need to specifically aim for their bodies when striking to deal any reasonable degree of damage. Never mind reasonable degrees of bloody damage though, because the amount of damage they do to you is most certainly unreasonable, my good sir. You'd think that because of their small size and how many of them there are, that they wouldn't be designed so as to pose that much of a threat individually. Much as is the case with, for example, the smaller spiders in the Duke's Dear Freya fight from Dark Souls 2. No, though, they can delete your health bar with their basic attacks, with the most dangerous one being the Dive Bomb, which has good range and which can easily remove 70 to 80% of your health if it lands. All those fancy tricks that Rom has, those can kill you for sure. They deal really big damage, but at least there's only one of Rom. You can end up with dozens of its children in the arena if you choose to focus solely on the boss without first taking them out. A strategy which actually can work, but which is also very dangerous. The safer bet is to take the time to clear out any newly spawned spiders before focusing in on Rom. But the issue is that this strategy is still pretty perilous in itself. It's also tedious, and if you happen to die after doing this a couple times, it can get really fucking boring having to methodically clear out all the spiders yet again on subsequent attempts. I'm sure I'm not the only one who, after growing frustrated doing this, said screw it, I'm going straight after the Big Lebowski, only to be punished for my over-eagerness, leaving me sitting there trembling with frustrated outrage, wishing I could just get this dumb boss over and done with. And that is the issue with Rom. It has its particular mechanics, okay, but those mechanics are there to punish you for playing too aggressively, or at least the risk from choosing to play aggressively here is much higher than for near any other boss in the game. Rom has 3 different dangerous keep away moves. It likes to teleport away, and it also spawns lots of small but very dangerous enemies to protect itself from you, when all you want to do is to just get in there and kill the damn thing. It's not necessarily flawed boss design, and hey, I'm even open to claims that it's actually an interesting and well designed boss fight. That's genuinely an opinion I could understand, especially if you're someone who appreciates a change of pace. Me myself personally though, as a person, while I certainly wouldn't call myself a Rom hater, this is one of those bosses I'm usually more excited to get over and done with than excited to actually fight. Also, while we're here, you can fight Rom in the Chalice dungeons too, and like most base game bosses which also appear in the Chalice dungeons, it's even worse down here. Bloodborne again please, not to Bergenworth, but again deep down to the Chalice dungeons. It's the Keeper of the Old Lords. The Keeper of the Old Lords is initially a little bit deceptive in its presentation, because you might look at her and think it's just another hunter type opponent, capable of the same sort of attacks and abilities as you, but in reality, no, not at all. She's human shaped but with unique weapon and moveset, though after beating her you can get her Bone Ash set for yourself from the Insight store. For some reason I had memories of the Keeper of the Old Lords being a real piece of piss to beat. One of those easier Chalice dungeon bosses to just get through. But then when I did my Chalice dungeon boss video a couple of years ago where I properly delved into the dungeons again, no, turns out the Keepers are really hard. Do not be deceived by this boss's modest stature, because their attacks hurt like the dickens, especially their goddamn fire attacks. Yes, pyromancy is back, not for you though, but for the Keepers, which is bad for you because these attacks have real potential to kill you outright if you get caught on the blast. And when you make it to phase 2, they even set their sword aflame, making their melee attacks even more dangerous still. These bosses have given me proper trouble before, because even though they can be staggered with regular attacks due to their smaller size, you still need to be very cautious when close up. Because if you get a bit too eager, they can very suddenly dispatch you with a swift spray of fire or a burning slash of the sword. Also, woe betide you if you run into them as regular enemies in the dungeons, because you sometimes will find them roaming round, and worse still, they have some of the meanest dogs in the game with them, which, like their handlers, are totally unique to the Chalice dungeons. Even though I do appreciate the Keepers of the Old Lords, not exactly the most exciting and enjoyable Chalice Dungeon boss, and even though I kinda enjoy the fact that they can throw out those Dark Souls style pyromancy tricks, that enjoyment definitely is very quickly cut short whenever I get one-shotted by it. I'll be honest with you, I don't think we've gotten anywhere near ornithological enough for my liking in this video thus far. And so, to right a wrong, I now seek to change that, and with that being said, let's bring out the Deathbird, a boss found in several regions across the lands between. I have never had an encounter with a Deathbird which went entirely my way. There's something about this enemy, something about its shape, its attacks, its very nature that upsets my chakras. Makes me err, makes me fumble and flounder and just generally fuck up and get hit a bunch. And I'm guessing I'm not the only one who suffers thus. I'll still never forget my very first encounter with a Deathbird though. Even though you can fight a couple as early on as in Limgrave and the Weeping Peninsula, on my first playthrough I managed to miss both those fights, though considering the fact that they only show up in very specific spots and only when it's nighttime, they are ruddy easy to miss. I didn't spot my first Deathbird until Lanedale outskirts, and purely by chance too. Happened to wander over to this spot when it happened to be dark, only to be ambushed by the ugliest damn bird I ever did see. However, rather than my reaction being one of horror and revulsion, I rejoiced. I thought to myself, heavens to Betsy, I love that there's this crazy, unique encounter over here in this random spot on the map, this unique and detailed boss. Sadly though, no. As I later discovered, there were an additional 3 other Deathbirds in the game and then another 4 Deathrite birds, and they'd even stick another one in the DLC too. Kinda retroactively cheapened my thrill at this discovery, but at the time it was awesome. As for fighting the majestic Deathbird, for as much as I wish I enjoyed the experience, I don't. These creatures do have incredible designs. They're one of the most hideous and genuinely disturbing looking monsters in the game, with their blackened corpse-like bodies and skull heads, punctuated by those dark facial pits which somehow still project a sense of an abyssal seeing despite the complete absence of eyeballs. It's clear that they also seem to boast some sort of dark intelligence too, because they do wield an actual weapon in their right hand. The Death's Poker, though when used by these regular Deathbirds, these greatswords are completely devoid of the full-on ghost flame destructivity when compared to their other wielders, the far more powerful Deathrite birds. Thus, the Deathbird's attacks are actually quite conventional in a sense, with it almost exclusively relying on melee attacks with no further elemental enhancements. The sole exception being their scream, which causes deathblight build-up if you're too close. I don't think I've ever fully succumbed to the Deathbird's death blight, but as for all their other attacks, well, even with the absence of any ghost flame here, I am terrible at this boss. Its attack timings, its range, the way forward leaps and dashes accompany its attacks so that they catch you out even when you think you're at a safe distance away. It all fucks me right up. Boy, you got me fucked up. I've never gotten comfortable fighting these things, and I don't think I ever will. Thankfully though, they do have a major weakness, that being Holy, and when you combine that with the damage bonus you get from headshots, you can achieve some big damage. I'd heard that in particular the incantation Litany of Proper Death absolutely melts through Deathbirds, but upon trying it here I was actually very much underwhelmed. Mind you, the seal I was using was totally unreinforced, so maybe I was expecting a bit too much with it. If your faith stat's a little bit shit and you need to try and fight this feathered friend through purely conventional means, it can be quite painful, with the boss's shape being a big source of annoyance for me. The way it's hunched over with its head forward and its body and legs out back can result in a lot of missed hits, whereas solely trying to do headshots can also result in missed hits due to the boss's mobility. And all these near misses combined with all this henpecking can get quite aggravating. The Deathbird is a boss which I really do like many things about. Even though them only appearing at night makes them easy to miss, I don't think that's a bad thing, because if you do accidentally run into one when you least expected it, it can result in a great and memorable encounter. At least up until you actually start fighting the thing. I also love the boss's design, and I find it to be genuinely off-puttingly scary and unnerving to gaze upon. Sadly though, I usually don't enjoy fighting them so much. All Deathbird encounters in Elden Ring are completely optional, and so you do only have to fight them if you really want. And sometimes when I'm on a playthrough and I'm in the mood, I'll do just that, and then usually regret it soon after as I'm getting mercilessly pecked, slammed and stomped to the point where by the time I manage to beat the boss, I have no bloody crimson flasks left and I'm forced to come to terms with the possibility that I might not be very good at Elden Ring. Dark Souls 1's second boss, the hulking axe-wielding brute guarding the undead burg's battle-worn battlements, the red-eyed beast demon responsible for many a death of many a Dark Souls noob, and for good reason really. First thing anyone should do upon entering through the fog wall is always to immediately turn to your right and climb that bloody ladder to take out the pair of irritants who will otherwise pepper you with bothersome bolts throughout the melee. After which there's nothing left to do except boldly stride forward to begin the battle, initiated by the Taurus demon who jumps down from above. By the way, not to be a pedant, but remember how even though it's called the Capra demon, that boss has the head of a bull? Well, the inverse is true here, with the Taurus demon having a sort of goat skull for a head despite the word Taurus being associated with bulls. The fight though, well, the reason I'm sure countless nervous new Dark Souls gamers bit the dust on their first few attempts at the Taurus demon is if they make the mistake of thinking they're supposed to fight it straight up, as in single combat with a shitty unreinforced weapon against this muscle-bound monster. The thing is, you 100% can do that. This isn't one of those fights like Dark Souls 3's Ancient Wyvern where it's technically possible to beat the boss conventionally without using the intended method, but where it's also highly inadvisable due to how ineffective it is. Rather, here, you do okay damage, especially if you pop a gold pine resin, and hey, maybe you even have a few spare firebombs to chuck out too. Unfortunately, however, and it kinda pains me to say this, but the Taurus demon is not a meticulously designed boss. The hitboxes for some of its attacks are not good at all, no bueno, wherein even if it looks like you roll them correctly, you'll still take some damage anyways, not because of lack of skill, but because the hitboxes are legitimately not well done. That's not just cope either, by the way. Check out Babe1 Babe2's excellent video on this subject for a detailed breakdown on the level of hitbox jank here. Even nowadays, despite how many times I've taken down Taurus demons, I can almost never do it hitless. A better method, and of course the intended one, is to use much the same strategy as the one you did for the previous boss, that being to hit it with a plunge attack. Does excellent damage, and after you pull off you can even run off then loop back again for a repeat performance, minimising or even eliminating the amount of time needed to fight the Taurus demon conventionally. Though be careful not to take the piss too much up here on the platform because he can jump up to join you. If you get lucky here, the boss can kindly leave its demon great axe after defeat, though if not you can still buy it from Shiva of the East later on, or better yet, why not head down to the demon ruins later on to farm it from the many Taurus demon duplicates lurking down there, because exactly as with the Capra demons, the Taurus demons get brought back as regular respawning enemies en masse in the demon ruins, where their moveset is identical to the boss version. I'll admit, there is a part of me that sort of enjoys the clumsiness of FromSoft having just crammed a platoon of these things down here, just standing there, but it's quite silly too. And without sorcery or arrows, the only safe way to take care of them is to carefully inch forward, aggroing no more than one at a time. If I was ranking the Taurus demon purely on how it is to fight it conventionally, here on this uniquely narrow arena where you have minimal room to manoeuvre and where you need to deal with these horrible hitboxes, I'd rank it further down. However, because the intended strategy is clearly to use plunge attacks, and because this method being here adds a nice bit of character, catharsis and strategy to the boss fight, I'm happy to place the Taurus demon fairly respectably here at number 209. Blooming heck, can you believe we're about 5 hours into the video and yet there's only been 2 Dark Souls 3 bosses discussed thus far? Golly. Well, it's time to make that 3, because at number 208 I have the Crystal Sage found in the Crucifixion Woods. After sprinting through these ruins past the big hatted hollows with their soul spear shenanigans, you're probably going to be begging for a break after having fought through the merciless multitudes of crabs, hollows and lycanthropes who infest the Crucifixion Woods. Sadly, however, you'll find no respite here, because this place is the den of the Crystal Sage, the first of two of such of Dark Souls 3's monstrous mages, clad in flowing robes of leather and a big floppy hat. That's about the extent of its resemblance to any sort of regular human or hollow though, considering the Crystal Sage's abnormal size, beaked visage, and the fact that it has the ability to teleport around the arena at will. As for its weaponry, the Crystal Sage will sometimes pull out its ensorcelled rapier to strike out at you when you're getting a bit too cheeky within melee distance, but its primary means of offense is of course Crystal Sorcery, which seems to be channeled primarily through its Crystal Ball. The Sage can throw out a variety of spells, most of which really sting if they make contact, though thankfully, for the most part, these moves are very well telegraphed and easy to avoid. This isn't a particularly fast boss. Just stroll on up, dodge any incoming magic and whack it a few times. Sure, it'll then teleport off in an arena-wide crystalline flourish, but simply observe the arena to look for where it's popping back into existence, pursue and repeat. If only it were so simple though, because after about half of its HP is done away with, you've got phase 2 to worry about. Well, this time, after temporarily blinking out from existence, it's not just one Crystal Sage which appears, it's a bunch. Fuck. It's the old fool's idol situation here, though fortunately there's no paralysing floor traps in this arena, no obstructive objects to navigate around, and it's actually very easy to tell which is the true Crystal Sage. Discernible by looking at the colour of their balls. The colour of their crystal balls, I mean, obviously, which will frequently glow a distinct purple if it's the real McCoy who's holding it, whereas the clone's balls will only ever glow a pale blue when a spell is being charged, and also the clones can't cast Homing Crystal Soul Mass. Mind you, even though the Crystal Sage is often touted as being a very easy boss, there have absolutely been several times in the past where I've died, because if you do choose to ignore the clones and go straight for the true one, you're going to have a hell of a lot of highly damaging magic projectiles coming your way at the one time, and it can get bloody overwhelming. Sometimes the clones are a bit more passive, and sometimes you'll have objects blocking their soul spears and such. But other times you're going to have a relentless crystal assault being sent your way, and it fucking sucks. Most of the time I do beat the Crystal Sage on my first or second try, but if your loadout's a bit lacking by the time you get here and your hits aren't making quite a big enough impact on its health bar, tell me to get good if you must. But I myself have personally experienced some pain here in the past, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. Hey, it could be worse though, because the Crystal Sage's mini-boss associate based in the Grand Archives, while not having the power of duplication like this one, is way more of a hassle to deal with. God damn, that thing sucks. Making your ascent up the archives a significantly more frustrating and painful one thanks to its continuous stream of crystal sorcery. Does make it extra satisfying when you finally fully take it out though, especially because it doesn't respawn, meaning you're free to, actually enjoy the level afterwards. The Crystal Sage is a relatively lower quality boss when assessed in Dark Souls 3 standards. But as you can see by where I placed it in this list, even if it is one of the game's worst bosses, it's still way better than tons of other Souls bosses. In fact, there's really nothing wrong with it, and it's got some solid enough mechanics. Rather, it's just not all that fun. I guess because you never actually just get to focus in on the freaking thing. Because just when things are getting spicy, it teleports away, leaving you having to stand there and wait for it to reappear so you can redo the cycle until it's beaten. It's serviceable and decent enough, but not much else. Way back in my best and worst Soulsborne enemies video from a couple years back, I shocked the nation. I brought the nation to its knees. Souls community in shambles. When I declared that my favourite Elden Ring enemy was the Omen. I know. But you know what? I like the Omens. I like the Omens very much. They're proper ugly sons of a bitches, but goddamn they have a cool moveset and they're chunky. Their fighting style is this really interesting mix of elegance and brutality. They'll go from swinging their enormous cleavers in an almost dance-like motion to trying to crush you with bear hugs and front flips. It's sick, and I think they're a consistently challenging enemy in a very good way, and in most places they are just that, an enemy. On your way to the Forbidden Lands, however, if you like, you can make a brief detour to the Divine Tower of East Altus, the place where both Morgott's and Mohg's Great Runes can be activated. First though, got to do battle with the Fell Twins on the bridge. Who are the Fell Twins? Well, somewhat disappointingly, it's just a dehorned omen armed with the warped axe, and a fully horned omen wielding an omen cleaver. One's right up in your business from the outset, while the other meanders over from the distant darkness, giving you a bit of a period of time to rack up some damage on his bro, though once he gets close enough you've got the two of them to waltz with, and mind you, the horned omens also have the ability to throw out those golden wraith-like projectiles, and so if possible, best to try and get that first omen at least narrowly dealt with before the second one closes the distance. There's really not all that much more to say about this fight because again, it's just a pair of omen enemies with boss health bars, and so you're probably wondering why this boss isn't much lower down on my list. The truth is, I'm really just positively biased towards omens, I'll admit it. I think they're a bloody brilliant enemy. I think it's really cool and kinda creepy the way everything fades to black when you're making your way across the bridge here, and I enjoy the race against time as you try to defeat the first omen before the second gets within attacking range. I thought these two were going to give me hell on my level 1 run of the game especially, but in actuality it turned out to be way more enjoyable than I expected. If you think my placement of the Fell Twins is bullshit, a load of baloney because of my bias, then that's okay. But I will point out that, yes, I do have biases. I like lots of bosses more than others, hence the whole ranking thing I'm doing here. Also, I'm not trying to please people with this ranking, I'm just saying what I think, and hopefully in an entertaining way. At number 206, we have Elden Ring's Crystallians, which is also what I say to my friend Chris whenever I see a group of Italians. When I wrote that down in my script, I thought that, oh yeah, that'll be a funny line, but now that I've actually just said it, that's fucking shit. I should go back and delete that part of the voiceover, but I'm not gonna. These crystalline cretins are to be found in Liurnia's rare Lucaria crystal tunnels and the Academy Crystal Cave, and also Altus Plateau's Altus Tunnel. Though in addition to the conventional kind, you also have the putrid crystallians found in Celia Hideaway in Caelid. Technically a different boss, but I'm lumping them in with the non-putrid kind because they're virtually the same, except they've got a red rotten tinge to their bodies and they do scarlet rot build-up on attack. Damn odd looking beings these, to the extent where you might do a double take the first time you walk through a fog wall and see one solemnly sitting down. What is this thing? As their name suggests, they are completely composed of crystal, mostly being found near large outcroppings of glintstone, as if to guard these deposits against the greedy hands of avaricious would-be mineralogists. Speaking of which, I actually have a humble wee collection of minerals and rocks myself. I really know nothing about them and nor do I care, but I do really like them and find many minerals to be quite beautiful and pleasant to own. Crystallians come in 3 different weapon variants, ring blade, spear and staff, with each of their movesets differing quite a bit, though I imagine the move most folk think of when a Crystallian comes to mind is those repeating hop and thrusts, done by the spear wielding ones. Meanwhile, the ring blade ones, as you'd expect, enjoy chucking their blasted weapons at you from a distance, though they can also throw out the odd troublesome slice combo and the occasional problematic pirouette. As for the staff guys, expect nothing less than a heaping helping of crystal sorceries from them. You also start off fighting just one Crystallian at a time, but in the later dungeons the game will throw 3 at you, and they also appear as regular enemies in places like Moonlight Altar and Elfale, where more putrid ones can be found. As for you hitting them goes, before you're going to be doing much of any sort of respectable damage to any sort of Crystallian, got to break their posture with a stagger. Staggers are bloomin' useful for damn near any enemy or boss in Elden Ring, interrupting whatever action they're doing and allowing for a follow-up crispy critical, but for Crystallians it goes a step further. This is cause they have extra defense and hyper armor until that first stagger, after which the defense goes to shit and that hyper armor is completely done away with, to the extent where they will get their rocks rattled from a hit off of damn near anything. Very important thing to bring up when discussing the Crystallians these days is that quite early on after Elden Ring was released, their AI was nerfed. Back in the beginning, when you were fighting 2 or 3 of these things at once, there'd be little to no moderation in their aggression. You'd be getting stabbed by spears, sliced by ring blades, and pelted with sorcery ad nauseum. And I guess FromSoft wasn't too keen on that because, as anyone who takes on a group of Crystallians these days knows, the experience isn't very taxing at all. The ones you aren't directly engaging with are now, to be honest, too damn passive. The pendulum was pushed too far in the other direction. Elden Ring features several 1-on-2 or 1-on-3 boss battles where it's like, fair dues, fuck this fight, summon your favourite Spirit Ash and go to town. For the Crystallians though, nah. Y'all don't need to be summoning nothing. These guys would be pretty easy even if you're up against 4 or 5 of them. The Crystallians are a fine boss. They're not great or anything, but visually they are something a bit different. And it's really cool how there are several different variants with their own movesets. I also enjoy how the putrid ones are chucked at you later on in the game, much like they do with putrid avatars and putrid tree spirits. I like the mechanic of how you have to break their posture to get proper damage in. That said, like I said, they were made a bit too easy when their AI was debuffed, to the extent where it now actually feels quite off when fighting them. These fights don't feel like they were fixed, they almost feel more like they were bugged. And now we transition from Crystal to Onyx, featuring the Onyx Lord found in the Royal Grave Ever Jail in Limgrave, and again in the Sealed Tunnel in Lanedale Outskirts, and there's a couple other non-boss ones running around too. In addition to the Onyx Lords, there is also its counterpart, the Alabaster Lords. You can take one of these guys on as early as in Limgrave, with the main difference being that they fight with magic infused greatswords as opposed to the carved greatswords used by their bros. And furthermore, whereas the Onyx Lords greatswords fuck's sake, what a complicated sentence. Whereas the Onyx Lord's greatsword's Ash of War is based around pushing away, the Alabaster Lord's swords Ash of War is based around pulling closer. Did you understand any of that? For some reason though, there's not actually a single Alabaster Lord boss in the entire game, and so let's say no more about them. I don't care that the Onyx Lord is clothed solely in a loincloth, it doesn't bother me. Here's what I know about him. He's big, he's black.
Bruh, we gonna keep this?
And he has a sick fucking sword, which the item description describes as having been forged from golden-hued meteoric ore. That's badass as fuck. There's something really inscrutable about the Onyx Lord too, because this isn't just another beast, another maddened knight or dragon you're up against. It's this dexterous, slender being who moves and attacks with a clear intelligence. This gravity-wielding warrior of some ancient race whose origins lay amongst the stars. The Onyx Lord swings his weapon in time with off-putting dashes and sprints, sometimes switching to long combos of savage slams interspersed with the occasional gravity attack to throw off your rhythm. Despite their aura of intelligence, they're actually a surprisingly simple sort of foe. Doesn't take too long before you get a good idea of everything that they're capable of, but the off-putting timings make it so that encounters with them remain sufficiently and enjoyably challenging. Even so, they're certainly not tanky opponents, wherever they appear, so these encounters never feel like trials. I enjoy how they were brought back for Night Train 2 as the Stone Skin Lords, where you fight them alongside their Alabaster brothers. Fun stuff. And that's really all I have to say about the Onyx Lord. They're fun to fight and interesting to look at thanks to their menacing, otherworldly inscrutability. I don't love them, but I do like them. Way back at number 255, we discussed the much maligned Capra Demon, a boss that I really don't hate nowadays, but who I agree is deserving of most of the criticism which has historically been hurled its way. Now at number 204 though, we have, I think, its far superior descendant, the Omen Killer. This masked menace is encountered as a boss in the village of the Albinaurics, but one also appears alongside the previously mentioned Miranda the Blighted Bloom, and they also appear in several places as regular enemies, including the DLC's Fort of Reprimand, which as far as I know is the area with the highest concentration of Omen Killers. I have a soft spot in my heart for the Omen Killers because while their robes are pretty cool, that Omen Smirk mask is simply to die for. In fact, it's my single favourite headpiece to wear in all of Elden Ring, not least of all because it also increases your strength by 2, hey thanks. It's also very creepy looking, said to be carved in the image of the evil spirits that haunt the Omen in their nightmares. Very cruel and menacing stuff, especially when you combine it with their utterly brutal Great Omen Killer cleavers, weapons literally lined with the amputated horns of their Omen victims. Very dark stuff. As for the Omen Killer's animations, well, like I said, this enemy is heavily based on the Capra Demon, boasting several very similar attacks, although this time round this son of a bitch can even breathe fire. I don't know why, I don't know the lore reasons for this, but it sure is badass. Another slightly more subtle callback is that the one you fight in the village of the Albinorics is also accompanied by a pair of woof-woofs. But thankfully, this time round conditions are significantly less cramped and unforgiving compared to how they were back in the lower Undead Burg. Honestly, I enjoy the shit out of Omen Killers. They're great fun to fight, and their simplicity is a big cause of that. There's no fancy acrobatics here or even a phase change, there's just a big dude in a scary mask with a pair of wicked great axes, and also he can breathe fire. What's not to like? Throw out the shitty stuff about the Capra Demon, refine it a bit, and you get the Omen Killer, an opponent who, while not being very ambitious, is still good for a fun time. Let's pay another visit to Lothric, because at number 203 I'd like to spread the good word of Dark Souls 3's Deacons of the Deep. This is indeed another mob boss, in the sense that rather than you just being up against one single formidable foe, you're up against the whole bloody clergy. I mean, I know I fought the Prowling Magus and its congregation that one time, but this is ridiculous. Even though there's a great many deacons here of different shapes and sizes, most really are just regular enemies who have zero connection to the boss health bar. To start putting a dent in its health, just gotta find the deacon emitting a glowing red aura and take him out, after which that aura will pass on to a different host, at which point you simply repeat the process. Although it's all well and good to just say that though, that's where the sheer multitude of opponents here kinda complicates matters, because as you might expect, it can be quite difficult to penetrate through the throng of holy men to get to whoever the man of the moment is. A throng who attack with their crucifix-like weapons, the Force Miracle, flying balls of fire, and also the big fat ones who jump on you sometimes. Mind you, a very neat trick you can employ if you've got the resources on hand is to just pick a direction and chuck an alluring skull on the floor, distracting them for a brief period so as to give you a bit of respite from their persistent, violent attempts at proselytization. As with many of FromSoft's bosses from Bloodborne onwards, things get more difficult once Phase 2 rolls round, as the Archdeacon enters the battle, whom the red aura will now permanently stay on for the remainder of the battle, giving you a main target to focus on. Joining the Archdeacons though are more of the big fellas, and further deacons gradually get summoned into the fight too, potentially making it quite difficult not only to reach the head honcho, but also to be able to stay close to him for long enough to deal a substantial degree of damage. Furthermore, a bit into Phase 2, a ritual of sorts will begin, wherein the taller deacons will generate a thick black fog which will rise upwards and then enshroud the arena in darkness, and far from this just being for show, your curse meter will start to build up along with it, unless the ritual is swiftly interrupted before that meter fills all the way up. You, sir, or madame, are fucked. I'm sure there are tons of people who've never even seen that attack too, because it's quite possible for this battle to feel trivial difficulty wise, especially if you're kitted out with a strong weapon by the time you get here. And I've no doubt that having some decent sorcery or pyromancy at your disposal helps big time for crowd control too. If your weapon's too weak, and or you're under leveled though, the Deacons of the Deep genuinely can be a difficult fight, something I discovered on my level 1 playthrough. Furthermore, that big bad curse move aside, the main threat in this boss fight isn't big damage attacks, it's lots and lots of smaller damage ones which gradually grind your health down, interrupting your attacks and making you use up your flasks. Also, with there being such a big crowd of enemies to deal with, it can be really difficult to actually dodge things with any degree of precision, because you're not up against a single boss opponent with a clear moveset to learn, you're dealing with a mob of mobs. The Deacons of the Deep are one of Dark Souls 3's worst bosses, but that doesn't mean I think they're bad, because they're not. They're just outclassed by the prevailing quality of the game's other bosses. At the end of the day, at its core, this is a battle against a multitude of regular enemies, but solely describing it as that is also doing it something of a disservice. Because there's a distinct mechanic here for dealing damage to the boss, there's a deadly special attack here to punish you for fannying around too much, and the sheer volume of enemies here requires a very different style of offense and defense compared to any other Dark Souls 3 boss. Thus, even though I could be a prick here and place the demons down in the dregs of the list, I see fit not to. Deacons, please enjoy your number 203 spot. Time for a wee Elden Ring dungeon boss I've always enjoyed quite a bit. I'm always happy to see a Grave Warden Duelist, found in Murkwater Catacombs, and the Oriza side tomb in Altus Plateau. Bloody badass design for a start. Most gladiatorial warriors in all of the lands between. You can even fight a couple of duelists as regular enemies outside Lendal Coliseum. They've got that signature helmet, brutalised battle-scarred bodies, and they fight with not one but two great hammers, each one of which also features a protruding spike for piercing in addition to crushing. You can of course find and use these same battle hammers for yourself, but duelists use them in a far more unique manner, with each hammer also being attached to chains wrapped around their wrists, allowing them to be swung out for extra range just when you think you're at a relatively safe distance from their frenzied hammering. Quite a tricky boss really. I pretty much never come out of a bout with them without taking at least a few good licks from all that relentless comboing. Though due to their status as a minor dungeon boss, it's nearly impossible to ever really get stuck on a duelist. They simply never have all that much HP. Despite their considerable brawn, they do still get staggered by most attacks and can of course be backstabbed too. Still, like I said, I'm always happy to see a Grave Warden Duelist, because it means I'm in for a bloody good duel. Not done yet though folks, because there's also the Frenzied Duelist in Jail Cave, and hey, I'm also lumping the Putrid Grave Warden Duelist from the Consecrated Snowfields Catacombs in here too. The Putrid variant does have a rotten appearance and even has a couple extra attacks, but both the Frenzied and Putrid variants do both use Great Axes and so largely share the same moveset. Appearance wise, the Frenzied Duelist looks the same as the Grave Warden kind, but their weapon of choice is different, wielding a big old great axe instead of a big old pair of pointy great hammers. The chain does remain however, with the great axe being connected to a chain wrapped around the boss's wrist, and there's also the addition of a heavy iron ball which is utilised for more ranged offense. The same is true for the Putrid Duelist, except this is one of my favourite enemy designs in the game. Their armour and weaponry is tinged with a rotten red, and their helmets now feature a sort of lunging serpent design. Also, the bodies of the Putrid Duelists appear far paler than their non-putrid brothers, and the colour combination of red rot amidst their pale, scarred skin, and also that chain axe and the serpentine helm, it's all so sick. One of my favourite enemy encounters in the game is that Putrid Duelist in the Consecrated Snowfields near Ordina who's just staring off into the distance. The aesthetics of this scene are so good, and he's really tough as well, though not actually a boss. Whilst the fighting style of Grave Warden Duelists is already very much brutal, weighty and relentless, Frenzied Duelists somehow take it up a few notches, featuring a heavier style still. The way they use their great axe really reminds me of the way the scaly Misbegotten attack, that slow style of striking where the whole body is used to charge up the swing. You can see the telegraphs coming from a mile off, but it's still all too easy to get caught out anyway, due to how suddenly the strikes are unleashed at the end of each tense charging animation. The attacks also have much more range than you might expect. The duelists can mix things up with even more ranged moves with their old ball and chain. And just when you think you might be getting better at timing their dodges, the boss goes and fucks it all up by catching you out with a surprise grab attack. In the case of the Putrid Duelists, they actually have a unique grab which I didn't even know existed until very recently, where an actual serpent appears and takes a big chomp out of your head. Damn solid bosses with wicked designs and a uniquely savage moveset. I for sure think they're one of the better minor dungeon bosses in the game, and I really like encountering them outside of dungeons too. Lions, tigers and rune bears. It's the rune bears. At number 200 I have the rune bears. Way back in the network test thing prior to Elden Ring's release, I remember watching footage of folk romping round in early Rimgrave, or Limgrave. I don't know why I said Rimgrave. Of course, not being content with the allotted areas of exploration, some players managed to make it out of bounds to places like the nearby Mistwood. A misty wood containing several rune bears, an enemy whose design I near fell in love with upon first sight, an Ursine behemoth, with its name coming from the large rune pattern covering its mighty chest. Mind you, despite its monstrous size and strength, this is another foe which nearly didn't make it to the list at all, because while there may be a decent number of rune bears scattered throughout the lands between and even a bunch in the realm of Shadow, there's just one single boss bear, that being in the Weeping Peninsula's Earthbore Cave. Rune bears are one of those enemies where just by looking at its hulking hairy form for all of 3 seconds you can get a very good idea of how it's going to fight too. If you were thinking, lots of swiping, biting, charging, roaring and hugging, you're correct. Rune bears are utterly bestial in their fighting style, making effective use of their enormous mass when attacking. Elden Ring does of course feature regular sized bear enemies too, who fight exactly how you would expect a bear to fight, but rune bears are something else. Being anywhere close to one of these beasts is always a dangerous proposition, because despite their mammoth size, they are extremely fast. Just because one's right next to you 1 second doesn't mean it isn't going to be in the other side of the arena the next, and vice versa. Rune bears don't just attack in a bestial manner, they also move as such, with their charge attacks serving as both a sudden and deadly attack and a means of moving away from you before it gears up for the next onslaught of flesh-rending claw combos. Though be careful not to get too adjusted to the sequence of swipes, slams and bites, because you sure don't want to get enveloped in an impromptu rune bear hug. This grab has a ridiculously long startup animation too, one which practically begs you to roll early so it can catch you out for a quick cuddle. Funny thing about this attack though is that there was quite a lengthy period after one of the updates where any time a rune bear would do this attack, it would fall through the floor midway through the animation and die. It was actually a hilarious but reliably effective method of dealing with them. For as much as I enjoy the aesthetics of the rune bear, however, it really is one of those enemies I've always found very difficult to fight. You'd think a beast of this size would have wholly conventional attacks, and it does, except the timings for them are unexpectedly awkward. There's something about its animations which are very good at tricking my brain into mistiming my rolls, and I'm not sure I'll ever get good at anticipating that charge attack, an attack which is additionally irritating with how it also puts the bear temporarily out of range of your attacks even if you do manage to roll it correctly. That said, when I am having a good day and I'm nailing all those dodges, rune bears can feel great to fight. They're just tough sons of bitches. Now let's move on to something a bit different, to Dark Souls 2's Executioner's Chariot, found in the Undead Purgatory. Completely optional and quite easily missable boss here, but if you're willing to trudge through all those horrible whip-wielding executioners guarding the bridge, and if you manage to not fall through the bridge and you make it past the greatsword-wielding red phantom stationed in front of the fog wall, you get the privilege of facing the chariot, and oh my, what a chariot. I'll give this boss major props right off the bat for one thing. Very unique. The only thing even remotely similar to this experience is the chariots found in Elden Ring's various grave dungeons. And those aren't even bosses, they're just hazards. The idea here though is to progress clockwise round the circular arena, making sure to watch out for the spiked spokes of the chariot's wheels as it travels counterclockwise round the track. Thankfully there are alcoves along the way, but the place is crawling with skeletons who have no qualms about getting in your way when you're trying to dive into an alcove, or attacking you once you're already in an alcove. There's lots of alcove action here, okay? When you see a couple of them get completely wiped out by the chariot whilst you're there out of harm's way with your shield up though, pretty damn cathartic. Sadly, the skeletons do revive once beaten, but happily, there are several necromancers throughout who can be killed to stop this infernal cycle of resurrection. Mind you, if you want to completely ignore the dumb skeletons and you've got big balls, you can straight up roll through the chariot's wheels. It's tricky and pretty scary, but it can be done and it feels really good to do it. After progressing far enough along the outer circuit, you can pull the lever there to bring down an iron gate which will knock the executioner off his chariot. His corpse even remains on the ground after the boss fight is over, which is a neat little detail. At this point, it's just you and the two-headed horse, who thankfully has a perfectly simple moveset consisting of donkey kicks, stomps, a forward head charge and a sort of dark cloud beam projectile thing. Nothing here's all that tricky to deal with, but those attacks do still hurt if they connect, and it's still quite possible to die if you get too complacent. Really sucks if that does happen too, because the runback is I could go back and delete these errors, but I think it's more fun if I keep them in. Really sucks if that does happen too, because the run back is absolutely horrendous and you need to redo the first phase all over again. If you beat this boss but you're left gasping for more, well, there's good news for you, because in Castle Drang Lake, there's another horse here waiting for you. And as far as I can tell, it's a complete duplicate with the exact same appearance and moveset. I think it's brilliant that FromSoft did something a bit different with the Executioner's Chariot. It's not even close to being one of my favourite bosses in the base game, and if I'm being honest, I always find it to be a bit of a chore to actually fight. Though to be fair, that's largely because of how shitty the path to the Undead Purgatory is. Still though, I really appreciate that it's not just another conventional enemy to fight. It has its own mechanics, the pre-fight cutscene is actually quite underrated, and although the second phase is pretty simple, it's enjoyable enough to fight. Ancient Dragon, god damn what a cool combination of words. Dragons are sick, and so how do you make pretty much anything instantly sicker? Just slap the word ancient in front of it. And after you make it to the end of Aldia's Keep to fight the Guardian Dragon, then onwards to the stunning Dragon Eyrie, complete with aerial parades of dragons flying through the air, and then you make it to the Dragon Shrine, a level crawling with towering Drake Keepers and black armoured Dragon Knights there to test your mettle throughout the arduous ascent ever higher to the Shrine's peak. You eventually come to the lonely abode of the Ancient Dragon, the holder of the Ashen Mist Heart. Lots of really great build up prior to this boss, though it's entirely up to you whether you want to battle the dragon at all. You could just take the graceful gift of the Ashen Mist Heart and teleport out of there to the Throne of Want. But if you're itching for a fight with one of the biggest dragons in the Dark Souls trilogy, feel free to piss it off, kicking off the battle. Unfortunately, it's not a battle that's actually all that, fun. I think visually, the Ancient Dragon is perfect. I love unconventional dragon designs as much as the next person, me myself personally, but that doesn't mean I don't also have a lot of appreciation for more conventional dragons too, and the Ancient Dragon is pretty damn conventional. It's a typical looking dragon, except really freaking big and old, with its scales looking suitably weathered. In fact, I've always thought this boss looks somewhat elephantine, not in terms of size, but rather due to the grey, skin-like appearance of its ancient scales, and I also enjoyed the appearance of hairs sprouting from around its body. It's just this vast, hairy, tired-old dragon chilling up here on this platform. And indeed, it kind of fights like a tired old dragon too. This boss's moveset is pretty unimaginative. For the most part, depending on your position, it will either breathe fire at you like this if you're in front of it, or like this if you're under it. It can also bite you or take you out with a tail whip, though these two attacks have always been oddly rare for me. If you're hanging around near its claws, the dragon will stomp down in a rather underwhelming looking but still very much deadly mini AoE attack. The Ancient Dragon's moveset is all very standard stuff for a dragon, very vanilla, but thanks to its size, its vast HP pool, and the significant amount of damage you will sustain if you do get caught out by anything, yeah, there is undoubtedly still danger here. You can get absolutely roasted by the Ancient Dragon if you get too complacent. For me, and I'm certain many others, the biggest impediment to fun when fighting this boss is that it's very easy and tempting to bait it into a repeating cycle of attacks. There are different ways to go about this, but the one I tend to default to is stand in front of its face to bait it into its forward fire breath, run past its head to avoid the breath, let out a few attacks to its claws, and run the fuck away when it flies up for its massive AoE fire attack, and repeat. This works really well, but the problem is, it's just not very fun. And because this is by far the boss with the highest HP in the game, you have to repeat all this for a while before that big beefy health bar is fully depleted. Mind you, occasionally the Ancient Dragon will troll you out of nowhere and do something you don't expect, like launch into its flying fire breath instead of its forward one, which sucks, because if you happen to be in a disadvantageous position when this happens, unless you've got a lot of HP and or fire defense, there is very real danger of being one-shotted by it. Or for you to be tagged by it once, knocking you to the ground, then once again right as your character gets up again. Despite my criticisms of its slow, lumbering ways, the Ancient Dragon is a boss I do respect. I certainly respect the spectacle of it. This is a profoundly respectable spectacle. Even though fighting it is regrettably quite boring thanks to its limited and unimaginative moveset, in a way it kind of fits when you consider its size and age. It's just a shame that its AI is so easy to control, because at a certain point it stops feeling so much like you're fighting an interesting opponent, and more like you're fighting an asset with some animations and a health bar, which, I mean, that is what you're doing, but it's not all that fun to think about it that way, is it? Hey, why not do a deep dive into Elden Ring's Tibia Mariner, a boss which you fight in a bloody bunch of places actually, all throughout the Lands Between. There's even one in the Realm of Shadow. As with just about any of Elden Ring's repeated bosses, the first encounter is the most memorable, with D, Hunter of the Dead, warning you that Summon Water Village just ahead has been touched by death, and that it is home to a mariner. Indeed, move a bit closer and you will spy a pale purple spectre rowing its ghostly boat around a pool of shallow water, surrounded by deathroot, ruins, and once the battle commences, the undead. Yes, Tibia Mariner encounters are, at their heart, group fights, with these spectral bearded boatmen being capable of summoning hordes of undead, with the help of their oars which double up as horns of awakening. The mariners themselves mostly just slowly row around, but they can also teleport away after taking a bit too much damage to their hulls. They can also attack, splishing and splashing you with the damaging purple waters which gather round their boats, though far more dramatically, they can ride this water in a vertical jet before crashing down in an AoE attack, also dealing damage to any of their skeletal minions caught in the surf. Tibia Mariner uses surf, super effective. These moves are very easy to avoid though, and even though I'd never thought I'd say this, I find it a bit disappointing that they don't cause any death-like build-up. I feel like that added element of danger is just what this boss needs. Maybe not with the first couple you face, but perhaps the later ones could have been given a death blight buff, I don't know. That's not quite where this mariner's tale ends though, because in addition to these more basic kind, a couple of them can also summon giant skeletons rather than just the smaller ones. And things get way more intense when this happens, with attacks from these big lads actually being a big problem to avoid in terms of area of effect and damage, and that's without even getting into their goddamn forehead lasers. I quite enjoy taking care of Tibia Mariners, though not all that much in a purely mechanical sense, and nor are these encounters respectably difficult. In fact, I don't think I've ever actually died to one of them, and there are rather a lot of them in the game. Mind you, like I said, I do enjoy them. When you're out roaming some region and you spot that familiar purple figure lazily rowing through death-corrupted ruins or a graveyard, it's pretty cool stuff, and I think the Lands Between are much better off with Tibia Mariners than without. It's High Lord Wolnir. High Lord Wolnir, the skeletal regent of Dark Souls 3's Catacombs of Karthus. Never mind your skeleton lords or your grave lord Nitos, for surely the spookiest spook of them all is the High Lord of Spooks, Wolnir. The colossal skeleton with his scarf of skulls, his composite crown and his pretty golden bangles. Who's a pretty boy then? Rather than it taking place within a pre-existing arena in the accessible game world, you're warped off into a Stygian micro-dimension for the Wolnir encounter, one which only gains any sort of illumination once the High Lord emerges from down in the dark, with his 3 enchanted bangles being by far the brightest objects here. Indeed, these glowing accoutrements are supremely important for this fight, because this is something of a gimmick encounter, and a rather simple one at that. Although you technically can deal damage by hitting Wolnir anywhere, the bangles are the weak spot. Wolnir attacks with arena-wide sweeps of his knobbly hands, and even though these attacks are absurdly well telegraphed, it's another one of those cases of being a bit too well telegraphed, to the extent that the intolerable anticipation can mess with your reflexes, tricking you into fudging up your dodge. In addition to the slams and swings from his hands and arms, however, Wolnir can, although isn't guaranteed, to pull out his signature Holy Sword for even more devastating attack possibilities. Super cool looking blade, but even though you can of course claim it for your own in exchange for Wolnir's own boss soul, it's one of those weapons I've somehow never tried over the years. Its unique skill is actually Wrath of God too, which is really fucking cool. I would have showed it off to you, but despite having about 6 different save files from various Dark Souls 3 playthroughs I'd done over the years, I somehow don't have a single one where I have this weapon in my inventory. And even though I genuinely did consider starting another Dark Souls 3 playthrough just to get my hands on Wolnir's Holy Sword so I can show off a 5-second clip of it, in the end I didn't. Please forgive me for my intolerable indolence. I wish I could show you Wolnir himself summoning his holy sword, but again, even though I have footage of me fighting him from 3 different playthroughs, he didn't pull out the sword in any of these clips. Although you might reasonably assume that the boss would pull out after losing, say, half his health for a guaranteed phase 2, curiously, no, he often just won't. As for the gimmick of the Wolnir fight, well, it's something of a race, in that although the High Lord starts at the far side of the sloped arena, right by the Grave Warden Pyromancy tome, yoink, he'll immediately begin clawing and scraping his way higher. And if you're farting round instead of taking care of business, he'll punish your negligence by advancing further in your direction. The trouble here is that a thick, highly damaging miasma envelops the base of Wolnir's body, meaning if you let him get too far up the arena, which ends in a wall, well, you're fucked. Again, I don't have footage of this happening, I'm sorry, but it has happened to me before, because if you get unlucky, he can pretty much spam his forward rush attack without giving you much of a chance to retaliate. As for that retaliation, yep, got to aim for the bangles, which remove a third of his HP for each destroyed. He has a pair of them on his left wrist, but just one on his right, which is also held further back, closer to his body, near the miasma, making it especially perilous to try and shatter. It really is quite a thrill when you do destroy one though. Creates a super satisfying golden explosion, makes a nice jingly sound, big chunk of damage, and Wolnir is thrown back down the arena a bit, to give you a bit of respite. High Lord Wolnir is one of those fights where he might seem super difficult or even near impossible when you first fight him, but his weakness really is quite obvious. And once you figure out what you're supposed to do, unless you get pretty unlucky with his opening moves, this is one of those bosses you should be able to nail first or second try on any repeat playthrough. I like this boss, I enjoy his design, and I even enjoy his gimmick, and I love those luscious bangles of his. I have to have them. At number 195, I'm finally going to talk about those tree spirits. The reason I say spirits is not just because there's fucking umpteen of the things found throughout the game, but also because I'm counting ulcerated tree spirits and putrid tree spirits as much the same boss here because they feel identical to fight, except the putrid ones also cause scarlet rot buildup with their attacks. Quite possible there are further differences between the two bosses that I'm not aware of, but were it not for the red tinge to the putrid version's attacks, I would not be able to tell them apart. The tree spirit is a boss I'm assuming most people would probably place significantly lower in their own lists. Perhaps some would even put it way down in the bottom 20 or even 10. And hey, after only a short time experiencing what one of these flailing wooded worms is all about, yeah, completely understandable for someone to say, "Geez Louise, Martin. Gee, golly my ass, this fight's a fucking mess. Let it end, let everything end." That's actually verbatim what I myself said after dying one too many times to my first tree spirit down at the base of the Fringe Folk hero's grave. Though I don't really know why I said this because I was completely alone at the time, alone and naked. Tree spirits are massive creatures, invariably taking up most of the camera view whenever you're anywhere close to them. That can be okay for some bosses, ones with easily identifiable body parts, where you generally know exactly what you're looking at. With tree spirits though, I mean, yeah, it does have body parts, I guess, but the bulk of it is composed of seething bark, either leaking gold in the case of buffed ulcerated tree spirits or fuming a sickly rotten red in the case of the putrid ones. These sons of bitches are big sons of bitches, but more than that, they've got moves. Lots of bigger bosses in Souls games, and most games really, have their big hitboxes balanced out with low speed, same way smaller bosses tend to be much more nimble. No such balancing is present here however, because despite their size, tree spirits are very fast and very mobile, to the degree that it's quite disconcerting how rapidly they can dart around the arena, throw out an arena-wide tail sweep, and then complement it with a complementary claw swipe. Their grab attack in particular can be a real bastard to avoid because the boss lunges at you super quickly, though once you learn the telegraph for it, it's actually quite an easy one to avoid, and surprisingly fun too once you can do this reliably. There's something about just being able to phase through this enormous tree monster with a well-timed roll that feels good in a messy sort of way. Phase 2 makes things messier still though, because after you've taken off enough of its health, tree spirits will always charge up and then unleash a golden explosion, causing damaging pillars of either gold or rot to rise from the ground. As long as you're expecting this to happen, it's fine, but if you're caught unawares and only realise that you're supposed to run away too late, it stings. Just like with the Golden Hippo, a large portion of the trouble with tree spirits comes from the arenas you fight them within, which, relative to the boss's size, feel that bit too constrictive. To the point where visually it can almost seem like the boss is battling against the arena as well as you. I mean, in the case of the Golden Hippo, well, the boss's size makes it way harder for you to player to do your job with tree spirits. Although that is still partially the case, it's like the boss itself doesn't have enough room to fully express itself, constantly colliding off the walls and sealing in a remarkably chaotic manner. Mind you, you don't always fight these things in cramped conditions, because they also appear outside in places. In fact, they appear in a bloody lot of places, usually as bosses, though also as mini-bosses. Not just in the base game, but even in the DLC, where again they reappear, except as poison versions. Hell, in one spot in Lanedale, capital of Ash, there's 3 of the damn things, which you'll either need to fight or run past if you want that Erdtree Favour +2 talisman, which, even though it's the +2 version, is still literally not even half as good as Dark Souls 1's Ring of Favour and Protection. Oh, and don't even get me started on the pathetic excuse for Havel's Ring in Dark Souls 3 compared to its Dark Souls 1 version. Back to the tree spirits though, I'll tell you what I love, and that's its fire. There's not very many entities in Elden Ring which breathe a pure golden flame, but yes, the ulcerated tree spirit is one of them, which I think is really freaking cool. Makes me wonder if this attack even does any fire damage at all, because the way it looks makes me assume it probably does pure holy damage, a detail which I love even though I haven't actually tested it, I pretty much just made it up there. As we know from Ghost Flame though, just because it has flame in its name doesn't mean it does fire damage. Ghost Flame actually does pure magic damage. As for the putrid ones, in a way their fire is even sicker, literally, because due to their corruption, they breathe a flame heavily tinged with the colour of scarlet rot, which I think is completely unique to them. Yes, you do have decaying Exykes over in Caelid who is rot infested, but despite it being a dragon, if you look at its breath, it doesn't actually breathe fire at all. It's literally just a damaging mist of scarlet rot. Even if you learn the Exykes Decay incantation for yourself, aside from the scarlet rot buildup, it only deals physical damage. Anyway, as for my verdict, yes, even though there are fair criticisms you can throw at the tree spirits, for some reason I think they work, just looking at one of these things, the size of them, the violent and chaotic way they move, the cramped arenas you usually fight them in, it could all have easily resulted in a really shitty boss experience. And I'll acknowledge that there are no doubt people listening to that thinking, yes, exactly, this boss sucks. Me myself personally though, as a person, I think the tree spirit is somehow greater than the sum of its parts. Even though its attacks are mental and messy, they can be reliably dodged, and even though at first it might seem unreasonably difficult to discern what attack it's gearing up for next, it is possible. And once you get to a decent level of competency with these things, they really can be enjoyable boss experiences. An excellent boss? No. A great boss even? Nah. A surprisingly decent boss though? Sure, I'll give it that. Ah, go on then, let's do another Sekiro mini-boss. Mind you, even though this lady, the one with the basket on her head, even though I've always classed her as a mini-boss due to her not giving you a memory upon death, you do need to fight her. Doesn't matter how you respond to her questions or if you try and swiftly brush past, at some point she will lose her shit and go all purple and spooky. Whoa. Spooky. Okay, so let me say this. I don't really enjoy this encounter, and I never really have. I find Orin to be oddly difficult, and not in a fun way. In fact, if I was ranking all these bosses purely on the singular criteria of how much do I personally like them, I'd place this watery wench a decent bit lower still. However, even though my personal preferences are of course the most significant determinant of where I'm going to place any one boss over another in this video, like I said in the intro, I am taking other things into consideration too. Because I want to be fair to bosses which I might not like all that much, but which I still feel deserve a not too uncharitable spot in my list. And so yeah, Orin, I don't like you, but you're not that bad. As her colour would suggest, this is an apparition type encounter, meaning you would be well served by popping a divine confetti. Unlike the Shichiman warrior and the headless though, it's really not necessary here. You'll still do acceptable damage without that buff. Orin attacks with a slender blade. Would have been a bit cooler if she'd used her shamisen to attack you, or as I like to call it, her Japanese guitar thing, but no, just a plain old short sword of sorts. A few times now have I used the description of the boss attacks in a dance-like motion, but nowhere is that more true than when discussing Orin, with her strikes having a profoundly rhythmic quality to them. Complete with spins and waltzes, broken up with ghostly evasive manoeuvres where she even gains temporary invulnerability before rushing back in for the next dance. Though I don't actually think her grab attack has ever caught me out, it just lands a bit too slowly so that you can pretty much always dodge away from it before it ever makes contact. I don't know though, I guess I just don't got the rhythm. I guess I just don't jibe with Orin's vibe because I'm terrible at timing my deflects to her attacks. I certainly have gotten better at it over the years, but I still get caught out much more than I would like, and what makes it worse is that despite her rather slight appearance, her attacks really hurt, and what's more is that she can take a surprising amount of punishment. Unless you're really nailing those deflects, this fight can go on for quite a while because, due to her being quite difficult to hit thanks to those brief periods of invincibility, the fact that she often likes to keep her distance, and the fact that sometimes when you hit her, she will deflect you. And of course it's Sekiro, so you've got 2 bloody health bars to deplete, and there's no possibility for any preemptive stealth blows in this case. Also, even though in my experience most of this game is much easier on New Game Plus, the opposite is the case for Orin. I've cruised through New Game Plus playthroughs before, but then I make it to this boss and get stuck for 25 minutes. She's even much tougher than the actual major boss of this level on New Game Plus. And there you go, I'm not much of a fan of Orin, but I don't actually think she's bad. She has a ton of flavour, this is a totally unique encounter, there's a pretty great questline associated with her, she's very well voice acted, and she's challenging. The problem is that I'm shit at fighting her. Let's dive into Dark Souls 1's Painted World of Ariamis, one of FromSoft's best designed levels, home to crow demons, engorged hollows, an undead dragon, and more. As well as the eclectic selection of hollows, demons and skeletons which make up this frigid world's population, however, at its terminus awaits a far gentler being, crossbreed Priscilla. A nice and rare example of an initially non-hostile boss for you here, because if you do make it to the end of the level and you just want to go home, you can follow her soft-spoken advice and stride on by, back to Anor Londo. Back to this horrible hall with all the painted guardians, just please try not to get backstabbed by them, because if you die here, guess which bonfire you're going straight back to. What the hell's even the point in playing Dark Souls though? If you're just going to go around skipping bosses, why even come to the painted world at all? No, fuck you Priscilla. I'm just joking Priscilla, I love you so much, I'll fucking myself. Thing is though, Priscilla's got a gimmick, that being invisibility, an attribute associated with her being a draconic crossbreed. Another example of this would be Dark Souls 3's Ocelot, the invisible so-called Child of Dragons, cradled by Osiris up until phase 2 anyway. Yes though, Priscilla can go completely invisible, but thanks to the powdery snow coating the grounds of this arena, you can get a nice idea of where she is currently based on her footprints. You still need to be observant and fast reacting though, because when she gets close enough, watch out for an almighty swipe from her life hunt scythe, dealing decent damage to you but doing massive bleed build-up. If you've got very good bleed resistance, for example if you grab the blood shield a bit earlier on in the level, you might be able to tank a hit or even 2 without succumbing to blood loss, but if not, it's possible to get bled by just a single hit, making moving around this modestly sized arena quite a perilous affair. Thankfully, Priscilla's moveset is remarkably limited. In fact, other than her scythe swipes, I'm pretty sure the only other move you can expect to see is her easily avoided blizzard attack, which I believe she only does when not invisible. Though bear in mind that frost buildup wasn't actually a thing yet in Dark Souls 1, so even though I don't think I've ever been hit by this move, apparently it also causes bleed buildup. Bit strange, but okay. And that's just about the long and short of crossbreed Priscilla, with the exception of her tail weapon. That's right, because Priscilla is part dragon, she possesses a tail which can be cut off, awarding you with Priscilla's dagger, a pure dex weapon and which, just like every other dragon weapon in the game, can only be upgraded with dragon scales. Trouble is, Priscilla is a fragile creature with not a lot of HP for a boss at this stage in the game, and so it's all too easy to kill her before being able to remove that bloody tail of hers, even if you're specifically trying to aim for it. The worst is when she won't go back to being fully visible despite how much you're hitting her, so that by the time she does reappear she's already nearly dead. It can be quite a pain, but it's not impossible, and it's very rewarding when you do finally get that pop-up letting you know that you nailed it. Awesome show, great job. I was surprised and quite baffled to learn that there are some people out there who genuinely hate that dragons in Dark Souls 1 had unique tail weapons. But me, myself personally, I love it, and I wish they'd have kept that feature in Dark Souls 2 and 3 and Elden Ring. Anyway, that's Crossbreed Priscilla. Really a very simple boss with a very modest moveset, but those moves, in combination with the invisibility, result in a fun wee fight with a rather iconic boss. Having a non-hostile boss at the end of this banger of a level is a wonderful and memorable touch, making you feel a wee bit guilty, a wee bit dirty for choosing to kill her in her own world, but hey, what can I say? I just really like collecting daggers. Hey, here we go. Time for Chaos Witch Quelag. This is a great oh, no, sorry. It's Scorpioness Nachka, never mind. Still pretty good, but not quite as good. Joking aside though, let's get serious for a minute folks, eh? Scorpioness Nachka is actually a good boss. She used to be one I didn't think very highly of at all, seeming to me like a poor man's version of Quelag, a pale imitation of the Chaos Witch. Far less identity and originality. Nowadays though, after more playthroughs and after having matured more as a man, no, there's really nothing wrong with this boss at all. She's pretty good. Scorpioness Nachka is found at the end of the Shaded Woods, guarding the way to the doors of Pharos, though upon first entering her arena you could be forgiven for assuming the boss is just some pale lady with big tits who's half stuck in the ground for some reason. But no, her lower body is that of a twin-stingered scorpion. Comparisons to Quelag aside, it's actually a pretty cool design and one which Elden Ring's Ramina Scent of the Bud feels quite reminiscent of. As you'd expect, the bulk of Nachka's attacks revolve around heavy sweeps and stabs from her wicked, green-tipped stingers, which you could get poisoned or even toxified from if you're not careful. She holds a weapon of sorts too, but rather than her using it for attacking, it's for casting sorceries, such as Homing Soul Arrow and Homing Soul Mass. In fact, she'll always pelt you with at least one, sometimes two soul arrows right as you enter into the arena. One attack I do not much care for from Nachka, however, is her burrowing one, because she stays underground for way too long. And despite me having played Dark Souls 2 to death over the past decade or so, I still don't really know how to not get hit by this move. There probably is a way, I'm sure some of you are currently on your way downtown to the comments section to tell me, which I thank you for, just as long as you're not a smart arse about it. I'll tell you a move I really do like though, the one where I knock off one of her fucking stingers. Yes, Scorpioness Nachka's tails are detachable in a sense, and both can be removed if your aim is true, which, although not at all necessary to do to win the fight, I still really appreciate that it's here and it's an option. It's just like with the Covetous Demon's pot corpse distraction mechanic. It's not necessary, but thank you for including it anyway. There's yet another aspect to this fight which elevates it further however, and that is Nachka's partner, Man Scorpion Tark. You might have walked by this growling, grumbling arachnoid a whole bunch of times only to approach him and be left confused at the lack of communication. If you buy the Ring of Whispers from everyone's favourite Puss Puss, Sweet Shalquartho, the fluffiest kitty cat this side of Drang Lake, then you can not only communicate with him and learn some lore regarding his and his rampant ex-partner's creator, but you can also recruit him for the boss fight. He's a lot smaller than her, but he has bigger claws, has a completely unique moveset, and I just think this is a fantastic way to include an optional phantom to accompany you in a boss fight. If Man Scorpion Tark was simply a summon sign that automatically appeared outside the fog gate, well, I mean to be honest, considering how badass he looks, it'd still be pretty sick, but the fact that there's a touching wee optional and easily ignorable mini questline attached to it is, quite frankly, superb. Scorpioness Nashka is a boss I've always been a bit hard on in the past, but even though I still don't consider her to stand among Dark Souls 2's pantheon of legends, I like her a good bit more nowadays. She's enjoyable to fight and there's some cool extra optional shit going on here too, and if there's one thing I like, it's extra optional shit. I've always said that. Roberto! It's the Armoured Warrior from Sekiro. Also, I'm pretty sure I just damaged my vocal cords. You know, I enjoy the shit out of the Armoured Warrior encounter because it just comes out of fucking nowhere. You're travelling up Mount Congo on your way to the main temple for an audience with the Divine Child so as to claim the Mortal Blade, and as you're moving through this corridor, out comes this ironclad, greatsword wielding dork, ranting about his silly son. Fuck your son, you dick. Screw Roberto and his dumb firecrackers. This is another one of those encounters which might cause confusion at first, because the thing about this nameless armoured warrior is that your hits will never make even the slightest of dents on his health bar. You can strike his armour till the cows come home, but no damage will ever be done. What will accumulate, however, is his posture bar, which is the key to success. The Armoured Warrior's attacks are quite big and scary, but relatively slow and lumbering, though he will sometimes get really pissed off and let off a nasty combo. Aside from his impenetrable defense though, he really doesn't have any fancy tricks up his sleeve. He's a straightforward heavy swordsman which you can use to your advantage by getting damn good at deflecting his attacks to build up his posture bar, with the occasional attack of your own to help speed up this endeavour. Like I said, he can't be harmed by strikes alone, and nor will even a death blow damage him, and so instead got to aim that death blow out towards the sides of the corridors, with the resulting push smashing him through the weak wooden screens where he will quietly fall to his death. Also, even though I mentioned there's a possibility of confusion at first if you don't know how to kill the boss, something which helps if you're having trouble figuring out the secret is that each time you fail to successfully push him off, he'll give you more and more explicit tips towards his defeat, to the point where the third time you fail, he'll literally say, "Ugh, trying to topple me off the edge, do not kick my prized armour," effectively communicating to you that, yes, do try and topple him off the edge, and do kick his prized armour. The Armoured Warrior isn't a major boss or anything, but he is a mandatory one, and I think he's a pretty damn good one. I think this actually had the potential to be a great straight up fight too if they'd made it just so he's really tanky rather than invincible. But I'm completely okay with the gimmick aspect of it too, because it's still enjoyable, it can still be quite tricky to pull off, and it's unique, and it lets you hear him say, and folks, that's it for part 1. Fucking hell, this video has taken an insane amount of time and work to get out, and we're only on part 1. Oh! It's okay though, because I like working on these videos, and it's a more productive use of my time than just sitting on my arse all evening after work playing Mega Bonk. Seriously though, I actually love Mega Bonk. I really enjoyed the shit out of Neo 3 recently too, and I've been getting right into Grim Dawn on the PC lately as well. I know I'm rambling here, but who cares. If you made it all the way to the end of this video, I feel a certain level of comfort just talking shit to you. Whoever you may be. Who are you? Still parts 2 and 3 to come of course, and I'm going to get working on those pronto. I originally planned to release this whole ranking as just one big video, but for my own sanity I decided to do it in parts. I hope you don't mind. It really does take a whole lot of time to make these videos because obviously I do every aspect of it myself and I always will. But going on for too long working on the one video without getting that release of being able to, well, release it, well, it can turn into a bit of a mental grind. Anyway, that'll do with my idle ramblings for now. Folks, seriously, thank you so much for making it to the end of this video. It means a lot that people watch my stuff, especially when that stuff is nearly 6 hours long. And on that note, cheers again for watching and cheerio.